I've lost my window. How have I lost my window? How did it just got deleted? What? Oh, there it is. Okay. Because windows are clear. That's true. That's true. I am still convinced that when Windows wants to update, it intentionally starts fucking up. Like, it stops, like, you from being able to see your hard drives properly. The search function doesn't work. It starts slowing down when it comes to switching windows and folders and stuff. Like, it just, I don't know. It's like every single time I hit, no, I want update later, I just notice that within 10 minutes, the computer just starts being fucky, you know? Like, can you check pins in Jensen Den real quick? Sure, 1 second. What was the bet? Okay, pins. The very sensible bet. If Joe doesn't stream this month, whoever bet against me will read this and blog it somewhere. I can see DM's work. Alright, there's an archive link. That's scary. If Joe streams this month, I will do the following. Read the entirety. Oh, I thought you would just have to, like, post a compromising picture or something. What? Read the entirety of Mushoku Tensei LN series, Mad the Yelan main. Play Limbus Company till the end of the current story as of this bet closing. What's that, like 100 hours? Read Wandering In. Wandering where? Dragon Age Inquisition plus Trespasser DLC. I don't even know what that is. Read Fate Stay Night. Again, you mean? Read it again? Read Marshall Peak. Well, it's Peak. You're going to enjoy that. Read Lord of the Mysteries. This bet is open for takers for the remainder of August. Just ping me and I'll update this message. Why is this in Genshin then? Alright. I kind of feel like maybe secretly you wanted to get owned. No longer open. Do you think Rabby Ribby influenced your enjoyment of the Elden Ring DLC? Well, Rabby Ribby has influenced my enjoyment of everything after Rabby Ribby, because I can always say to myself, at least it's not Rabby Ribby. Yeah, for sure. Try Lord of the Mysteries, please. Okay, hold on. Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries novel. Reddit r/fantasy. Why everyone should read Lord of the Mysteries? Question mark. Hey Reddit, Lord of the Mysteries is one of the most popular novels in web novel with other. It's the second sentence on the fan. Oh shit. Other with other 26 million views and 4,500 plus ratings. It is a top ranking and most liked novel on web novel. But what makes Lord of the Mysteries so popular? That's not a question. This is what I am going to discuss here. What is this? How many? Oh, this isn't. Why is this the top result? This isn't a big post. It's only 13 comments. Anyway, never mind. Lord of Mysteries is it Lord of the Mysteries or Lord of Mysteries? It keeps changing. It's Lord of Mysteries. Okay. Lord of Mysteries is a Western fantasy Zhuanghan web novel written by the Chinese author Cuttlefish That Loves Diving and published on Quidian. At the end of April 2020, the novel finished its 8th and final final volume. Finishing things based. The web novel was officially translated by C.K. Talon and is that like a Ness move from Smash Bros? And published on web novel in April of 2021. Web novel renamed the title from Lord of the Mysteries. It's lore. That's one of the mysteries. What's the title? Wow, it really is Lord of the Mysteries. Why did that happen? What the fuck? Lore of the Mysteries. Holy shit. Okay, so in April 2021, web novel renamed the title from Lord of the Mysteries to Lord of Mysteries. Lord of Mysteries is a first book of the Mysteries trilogy series, followed by the Circle of Inevitability. Used to be Circle of the Inevitability, but they renamed it. Okay. There's no plot synopsis. What is it about? Volume 1 Clown. It's the mystery. Okay. All right. Well, good luck with that, Kasoro. Good luck. Oh. Joe, you should play Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown instead of Divinity Original Sin 2. I just got that game for Finn for his birthday. I played it for 20 minutes with him to see what it was like. Did I like it? There was a lot of like, skip, I just want to play, please. And then I started playing Metroid Dread, and that's just the same experience. So I guess Hollow Knight is just the best one, Metroidvania of all time, because it doesn't keep interrupting you. Like, Metroid Dread's very pretty, it's kind of cool, the controls are fun, like it's an enjoyable time, but oh my god, it just keeps interrupting you. Like, oh, you go into the map room and take control away, and now you get the map, and now the AI circle sphere person wants to talk to you and give you basic shit, and it's you can't go to bed, you have to get up in the morning, you go to school. Like, it's just Morgana the game. I don't understand. Like, you keep getting caught by the Emmys, and it's a different timer every single time to do the QTE, so you fail, so you never want to do it, I guess, and it's just annoying. It's just so much shit. Getting from one area to the other, it's like loading screens out the ass all the time. Don't get me wrong, Big Danganronpa, it was like, I'm enjoying it. I just got what did I just get? I just played it while I was pooping earlier, because I only play it while I'm pooping. I just got the speed upgrade. I don't know what it's called. The one where you have to run and then you awkwardly like press down and then you can just boost yourself up or whatever. I just got that one. Speed Booster, that's what it's called. Thank you. Speed Racer, yeah. It's almost my Space Memorial Day. It is almost Space Memorial Day. That's true. That's true. That's true. You play your Switch in the shower? Speaking of unhinged toilet habits, I would like to wish a merry fuck you to whichever one of you grown-up words got Mandalore to say Joseph Anderson pink pink sink pissers, not I fucked it up. Oh, I'm not a proud. Sink pissers rise up. What the fuck? Why would you do that? Who was it? I'm a pink scissor. Me? It was me? Give them a marble. If you can legitimately tell me who it was, and there's proof, if there are receipts... Balatro? No, I have the gene that makes it taste like soap, so no, none for me, thanks. If you can legitimately get the receipt to tell me who it was, I will give them a marble. I will give them a marble. Okay, so I have a slightly different audio setup. I got a USB converter port for my open ear headset that I could never use because there would be an echo. So I just want to know if I start playing the video, can you hear it? You won't be able to see it, but can you hear it? It might be a little quiet.
Hello, Elden Ring fans. It's me,
Satan. Is it... Can you hear it? Yeah. Is very quiet. Is there an echo? I mean, I said Satan, but like with it, but very, very quiet. Okay, let me turn it up to like -10, and then I'll play it, and this time I won't talk, and I want to know if there's an echo or not, okay?
Hello, Elden Ring fans. It's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do.
Is there an echo? Still an echo? Okay, so my guess is that the echo has nothing to do with the setup. It's just the open ear headset is somehow picking up on the microphone. It has to be that now. It has to be, because it's a USB port. Like the audio is coming from a different port of the microphone now. The input and output are on different ones. Yeah, so it has to be that. That sucks. I really like this headset. Mute mic and check share. Let's see.
Every night, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my Elden Ring air quotes critique.
No echo? Yeah, it has to be that the microphone is somehow picking up the thing. The headset. I wonder if I just turned it down. Would you guys still be able... Okay, let me mute it and see if it still plays.
Hello, Elden Ring fans.
Can you hear it?
It's me, Satan.
You should be able to hear it.
A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars.
And there's no echo, right? And no... Yeah, okay, so it's definitely... It's just the microphone is picking up the headset. That sucks. Okay, I wonder if I turn it down low then, will you guys not hear the echo? Or would any amount do it? Let's see.
Hello, Elden Ring fans. It's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars.
No echo? Okay, cool. So I wonder how high I can get it. Because I can still hear it a little bit. So we'll see. Almost no echo. Can hear no echo. Someone bought a marble. I'm not doing marbles. We're doing post serious YouTube thing. Streamer Joe went on YouTube. Now YouTube Joe is on stream. Like, no, we're not doing... Okay, what's the marble? What is it? What is it? How do I get there again? Oh, God. Review reward request. Do you want to extend the race too? Okay, Agent Mash. They did the mash. What? Argent. It's not Agent. Argent. What is it? Washed? There's no way there's an anime called Washed. The Monster Mash? Where is it? Coin flip because why not? Is Argent here? Can I watch the stream if I've not played the Elden Ring DLC yet? No, we're, well, maybe. I'm going to answer questions about it. And we might, and I want to emphasize the might, we might watch the video back and I might give like a director's commentary sort of thing. And we'll see if it's interesting. And if it is interesting, then this can be like a little post-video ritual from now on. You know, for all the videos that will come out. So many of them. Because maybe it's interesting. I don't know, might not be. We'll see how it goes. They bought the marble and didn't say what they wanted and left. Based? Holy. Holy. Wow. Check the sub message. Do you mean like the cash-in message? There is no message. I thought they could say it. I thought you could always put it there. Tomorrow's Reddit, Joseph Anderson considers himself a dark... Yeah, I know, right? It's such a presumptuous way of saying it. They said school days before leaving. Oh, is that why they can't stay in chat? Okay, so like maybe what on the weekend they can tell us what it is? All right, school days. All right, are you guys sure? All right, I'm marking it as complete. Mark is complete, and then we're gonna go to how do I get back to oh my god, why is this so hard? Start the anime marble. You guys are 27%. Holy shit. Manage rewards. Okay. Okay, extend. Number of days, 2. We're extending it 2 days. There you go, it's extended. Alright. School days. It's a video game. Oh my god, there's a picture. Crunchyroll, watch School Days. School Days, is my anime list, isn't it? Those are the ones that have synopsis? My anime list. There we go. High school student Makoto Ito, okay, I already hate it, notices Kotonoha Katsura at the start of his second semester freshman year. Like, just notices, that's it. Immediately, he becomes entranced by her beauty. Oh, Makoto's the guy. Okay, but his bashfulness doesn't allow him to approach her, even though they ride the same train every day. Wow. Instead, he snaps a photo of her in secret and sets it as his cell phone's wallpaper. Okay, and then it comes to life, and then she has like an alter ego on the phone, and the alter ego is like gonna like coach him on gonna ask the real one out or something. Like what is it gonna be? Like where is this going? Like, okay. A charm that, if kept under wraps, would have supposedly help you realize your love. However, classmate Sekai Saionji spots the picture, but instead of ratting him out, she offers to help him set her... Yeah, there you go, set him up with Kotonoha, going so far as befriending her just for him. Thus, the trio begins a rather impromptu friendship. Okay, so it's like the fucking selfie of Dorian Weeb? Like, what is it? School Days follows the lives of these 3 teenagers as they traverse the joys and hardships that come with being a high schooler. In a story alive and bringing with romance and melancholy, the tale of these 3 students will linger in memory long after the momentous conclusion. Wow, what a roller coaster. Just rollicking fun from start to finish. I'm excited. What? You know what? This shows how bad it's gotten on here, that I'm disappointed that there wasn't a talking cat or some shit. Like where's the spice? Where's the pepper? Like, where is it? Maybe that comes later? Oh, it okay. All right. Okay, alright, never mind. I spoke too soon. And now I'm disappointed. Contrarian to the end. Now that you can summon Torn in Elden Beast fight, how much would you rate the fight in the current state? Also, have you played the inner bosses from Sekiro? They're the best bosses that From have made. I haven't played those, no. I haven't gone back and seen the new stuff for Sekiro. I've only played it a little bit here and there for some video footage and stuff like that. I would rate the fight for Elden Beast as maybe a point, like an point higher than it was before. I don't know what it was before, like a 3 out of 10, and now it's like a 4. I don't know. It's like it's marred by how miserable it was before, and now it's, at least you can get back to the fight and have it over sooner, so you can enjoy the majesty of it. It's just kind of, it's still kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like it's not that great. Do you know that Sekiro only has 5 unique bosses? Is that true? How are you counting the rematches? No, it has way more than 5. What are you talking about? Or do the whatever the update makes some more duplicates, is that why? As in 5 non-repeated bosses? That seems to be the claim, yeah. Like, I don't want to spoil Sekiro with the boss list right now, but like off the top of my head, there's that one. And then there's that one. And then there's that one. And that one. And I'm already at 5. And then, like 6 for sure. There's at least 6. Honestly, I just remembered another one. I'm up to 7. This is already not true. Oh, the other, 8. I'm at 8. What's the feedback been so far? To the video, pretty positive. Curiously enough, you ended up sharing a very similar experience with Noah Cadwell-Gervais in terms of your Elden Ring DLC experience. Have you seen any of his Souls videos? I have not, no. I'm not a big fan of Noah Cadwell-Gervais, sorry. I don't want to throw shade, like it's like he has his space and people seem like his videos, like respect, like it's not, you know, like an insulting inflammatory thing, but like I don't really care for his videos. I've watched a few of them in the past, and I stopped watching because the audio was it angered me on two levels. It angered me as a listener because it's just kind of annoying, but you know, as a listener you can live with that. Like it's not that big of a deal. But as a content creator, knowing how much trouble I have with audio, and this grown-up word gets to just get away with that and just leave the flubs in and doesn't have to clean up his audio. Meanwhile, I spend like decades of my life in the Goku time training capsule to try to get it done. It's just annoying. But is that the right reference? Did I remember that correctly? But yeah, I don't know. Skill issue. Watching your latest vid, I'm interested in Souls games even more than I've ever been. What's the best one to start with? Honestly, I'd play them in order. Because I think that Dark Souls 1 is hard to go back to. I think the one that you could skip, and I'm sorry, because I know a lot of people like this game, I think the one you can skip is Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 feels like it is another series, really. Like Dark Souls 2 feels like it was made by another dev in the midst of that. It just feels very different. I like Dark Souls 2, I really do. Like I like the DLC especially. I think it's a good time, but it feels so different. It's like it almost doesn't belong in that series. And I don't mean feels different like it has a different vibe, because the vibes are kind of there. I mean, like mechanically, the way you move the character around and the way the dodge roll works, the way attacks work, it just feels really different. So I would probably go, if you want to play Demon Souls Remake, that's pretty good on the PlayStation 5. You could start there, or with Dark Souls 1, and then you could go to Dark Souls 3, and then or Bloodborne before that. You don't have to do Sekiro if you want the Souls experience, because Sekiro is quite different, but Sekiro is still really good. And then do Elden Ring last. If you play Elden Ring first, you might not enjoy the other games as much as you would if you did them in order, I think. What's your take on Scholar of the First Sin? Have you played it? Not only have I played it, I've spoken about it on stream before. I think the base game version is better than Scholar of the First Sin. I think, here's my conspiratorial theory, okay, chat? All right? I think that when Dark Souls 2 came out, all the Dark Souls 1 fans played it, got filtered by having to relearn a new game, bitched and moaned that it was too hard, and then hated it. And then when Scholar of the First Sin came out, they knew the game then, and they played it, and they're like, oh, well, this one's the better version, blah, blah, blah. We can like this one and hate the other one. No. Like, Scholar of the First Sin is worse than base Dark Souls 2, man. It's just worse. The enemy placement is not better, and it adds a bunch of fucking tedium to it as well. Filtered by Covetous Demon, that is just... Is that the worst fight they've ever... Nah, you know what? I bet a Chaos is still worse. I should have drew some comparisons between Bed of Chaos and the last boss of the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, for how it's just trial and error with instant death. And you just have to keep going back in and being like, all right, what's gonna happen this time? And you got the fucking big ramp going down. If you just sit there strapping in for the bullshit, here you go, got my helmet on, all right, what's gonna happen at the bottom? I don't know. Like, it's just such a shit fight. Oh man, I hate that fight. How much you've thought about Umineko post-stream? What's that? Joe, what do you think about Microsoft closing Tango since you played all their games? What's that? I have bad feelings about Microsoft right now, because when I did the update today, I suddenly had this thing called Copilot on my taskbar, and that was annoying. How about Old Hunters? Old Hunters is really good. What about Old Hunters? Like, how does it compare? I would say the best DLC that From has done is Shadow of the Erdtree. Oh, and then as an individual one, Old Hunters is probably next. I've warmed up to Old Hunters a bit as time has gone on. But if we're putting all the DLC that the games have gotten, I love the Dark Souls 2 DLC. I would put all the Dark Souls 2 DLC above Old Hunters. Ring City is really good, so I'd probably put that like equal to Old Hunters or right below it. But again, if we can combine a bunch of them, then that gets harder. The third DLC is actual garbage, though. No, only one part of it is actual garbage. And it's pretty bad. I like the concept they were going for with the frigid outskirts, but like it's really bad. It's really bad. Do you have any formal education regarding articulating your thoughts and ideas? No, does it show? I struggle with this a lot, and you are a lot better at it than I am. Am I? Okay, thank you for that, Kali Doggo. Just a lot of practice. I've spoken about this on stream a lot before, so I won't do too much repeated content right now. When I was in my late teens, early 20s, I was super cool, and my biggest hobby was reading amateur fiction and critiquing it and giving people feedback. And I always considered that my life kind of accidentally pushed me into the job I have now with all my hobbies and interests kind of coalescing into streaming and doing the video game critiques, because of that, and like the structuring those properly to let people know what I like, what I don't like. I always was really insecure about it, so I always wanted to give evidence, so it wasn't just like, hey, I don't like this, I'm not telling you why. But then also raiding World of Warcraft and pulling apart game design then to lead a guild. I was a guild leader and the raid leader and the main tank for most of it, so I had to do all that while with a bunch of people that weren't really good at the game. And because I had to explain game design to them and learn the bosses myself and explain game design to myself because I didn't know anything about it, and also talk into a microphone, like coordinating a raid of 25 people, well, 24 other people apart from me, while also doing my own shit playing the game, is very much like streaming. So it's like a lot of things like wrapped up together in order for me to get to where I am right now. Squeaky chair, squeaky life. I think that's why, but who knows, maybe I would be saying something different if I had a different job, you know what I mean? Can you give tips how to eloquently structure an argument? I don't think I can. I don't really think I'm that eloquent. I'm pretty verbose, am I not? I'm not sure. It's hard to judge that. Kind of what I speak about at the end of the Shadow of the Erdtree video is that it's hard to get good criticism and feedback on some things. On other things it's really easy, but on this it's kind of hard. Like if you go on the YouTube comments right now, it's almost everyone loves the video and is saying it's so paced well. Discord really liked it as well. Every single Reddit post liked it as well, except for the R Games crowd. The R Games crowd is like, not up to my standard. So it's like really like, did they even watch it? Because I know historically the R Games threads, usually people don't even watch the video and they're just complaining about, like it's like the Zelda cycle. Everyone hates the current Zelda but loves the past Zelda. Every single time that I have a Reddit R Games thread on my video, now it's time for the discussion on the last video that was there, and this one just gets ignored. Let's talk about the last one, and then it's like, and then okay, I have to wait to release another video before I get the commentary on the one that just came out, you know. So it's kind of weird. Did you play Phantom Liberty? Is that the preamble for Metal Gear Solid 5? I haven't played any Metal Gear Solid 5. How are you so good at games? You kill most bosses in a few tries. I've been playing these games since Dark Souls 1, and Relana took me 100 plus and multiple loadout changes. I might have just gotten lucky with the loadout that I had. There have been a couple comments on the video saying that I just did dual colossal hit trading again, and I did not do that. I did not hit trade. Sometimes I did get hit after I attacked, but it wasn't my intention to ever just go in and just be like, here I go, except for Meteor. I tried my very best to only attack when it was safe, and most of the time it was safe when I attacked. I might have just gotten lucky and I was powerful with that. The longsword I used was a lot weaker, but I was using Square Off a bit on it, and Square Off is a really powerful weapon art. Like that was hitting hitting surprisingly hard when I was using it, but the normal attacks on that were much lower than the double colossals, of course. I don't know. I've played a lot of the games, I guess. If you want to watch what's the only Liza P. What's the only Souls-like I've streamed recently is Liza P, right? I guess I also streamed Neo at one point. Did I stream any other? Oh, Code Vein. I think Liza P streams are the ones that I best articulated my thought process when I'm going through bosses. So if you want to go and see how I try and figure out how to get a boss dead and respond to its moves and keep track of it all, you can go watch those streams if you want, or just skip to the boss parts. And I think I was trying to articulate my inner monologue for that. I watched your first Elden Ring video premiere. Then I watched the new Elden Ring video premiere. Then I went to watch the first Elden Ring video, and I almost gagged because of the audio quality. Yeah, it's the same mic. It's just different editing of it. I think I finally have it down better, but I said that before and it still gets better. Did people think, I guess we can listen to it, and do we think that the S sounds are still too harsh in the video that just came out? And is it loud enough? I struggle too much with so much with volume. Plosives, yeah. Well, I found a way to fix plosives in post most of the time. But the de-essing, I had a program to do it, or not a program, like a macro, whatever. It was a plugin for Audacity, but it just hammered the whole entire audio timeline, and it made some parts of it sound like I have a lisp. So if you have listened to, I think it's the Witcher 2 video. In the Witcher 2 video, the first part of it, or the first two parts of it, there are sometimes it sounds like I have a lisp, and that's because the de-esser plugin I used just hit some of them way too hard and flattened the S sounds too far. So now I just do it manually. And if that just made you cringe, if you know audio, then yeah, it does take that long. I go through and I manually just reduce the amp on every single S sound that I think is too harsh for my ears on my audio setup. Usually I minus it by about 4 or 6, and I just keep doing it until it sounds okay to me. So I just do that. It's really annoying, but it's not like I only do a pass for that. I'm also doing a pass to remove audible breaths and exhales. Although sometimes I've noticed lately that it's better if I just lower the sound on them instead of removing them completely. I think it sounds more natural, and sometimes the breath sound helps make the point or emphasize it. I've gotten a bit better at the audio lately. So yeah, I'm doing that, and I'm cleaning up some of the audio. So I also mess around with the harsh S sounds. Why not use an automated solution like RX? I have tried an automated solution in the past, and it was way too harsh. So I don't know if there's a better one. There probably is, but this is the one I've gotten used to now. I just do it manually, and it's like, yeah, whatever. No kidding, this one had great audio. Thanks, Balder. A couple of the subtitles I still need to fix, and I also need to add some credits to the video as well, because I used some other people's footage. Did I pronounce Ombal correctly, or do you say it differently? No one knows? Oh, it's Lord of the Mysteries. Okay. I started playing Subnautica recently, and it's kind of crazy how back in your video on it, you said that because some of the bugs from early access made it into the base game, it was a sign that they will probably never be fixed. And now 6 years later, some of those bugs you showed in your videos are still there. Are they really? I haven't played it again, except for... Was there Subnautica footage in the Liza P video, or am I thinking of the Witcher 3 video? There is a video I recently did. I remember having to go back and playing Subnautica for 30 seconds for footage. Was it Liza P? Maybe it's in the Witcher 3 video. I'm not sure. Are you interested in playing 9 Sols? Maybe. I've heard good things. Very recently, actually. Wouldn't just paying an audio engineer to fix your stuff be worth the money in the long run if it takes you that much time? For fixing the de-essing and getting the audio mixed properly, maybe. But when it comes to deciding what takes I want to use, No, because that's like an artistic choice, right? Usually, so let's say the video is an hour long. Usually, the audio length of me reading the script is 3 hours long, because I will have to take like a little break in the middle of it, or I will have a bad take, or I will think that I'm doing a bad take and I have to keep saying the same paragraph over and over and over and over again because I'm convinced that my first take is bad. And then what is it called again? Semantic satiation or something, or is it a different term I'm thinking of, where like words start losing all meaning and it sounds like I'm saying it wrong, and I have a really bad habit of not pronouncing my T's sharply enough. So like I just get it in my head that it's a bad take, and then I listen to it back in editing, and it turns out my first take was the best one, and I wasted fucking 10 minutes saying the same sentence over and over and over and over and over and over. Like so like that, an audio engineer can't do that, you know. I like that's my choice, like what goes in, and that's most of the audio editing. After that, it usually takes like, I whittle it down to, like, say it's again an hour long. I don't do hour long recording sessions. I actually have a hard cap lately of about 40 minutes. But let's say I did do an hour. Let's say I did do an hour long script recording session that took 3 hours of recording. It's impossible for me to do, but let's just say, for example, I did. So I took 3 hours of raw audio and I whittled it down to 1 hour. Then the last hour would be just listening back and just being like, okay, let's lower that breath sound, let's lower that DS sound, let's remove some dead air here, and usually it doesn't take me too long. It usually takes me about 2 hours for every hour of that part of it. But yeah, it's still time someone else could do, I guess. This video felt faster paced than the others. Was that intentional? No. Do you think so? What about compared to the Liza P video? Speaking of audio things, first of all, nice to hear my favorite sleeping aid is back. Oh, well, you once pointed lip smacking when speaking, and now I legit cannot listen to videos that do it. Like that sort of thing. Finn is getting into game dev right now, and there's some tutorials that we've been watching, and I don't want to say the YouTuber because I don't want to like throw shade at them, because like their tutorials are really good, but I just don't want to, like, because I'm going to call them out on it now. I noticed that they smack their lips but after almost every single sentence, or they do this little thing after talking, like they just like, so now we're going to go and do the platformer controls. And I just like, oh my god, I noticed it after like 3 videos, and just like, no, just I can't do it, man. Like it's just, it's so annoying. But it's good content. It's just a bad habit, or like a mouth tick or something like that. I don't know. Joe about to make a vid on Finn's games. He's making a game in Game Maker, and he's called it Void Knight, and he's messing around with that. I helped him get some things set up with it, but like I don't know coding, so I can't really help him too much. So we did that for a little bit, and he's having fun messing around with it. Is there an audio editing technique to better hide the recording session transitions? They are still noticeable in the Shadow of the Erdtree video. No, they're not. What are you talking about? No, not at all. What are you talking about? Where is it? So right now, what I do is I know the solution, and I'm going to try and do it more. Okay, so the thing you have to understand is I hate recording. It is my least favorite part of the job. I fucking hate recording. 2 worst things of making videos is, number 1, recording, and number 2 is editing the audio recording. I fucking hate those 2. I like playing the game and writing the script and editing the script and putting the video footage to it, although it can get tedious and very time consuming. But I fucking hate doing anything to do with the audio. Although I have gotten better at it in the past couple of years by trying to be more performative and trying to have more fun with it. I'm trying to, and also doing shorter sessions. But yeah, anything to minimize it. Right now, my technique for the different sessions is that whatever paragraph I ended on, I will also do again in the next session, and then I will try and find sometimes mid-sentence to splice the takes together. So even though there is a dramatic change in my voice, it kind of gets masked by the change being in the middle of a sentence instead of in the break of a sentence. But sometimes I can't do it. Sometimes I like try every single different word and I can't get them together. Often, and I don't know if this is noticeable, and when I mean by often, I mean almost every single sentence in the video is also an amalgamation of different takes that sometimes I splice together in the middle of words or the middle of sounds, and I just zoom in on the sound wave and I just connect them so that there's not a big sudden jump or change in the sound, so it doesn't make a little like click sound or whatever. So I do that almost every single sentence now, because it just makes a take that was really good at the beginning but bad at the end, and the second one was really good at the end. I just put them together like that. So I like that a lot. I don't think that's noticeable, but when it comes to the different sessions, yeah, it can get pretty bad. Where's the one where is it here? Okay, let me see. Can you hear this?
Of the content again. I didn't do any grinding. In fact, I got a little impatient and ran through a couple of zones toward the end, and I was level 158 when I got to
hold on.
trying to beat a fight in one of these games. It also means the DLC all on its own is comparable in length to some full release Souls-likes, and that's pretty awesome. I don't know if this is going to be worthwhile, but here's the path I took in the DLC as a reference, since it's so non-linear and can be approached in many different ways. That's Elden Ring for you. Hopefully it's interesting.
Okay, so that was a session break there. That's Elden Ring for you is from another recording session. So those I said the last paragraph in the first thing, and I did it again. That was the last paragraph in the first session was the first paragraph I did in the second session, and I put them together. We can tell, yeah, you can probably tell, but it's not as obvious as the other ones, right? Some people didn't notice. Okay. Some of the later ones are really obvious. I think the next one is better done, but then the last two, no, actually, hold on. I think there were, I can just tell you, actually, hold on. I think there were 6 recording sessions for this video. Where is it? Yeah, there were 6 recording sessions. So I don't know if I can play these files if they'll hear. This might be really loud. Sorry if it is.
It's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my Elden Ring air quotes critique made. Usually, by the time I'm done, YouTube has sent over.
It's really quiet. Is it really? It's quieter than YouTube? Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me turn it up.
Hello, Elden Ring fans. It's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my Elden Ring air quotes critique made.
Now it's good. Okay, so the end of this audio file, let's see where it is.
Usually by the time the path I took in the DLC as a reference, since it's so non-linear and can be approached in many different ways. Hopefully it's interesting at least, and if you want to skip it, you can just go to the next chapter down below in the timeline.
All right, so that's the end of that recording session, and then the next recording session is...
I don't know if this is going to be worthwhile, but here's the path I took in the DLC as a reference, since it's so non-linear and can be approached in many different ways. That's Elden Ring for you.
So, and then I just put them together and I tried to see where was it the least noticeable of the changes. But later on, it's like... It's really obvious for some of them because I wanted the video done, I wanted the recording done, so I started recording earlier in the morning, and yeah, part 6 especially is really, really deep, I think.
These make sense to me in a way that some responses and extensions in the...
Yeah, I think the solution would be that I need to find out how long it takes my voice to get warmed up, and I think going through these audio files would be pretty good for that. I think it takes about 5 minutes. So I think I need to just record, I need to map out what would take me 5 minutes to say, or maybe there's just some vocal exercise I can do before I start recording. Just like have a book on my desk and just read a little bit of the book aloud, and then I start recording, you know what I mean? Just to calibrate. But the problem is that if I calibrate and I haven't woken up, then that might make the difference still even more. I hope that makes sense. I think maybe I have to record consistently first thing in the morning, or, you know, after waking up. Like I have to have the same amount of recording time, the same amount of practice time set up, like warming up exactly as well, to get there. And I also need to limit the amount of time that recording session goes on, so my voice doesn't start to wane. And even with streams, you can notice that sometimes my voice is a lot deeper at the beginning, and then it lightens up as I get tired and speak a lot throughout the stream. I don't like it. It's definitely a big problem. Yeah. How do you get used to your voice? I made reviews in the past, but stopped because I started hating my voice and couldn't for the life of me be unbiased. That's the fun part. You don't. I don't mind hearing my own voice now, so there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I think you will eventually get used to it. Like, it's okay. If you want to go like sicko mode on it, you could take voice classes and you could really learn how to be performative and like practice your voice and have a lot more vocal control. I think if you are more in control of your voice and you know what you're trying to do, I think it can be easier to stomach in that case. But I think you can just get used to it after a while. But I mean, like, I've been recording my voice and listening to it on stream and videos for almost 10 years now. So yeah, it's like, it took a while. I would say it's still fairly recently that I don't mind hearing my voice, but also getting the recording quality up there is also helped as well. There are certain parts of other videos that I hate, and I don't know if anyone else can hear it. There's a part in the Zelda video especially where I can hear that I'm congested. You know what I mean? Like, I can hear the mucus in my nose that I just could not get the fuck out of my nose when I was doing that recording session, you know? Like, I could fucking hear it, and it drives me crazy whenever I hear that part of the video. But sometimes it's like, you know, like, oh, it's been 4 nights in a row that I'm feeling congested. Guess I can't do any recording and I can't do any video work. And it's like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to do it and hopefully it gets better. Yeah. I can hear your baby gravy. Thank you, 2B Anderson. 188. Thank you. Thank you. You said in the DLC video that you regret some of your takes in your earlier Souls videos. Do you remember those takes? Not specific takes. If we wanted to go through it, I could definitely find them. But I did listen to a bunch of those videos back recently. And I mean, this is just going to play into a lot of the criticism I've gotten for being like really nitpicky, but like, man, it's fucking true. Like, there's like, I listened to some of the videos back, and like, even me who did it, I listened back and I'm like, dude, what's your problem? It's like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, yeah, I feel like back then I was so fixated on taking the games down a peg that I didn't balance it enough. Maybe I did, and I'm just being too hard on myself. I don't know, but I think Past Joe had this idea that because the games are so universally loved and critically acclaimed, that people are just going to understand that the criticism is coming in and just trying to balance it out a little bit, but that doesn't detract from the fact that they are critically acclaimed. But no, it doesn't work like that at all. Like, you have to have more parts where you're like, and this is good, and this is good, and this is good. I think because I started off with Dark Souls 1, and it was such a beloved game back then. It still is, but it was even more beloved back then. I guess I just assumed that people would be like, yeah, we're tired of hearing how good this game is. But, you know, no one ever says, you know, that's enough blowjobs for me, you know what I mean? In game critic form, like, you still have to give the game credit where it's due, even though everyone else has already done, right? So I think that's a mistake that I've made a lot, and I'm trying not to make that mistake again, while also still giving honest and valid criticism and everything, you know? Like, so do you now disagree with your horror games aren't scary video? Absolutely not. Why would I disagree with that? Do I disagree with how that's presented? I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. I recently surprised myself by enjoying my subjectivity as implied video. I watched that back again. I was like, actually, you know what? This is kind of a banger. Like, holy shit. That was pretty good. The why horror games don't scare me. If I watched it again, maybe I'd be like, I could present this point better. Maybe I could have explained this better. But the sentiment, like no, that hasn't changed. Sorry. Like I still was like, yeah, whatever. But when we stream Five Nights at Freddy's, as someone is asking in chat, maybe that will all change. Five Nights at Freddy's critique, hyphen, the game that finally scared me. Did you know apparently Scadu is pronounced shadow? Why didn't they spell it like shadow then? How are you getting shadow from Scadu? It's meant to be Shadu? It's never not entertaining for me to hear someone laud something they really like and are passionate about. I don't know if that makes me like too easy to please, like a Cocomelon child, but it just tickles my brain. If that makes me... I think you added the like there. I think the like isn't supposed to be there. It makes me too easy to... Okay, I want to agree, but you brought up Cocomelon, and now I just hate you. God, I hate Cocomelon. Oh, I hate Cocomelon. It's pronounced Skibbity, actually. Repeated content from Discord from like last week or so. The kids recently asked me what Skibbity Toilet is, and I had to go and Google it and have Charlie explain it to me. Hey guys, today we're going to be talking about Skibbity Toilet. It really warms my dying gamer heart that the next generation also really likes Valve memes. You know, like I what the fuck is this shit? Like what fucking like Michael Bay's making a movie? Like I don't how are you making a movie about that? I'm pretty sure I have had in my life a period where I had a recurring nightmare that I was getting flushed down the toilet and my head got stuck. Is that where it comes from? Is that where people got something like that from? No? Speaking of repeated content, Twitch needs to know your shit car. Say, no, we're how long we've been into this now? 54 minutes. We haven't started the video yet. I was gonna go through the video and give commentary about what I did. All the little visual gags and stuff, and see if people are gonna think I'm insane. Have you played the last Poe League? I have played the last Poe League. I played it a little bit. I finally won a build that wasn't Righteous Fire. I enjoyed it. It was pretty good, but I got, like, as I always do, I got kind of tired and burnt out. Feet or head first down the toilet? In the dream, it was feet first. I don't know what that says about me. Maybe I have a fear of being like crushed, or I'm secretly claustrophobic or something. But like I've had dreams where I don't know why I did this, because it's just nightmare fuel. I remember reading about super caves. That's what they're called, right? Like they're like inverse mountains. It's like the super cave formations that people go like reverse climbing down or whatever. They're like mountains that go down, and there's parts where you have to like squish yourself underneath like little cracks to get further down in. And I was reading about those for like a couple weeks, like years and years and years ago. And then I started having like nightmares about like trying to get through one of those crevices in a super cave and then getting stuck and then dying very, 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 very slowly instead of quickly, you know, like that's not a fun time. All right, so let's do the Pixar movie thing, and then we'll see if we can watch the video, and we'll see if it's interesting, and if it's not, then we'll stop. All right, so movie night has continued to happen with the kids. Every week we do movie night. We have missed some weeks, and I've missed some movie nights too, because I've been like, you know, schedule's been bad as it always is. Or sorry, not bad, just inconsistent. So we've continued watching movies. Most of them have been Pixar movies. I think we started off with, at one point it was just the boys, but then Kate got in on it too, so we had to rewatch Finding Nemo and Finding Dory. So I think we watched Finding Nemo, Finding Dory. We watched Jurassic Park, Pacific Rim, not with Kate, and then we found out that maybe they're not ready for stuff like Pacific Rim, so we kind of went back to the Pixar stuff. So then we went to Toy Story, Toy Story 2, Hereditary, Toy Story 3, Toy Story 4. That's out. Yeah, we watched Toy Story 4. Cars 2. They watched Cars 3, but I didn't see Cars 3. Monsters Inc., Monsters U, Incredibles. This is over like months, by the way. It's not like we watched all these movies like last week. Incredibles was the most recent one we watched. Inside Out, Finding Dory and Finding Nemo again. Um, Aladdin. God, what else did we watch? I was really proud of Leo. And in that part in Hereditary, he turned to me and was like, should have said heads up. And I gave him a high five. It was a really good moment for Leo. Yeah, so my hot take is that Cars 2 is better than Cars 1. Now, I want to quickly qualify, all right? Cars 1 fucking sucked, okay? This isn't like, oh, Cars 1 was good, but oh my god, Cars 2 knocked it out of the park. Cars 1 was a boring-ass movie, okay? Like, I was bored the whole time, all right? Cars 2 was not a good movie, but it had more fun. It had more action sequences. It had more jokes. Like, it was more interesting. It was like this globe-trotting adventure. Cars 1 is literally about Owen Wilson being Owen Wilson, and he has to fix a fucking road, all right? And now, for the rest of time, whenever we're walking outside and the kids see freshly laid tarmac, they turn to me and say, oh, Lightning McQueen was here. And it's like, and every red car that we see, Kate has to be like, look, it's Lightning McQueen. Like Cars 1 is a boring ass movie, all right? How is anyone liking this movie? I will say the opening of Cars 1 was pretty good. The ending of Cars 1 was pretty good, but the whole like the bread was good, but everything between the bread, like no thank you. Boring. Fucking boring. Okay? So boring. I don't know if Cars 3 is better. I didn't see that one. Cars 2 was better, but still not great. It's a kid's film. Fuck you. Fuck you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Look at all. We're kids right now. We're kids. All right. Let me follow up the next punch. All right. Monsters University better than Monsters Inc. You before I. It was better. I'm sorry. It was better. Now, the best scene out of those two movies was the end of Monsters Inc. with the doors. Okay? That is the best scene. Okay? But apart from that, overall, Monsters U is better than Monsters Inc. Again, for the same reasons. It's more exciting. There's more like fun scenes. The jokes landed better, and I just do not like buy into the the friendship between the girl and Sully. Is that his name? Like, I don't know. Just didn't really like it. And the green one was more annoying in the first one than the second one. Sorry. It was better. Now, again, I have to point out, so there's going to be a running trend here, except for one exception. I didn't see... Oh, we also watched Ratatouille. That sucked. I didn't see Cars when I was a kid. The first time I watched Cars was this year with the kids. The first time I watched Monsters, Inc. was this year with the kids, okay? So I'm only seeing these as an adult, all right? So that's why I don't really like them all that much. I don't know. But like Monsters U was better than Monsters Inc. to me, but I didn't really love either movie. It was just like, yeah, whatever. And same goes for Cars 1 and 2. Now Ratatouille, again, banger ending, really well animated, really liked it. Ironically, the critic brain won't shut off. I can't enjoy it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The whole entire movie, it just is like, if the rats are so smart and they have this whole culture, don't even get started on that. Cars is even worse. Why do they have seats? I just like, what the fuck? It's a kid's film, but Toy Story is also a kid's film, and they contextualize it all. That's one of the reasons why Toy Story is so fucking great. It's like, they make it make sense. It makes sense. Whereas Cars, it's like, whoa, and then with Ratatouille, it's like, what the fuck? Like, Cars is way worse. Toy Story sucks ass. You don't know what you're talking about. Here's hopefully not a hot take, okay? Toy Story 1, the ending of Toy Story 1 is one of the best endings of any movie, period. The ending of Toy Story... I was watching Toy Story 1 again with the kids for the first time since I was a kid myself. It had been like, I don't know, like 25 years, okay? Like, it's been a long time since I saw Toy Story. And I gotta admit, I was kind of bored. I had seen it a lot of times before, like when I was a kid, so it wasn't new, it wasn't novel to me. And I was kind of like, you know what? Maybe this isn't holding up. Maybe I'm not enjoying it as much as I used to. It's like, yeah, whatever, Buzz Lightyear, he's kind of a tool. I don't like him. And then we got to the last scene. Everything that happens after they scare Sid to death is just 12 out of 10. Just like, oh my god, the amount of setup and payoff they did in that last scene, and the amount of times that it just seems hopeless, and then it's like, nope, it's not, we're coming back, and then it's like that fucking chart, like it's Jover, oh, we're so back, oh, it's Jover, we're so it happens like 6 fucking times, and each time there's like this callback from something set up earlier, and I'm just like, holy shit, this is just the fucking best ending ever. It's so fucking good. And then it's so stylish too. It's like, we're not aiming for the truck, and then they fucking go through the sunroof into the car, and then he's like, hey, we're here in the car, and then they wink at each other. It's such a good ending. It is such a good, that is the best scene in any Pixar movie, and Toy Story 1 isn't even my favorite Pixar movie. My favorite Pixar movie is Finding Nemo, but that is just the best scene. Oh my god, that is such a good sequence. 3's ending is even better. No, it's not. It's good. It's good. Okay, Toy Story ranking. 1, 3, 4, 2. 2 can fuck off. Toy Story 2 is better than 1. Ban this chatter. How can you think Toy Story 2 is better than Toy Story 1? Toy Story 2 is literally Spaceballs meme, put it on Lunchbox to search for more money. It is one of the most soulless cash grabs they've ever done. Toy Story 2 fucking sucked. No. It sucks even more with the context from Toy Story 4. Even more. Toy Story 4 makes Toy Story 2 worse, because if Woody was just spoilers for Toy Story 4. Spoilers for 4. Yeah, 4 is as well. I agree with you. That's why it's fucking number 3 on my list with my weeb. That's why it goes 1 to 3, then 4, power gap between those, then 2, all right? And it's Toy Story 4 spoilers. If he was just gonna fuck off and be Woody on the road, why didn't he do that when he was Toy Story 2, when he had the best out of his life and he could live like a king in a fucking toy museum with his hot toy girlfriend? I don't understand. What the fuck are you doing, Woody? Toy Story 4 would have been better if it was just called Woody and it wasn't called Toy Story 4, okay? And also if it was like, I don't know, 30 years later, like a huge in-universe time gap between them, because and showed character development, because not enough time had passed since the Andy debacle into Toy Story 4. He grew as a person between 2 and 4. He's a toy. Woody likes blondes. I didn't consider that. Pretty based. Post-apocalypse. Here's my fucking, okay, Toy Story 4 critique YouTube title. Toy Story 4, not enough Buzz Lightyear. Don't call it fucking the stupid fucking spork toy had more screen time than Buzz fucking Lightyear. That just like, no. What the fuck? Not enough Buzz Lightyear. And then you see that screen cap from Toy Story 5. Somehow Woody returned. What the fuck is this shit? I'm gonna have to go and see that in the theater and try not to be angry. They made a Lightyear movie. That's who the toy is based on. It's a different character. WALL-E thoughts? Okay, I've only seen WALL-E once, and it was in the theater, and I liked it, but my recollection of it was that it was pretty fucking light on narrative. It was just an amazing spectacle, like non-stop chase scene. It was like kind of a somber opening, kind of an emotional ending, and then it was just like a huge chase scene in the middle of that, which was just animation flexing, and it was exciting. It was good. Like, I liked it. Don't get me wrong, but like I didn't feel like there was as strong of a narrative there as I was expecting from Pixar, because like fucking Finding Nemo is just like, and Toy Story are just really, really good. But I would like to watch it again and see. I don't think the kids would like that one as much. Ratatouille was so boring. Ratatouille, like, I fucking hate it when characters just won't talk. And then it's like, what? I don't even know the guy's name. Who's the French chef's name that that gets controlled by the rat? Like, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Like, Remy? His name's Remy? No, that's the dead guy. Oh, sorry, it is that, isn't it? Whatever the main character's name is that isn't the rat. Like at one point he offers the rat so much, and, like he's trying to give credit, and the rat's like, no, fuck you. And then without any really big story beats, suddenly the rat is getting jealous of him taking all the credit, and it's like, dude, who asked? Like he tried to give you credit and you were like, no, I'm a rat, and now suddenly you want credit, and now you're gonna be like an itch about it. Like, come on. Rat steals food. I don't think it was even stealing food. It was the payment for his services rendered at the restaurant for being the best chef in France. An itch. Itch is the way that I say bitch around the kids, sorry. Like, Mila, you're being an itch right now. Never got a response on DM. Oh yeah, no one has gotten a response on DMs. I'm hopefully going to do that very soon. Did you get to see the solar eclipse back in April? We did. We walked really far to see it. We did. Yeah, it was really good. Really good day. The kids loved it. Payments without agreement, aka stealing. So they stole from the rat because they stole his labor? That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. So after you, Joe, that's amazing. It was a really good day. Yeah, I think it's the first total eclipse I've ever seen. I remember seeing an eclipse when I was a kid, but it must not have been a total one. I guess we could trace it back. I was in Toronto for that, and it must have been in the mid 90s. So if there was a total eclipse in the mid 90s in Toronto, then I did see a total eclipse. You seen the newer Pixars? The only newer Pixar that we saw, I don't know if is Finding Dory one of the newer ones. Finding Dory is really good. Finding Dory is in my top 5 Pixar movies. I really like Finding Dory. That and Inside Out are the only newer ones that we've seen so far. Inside Out was really good. I really liked Inside Out. We were really disappointed last week because we were going to watch Inside Out 2, and it's not on Disney Plus yet. It just came out of the theaters, I guess. I don't know. Inside Out was really good. Your takes are being pulled. Yeah, I know. It's a stream. I know. If you agree with all my takes, if anyone does, they get a free marble. What's your letterboxed? I don't know what that is, Zoomer. I don't think I have one. Are you of the opinion that all kids' movies should focus more on action than story? No, but I don't know. I don't know how the kids are reacting to these movies. I do try and talk to them about them, and I try to get them to engage in a very minor way. Like, hey, what was your favorite part? Who was your favorite character? You know, like what part did you not like? You know, was this better than this movie? Just very, very simple questions. You know what I mean? When the movie's done, and they can answer it. And I was really surprised when we watched Incredibles last week, and they really enjoyed it. I thought there was going to be too much grown up stuff in it, but no, they really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot too. Incredibles was really good. One might even say it's great. So. Yeah, but I don't know if they didn't have the second half of Incredibles 1 is way more action packed than the first half. Like the first half to me was really interesting, but for a kid I can see it being boring. But yeah, I don't know if they liked that or not. They were just kind of quiet. They didn't like walk away. They didn't talk through it. They stay engaged. The first half is world setup. Yeah, exactly. You know, and I like that, but I don't think the kids really like that much as much as I did. I don't know. They don't really watch a lot of fiction TV in the way that I did growing up. They really like YouTube. They like Minecraft stuff. It's kind of annoying. But it's made me realize that I have, as a father of 4, I have a 10 tactical nukes strapped together of a backhanded compliment to any other YouTuber that I ever meet, which is I go up to them, be like really excited and be like, hey Pyrocynical, oh man, yeah, it's really good to meet you. My kids love your stuff. Right in the fucking heart. Holy shit. Oh man, it would just be like Like what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Like just damn, they're toasted, man. They're toasted. My kids don't watch Pyrocynical. It was just the first one that came to my mind. Sorry, sorry, Pyro. They watch. I don't know if people know these YouTubers. The two main ones they watch are Crafty from Minecraft. He's this blue annoying guy. Oh my god, I hate him. I'm convinced they're the same people, but there's two different ones. There's like Mikey and JJ and Chip and Milo. Those they're really annoying. But they're just like, they do Minecraft videos and skits and stuff. So yeah. The kids are mildly obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy's because they watch one of those videos and don't link it. They watch one of those videos and they spoke about Five Nights at Freddy's in them, and now they're completely obsessed with that. But they can't watch the movie, and they they can't play the games. They're too little for it. But you know, we still got them a Five Nights at Freddy hat. And I told this story on Discord, and we can have it again. Leo wore the Freddy hat out, and we went to the candy store. And I didn't realize that Five Nights at Freddy's was this well known. I didn't know it was the fucking phenomenon that I missed. Like the cashier at the candy store, who was not a young person, looked at Leo and said, "Nice FNAF hat." And he looked at her and just kind of like didn't smile, no expression, just looked at her and went, "It's Freddy." Favorite Pixar mom? I only know one Pixar mom. I haven't seen the other one is from Big Hero 6, right? We haven't seen that one yet. But I've seen her without seeing the movie. I like Elastigirl is just like, damn, man. Like, oh man. When she falls into the water and her hair's down, whew, whew, damn. I like legit lost my shit when they called attention to her ass in that movie. She like straight in the mirror and she just looks at it and just kind of like sighs. They do. Yeah, they do. Yeah. If only she was blonde. For her, she doesn't have to be. Wow, I know. All right, should we watch a little bit of the video and see if we... the commentary is not going to be this Oh, man, I should just start off with the commentary. Another marble? Pixar movie tier list? I don't know. It would just be a mix of Finding Nemo, Finding Dory, and the Toy Story movies, and Incredible in there, probably. Thoughts on Aladdin? I don't know if I have any big thoughts on it anymore. Like any time the genie is on the screen is just incredible. Aladdin and Jasmine are kind of boring, but I'd still like the movie, but maybe not as much as I did when I was a kid. Buy a marble for the race. Safane, what is your marble? The marble is for Eric. Sorry if we already asked, but can we expect a Wukong review? I don't think so. I haven't played that game. I'm a little interested, but I don't really have a lot of time. I think any of my gaming time is going to go to the new Valve game. I played that a little bit with Weeaboo Bill recently, and it was pretty interesting. I like to play that game. Can I just get a marble that's named Eric? Okay, sure. All right, put it on the list. It's for Eric. New Valve game. I don't. The first rule is I'm not allowed to talk about it. Are we allowed to talk about it? You're allowed to say Deadlock now. Thank you, Boulder. You just got me banned. Deadlock. Yeah. I haven't done a match against other players yet. I just did a couple matches against bots last week, like 3 matches. What are marbles? You know what the marbles are. You know what the marbles are. Do you think Mr. Incredible should have got sued? No. Isn't the stupid, like, superfluous litigation meme, like, not even true? It's kind of annoying for it to be perpetuated there in that movie. I guess it makes sense a little bit. Correct. I don't know if this is still a thing, but growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s, I distinctly remember in a lot of movies and TV shows that it was always constantly like you're just going to get sued. I'm going to sue you. Like, suing was apparently like quicksand. It just happened all the time. And there was that McDonald's thing about like, oh, like these stupid fucking like lawsuits are killing world morale. But it turned out that was like most of them are legitimate, and superfluous lawsuits aren't really all that common. You know, like it turns out that it's not that big of a deal actually. It was really overblown. I don't know. Worrying statements to make when you have a Disney Plus membership. I know if I choke to death in one of the restaurants, like I can't sue them. My family can't. I know, right? I saw that headline. Like the Bermuda Triangle. I used to think about the Bermuda Triangle all the time when I was a kid. Like, it was like the world's biggest mystery to me. It's like, oh man, what's going on there? Is it like a portal to another realm? Like, it was like so much all the time. Like, holy shit. Bermuda Triangle. It's the name of an anime that we really liked when we were a kid. Are you interested in Poe 2 early access? Yes, but also no, because I don't have time to play it really. But yes, like I would be interested to do to play Poe 2. Poe 1 is like a white whale of a video. It's Bale to me, you know, like doing a video on Poe, because one of the reasons why I have a channel is because I wrote a big post on Reddit about Poe during one of the first expansions of it. And it got such a good response that it was one of like the motivators for me realizing, oh, I could do that thing on YouTube. So Poe's Path of Exile, if you don't know. So I've played a bunch of Path of Exile leagues over the years, and I would love to do a video on Path of Exile. But the problem is that I would have to play it even more than I already have. And it's kind of aggravating that the video would be out of date within like 2 months of it coming out, because the seasons come out so frequently, right? But like, I have a love-hate relationship with Path of Exile. Like, I think it is the best of that genre easily, but fuck, it sucks in so many different ways. The fact it kills me. It kills me that it doesn't have a death log. That I'm supposed to, like, the game is all about building your character to solve problems through skill tree, passive, gear, you know, crafting, and the problems are what's killing you. Every single time I die in Path of Exile, it's a one-shot. And just and almost every single time I'm like, I have no idea what just killed me. Like, I can't solve the puzzle. I can't solve the problem because I don't know what the problem is. It's so fucking aggravating. So most of the builds in that game are around putting layers of defense up and just being like, oh, hope it's enough. Like but like there's so much shit in that game that can also scale up the damage on you. So it's like, how much is too much? I don't know. Yeah, but it's a really good game for progression and stuff. I don't know. In my mind, my really arrogant hot take about action RPGs is that you shouldn't even be able to die. If you can't make it that you can't make it clear what's killing you, you shouldn't even be able to die. It should be like, if you're taking damage or you've taken so much damage, it reduces your damage output as a punishment, so it's still there. Some sort of system like that, but you shouldn't even be able to die in those games, the way that they're designed right now. However, Path of Exile 2 looks like it's going to be a lot slower, and I'm sure for the first 2 leagues it will remain that speed until they just inevitably fall into making it zoom after that. So maybe for the first 2 leagues, Path of Exile 2 will be, oh, okay, cool, gain damage, I understand what's happening here, but then it'll turn into Path of Exile 1 for sure. Anyway, let's see if we can do some commentary and see if it's interesting. Hopefully I can show this. Okay, so it should be on YouTube, okay? And let me start it and see if it's loud enough. Hello, Elden Ring fans. It's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago, I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my... Alright, so how's the sound? Are we good? I was expecting a yeah. Okay, so I can hear it a little bit, and we'll see how it goes. So I don't know. Should I preface this with anything? Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna like maybe play the whole video right now. So if you haven't seen the video, spoilers for my video, but more importantly, spoilers for Shadow of the Erdtree. Okay, like if you haven't played the DLC, like I'm gonna show the video shows almost all of it. Okay, so yeah, just be aware of that. Just there. There is an echo. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Am I breathing too loud? So yeah, so I'm going to go through and I'm going to take questions that anyone has about anything that happened in the video, if there are any. But for the most part, I'm going to maybe expand on some points, maybe say a part of the video that I wish I could have done better already. I already have some things I'm like, damn, I wish I had done that a little bit better. Or some points that I cut. But I think I'm more interested in showing the little visual gags that some people might understand, or showing mostly the moon logic that I have when it comes to connecting some of the things I'm saying with the visual examples on there, because I think some of them only make sense to me, and I'm curious if I'm going to come across as an absolute insane person when it comes to this. So at the beginning, when I was making it, I make the video usually linearly. So when I've played the game, I've written the script, I've recorded the script, I've edited the audio, and then I put all of the audio files into Adobe Premiere Timeline, and then I put all of the footage that I think would make a good example for that, like second by second from the beginning all the way to the end. So that's what that's what I do. For these videos lately, my process has been that I go through all of my footage that I have, and I will just clip out, label, and color code what I think is going to be good, like worthwhile for the video. So for example, every single time that I fought a boss, I clipped that out and I colored it red. Every single time that I went to a legacy dungeon, not a legacy dungeon, a side dungeon, I colored it blue. Every single time that I picked up something, I colored it brown. Every single time that I found a scatter fragment, I colored it tan, like that sort of thing, and then I could just pull them out of this like almost like palette that I had of the playthrough to be able to put them quickly into the timeline with the audio. And I also made some notes about what I thought would be a good clip if I remembered in my head like what I would need later on. But for this one, at the beginning, I really struggle with the openings usually, because the openings I'm speaking about some more broad topics, and I didn't know how to show Satan. And then I don't know, it just kind of came to me I could just make a weird character in the character creator, and then I was playing around with the character I had made in the opening here, and then I was like, oh, like you can see the redness here. What if I just turned around and it was a surprise that this was it? And it just kind of came to me, and then I thought it was Joms, yeah. And then for this one, I thought of the helicopter bringing me money first, and I knew that there was a helicopter in Evil Genius 2, which is what that clip is from. And Evil Genius 2 is a spiritual successor to Dungeon Keeper. So after that, I thought maybe I could link some treasure with Dungeon Keeper with like counting my money. And then when I played Dungeon Keeper to get it, I remember, oh shit, yeah, this game has dragons. So I put a dragon in the middle of the lair, and I was sprinkling gold on the dragon to make it that I was counting all the money. So that's how I got to these two at the beginning. Right, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my Elden Ring air quotes critique made. Usually by the time I'm done, YouTube has... So yeah, this is from Evil Genius 2 that I haven't played. Like this was, I think, the second time I had ever launched it. I launched it when it first came out. I had actually forgotten that I had it. I went on Steam to buy Evil Genius 2 for the helicopter bringing money clip, not knowing that this was in here. I thought I was going to have to get gameplay and play the game for a little bit, and then I already had it. So yeah, that was fun. Sent over the next helicopter full of money, and I get to start all over again. It's how I spend most of my time these days, sitting in front of buy a game for a bit. I've bought many games for just a couple seconds of footage. Yeah. So this is the part I went back and forth on. So I originally went into Cyberpunk 2077, and I went to Judy's room in the bar. It took me forever to find it. I don't know why. I've completely forgotten where Judy's bar was. Not Judy's bar. Judy's room underneath the bar. So I went there because I remembered seeing her desk having a bunch of monitors, but I couldn't get a really good clip of that. So then I got this one at the beginning of the Corpo intro, and my original idea was that I was going to mask out the three screens, and I was going to show the three screens that I speak about on here as an example, so to make it seem like it was more in line with what I was saying. But then there was movement here, if we'll see for a second. Front of my computer with 3 monitors on, not working on the yeah, and that just made it really hard for me to understand how I could like keyframe that and match it with the movement of the fake screens I would put on there. And I probably could figure out how to do it, but it seemed like it wasn't worth it for the joke, and I preferred to have the movement in the scene, so then I just let it run like that, and then the next part I just fucking like just use the examples afterwards. Witcher 3 video. The central one has the Elden Ring critique on repeat 24/7 because I love hearing the sound of my own voice. The second has the comments updating in real time, so I can... So how long ago was this? Oh, I purposely scrolled down a little bit, so it wasn't the most recent ones. So if you want to go and find some of these comments, you can find out exactly how long ago I recorded this for the video compared to when the video came out. I think this was like a month ago, actually. So yeah, it's been a little while. Always see what people... Could you enable CC? Sure. Are saying about it. And the third are the daily stream of emails I received from Miyazaki. So showing Miyazaki's name there is just a reminder that he did indeed make the game. All right, can I get rid of the subtitles? All right, so this took me over an hour. For the Reddit post, I did inspect element or whatever and replaced all of the text in a Reddit post that I found on the Elden Ring subreddit. But for this one, I didn't. For this one, I went in... Oh, someone's going to be funny for this. I took a screenshot of my Gmail, and I opened it in Paint, and I erased every single line, and I wrote Miyazaki, and I copy and pasted, pasted. And I did it all. And then I did another text line for each one of these jokes. Why not edit HTML? Because I tried it, it didn't work. Or I couldn't get it working for that one. I did get it working with the Reddit one. I don't know. It wouldn't let me change it. I don't know why. But yeah, so I did this. It took me over an hour. So not too long. Why all that work for 5 frames? Because I got it in my head that it would be funny. That's why. Should have made yourself an email and sent yourself a mail. But then I would have to have all the different dates. I would have to spread it over different times. No, that's too much work. This was way easier. Anyway, yeah. So that's what I did. My favorite of these is here are my 5 Shibiri gripes with you. You suck. You don't use summons Lamayo. 3. Your video sucks. 4. You didn't take it down. 5. You haven't streamed Persona 3 yet. That was my favorite. I also like, is it at the bottom? You are the loathsome dung eater of YouTube critics, and also the loathsome dung spewer because you talk so much shit, Lamayo. It's so petty. Anyway, yeah. And also, I don't know if, and then there's the Mandalore one as well. I don't know if this is interesting or not, but I actually went up and down. If I was smart, I would have done them chronologically from the bottom up to match the dates. But for whatever reason, I didn't do that. I went from like the top to down, and I just like, I thought of like the second one before I did the first one for a lot of these. So yeah, I did that. Anyway, let's keep going. Aki himself, no dog, no footage, begging me to take the video down because it's ruining Game of the Year 2022's reputation. So this is played in reverse from the trailer from the first game. So it's the crown is being taken off the throne because like the Game of the Year award is being taken away from it. So that's why this is here for me. Anyway, I was about to zip up for the night when I... That's Lily's favorite line, is the zip up line. New batch of comments came in. Apparently the game was being patched and they were adding torrent to the Elden Beast fight.
Even though I wasn't the only one to say that the horse felt missing from that boss, I still took full immediate credit.
So here is someone getting owned up here in the top left. Can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can. You can feed torrent. There's another one later for that too. These were fun to see. It was a really good day when they patched that. I saw it on my phone. I was sitting. I was checking out our games on my phone for breakfast, and there was a thread on it, and one of the comments was there saying Joseph Anderson's like rolling in his grave or something. That's how I found about it. But yeah, it was a really good time
for it, and just know it's because every single person at FromSoft has watched my video multiple times, crying, "You're welcome. This change was coming as part of an expansion that was about to be released, and I had no idea about this. I only played Elden Ring so I could make a video on it for clout because it was the hot popular game at the..."
So some of this, not all of it, some of this is riffing off some of the things that I've legitimately seen people say about me on Reddit. It's strange the lies that people will say, and I don't even think it's malicious. I think it's just someone said it in passing, or memory gets corrupted or something like that. It's really odd, the things that people will say. Yeah, there's videos on the other on the channel of the other games, but apparently Elden Ring was the first one I had ever played. You know, that sort of thing. It's really odd what people will say about you.
At the time, I had no plans on even playing Shadow of the Erdtree and hadn't even heard of it, but then the comments changed for a second time. Turns out I was right all along. Again, as I always am. The boss design of the DLC had...
So this is trailer footage of the bosses. I usually try and put trailer footage at the beginning of games, so it seems more fair, more of a... beginning of videos, because it seems like it's safer than spoiling some stuff. All these people that I'm showing their comments get kind of owned a little bit later, and I didn't realize that could have come across as rude until I had published a video. And I was like, oh shit. So I hope they don't mind.
Only made things worse from the approach they had taken in the first game. People were miserable. Fights were too hard, too unreadable, too unreactable, and Joseph Anderson was prophetic.
And I timed prophetic to this one here. And I wrote this, and it just so happened that there was a comment that said it, so I just got lucky here. And I blurred out the F word because I wasn't sure if YouTube would like that on the screen this early in the video.
And correct, and
getting lucky like that happens a lot. I don't know if that's Nagito powers or if it's just, you know, maybe just very like a broad net that's coming in. There are a couple other moments later on that I will show that I just got lucky with some of the clips that I did.
The video aged like wine and stands the test of
this age well when I say it.
Time and so on. I'd say it's my favorite feeling, but it happens so often that I'm mostly used to it by now. Mostly. So I sipped on...
So here, like, I put... This is an example of something lining up accidentally. So I put the trailer footage in the timeline, and when I let it play, when I said mostly, it kind of sounds like it's kind of like a beat of the thought, and the trailer just so happened to go dark at that point. This wasn't an edit. This is just a cut that just so happened to be in the trailer when I did it, and then it comes back after I have the Kermit. This, like, I didn't cut this clip. It just comes
celebration
back.
And thought that'd be the end of it. For the first time in my life, I was wrong. The comments kept coming. Then emails, then Twitter DMs, Reddit
It annoys me that I didn't actually get any emails, so that's a lie. I did get a lot of comments. I actually didn't get any emails, so it annoys me that I couldn't put any emails on the screen. Yeah, Avarice is here with a tweet, "I don't always eat bacon." I swear if the Erdtree video comes before the Witcher 3 video. I think the rest are legitimate, yeah.
DMs, the worst kind. People started stopping me in the street to tell me how right I was and that they were sorry.
So here is people started stopping me in the street. There are people marching in the street. Pretty simple.
They hadn't seen how bad
this guy got owned. He didn't realize until he watched the video that you could that you could switch between the maps.
It had gotten. My kids keep asking.
Oh yeah, the subtitle. Sorry, Canadian. Sorry.
Why so many people want to shake my hand.
And here I have him extending his hand as if like, come on, shake my hand. That was the visual there. Again, I'm sorry if this is tedious, but I don't know if for some people it's gonna be like, yeah, that's obvious, but for other people it's gonna be like, oh, I didn't understand that. Like when I showed some of them to Lily, sometimes she looked at me like I was insane for some of the connections, and other ones that she got. So So yeah, like this again, the moon logic that I try to have some sort of visual matchup with what I'm saying. And so I decided I had to see for myself before From had a chance. And then there's the hand in that one with the hand hanging out here that mattered to me too for some reason, I don't know why. To patch the game out of the mess they had made. I wanted the raw, horrifically awful base experience of Shadow of the Erdtree. I wrote base in the script because of the base serpent fight in Mesmer, which is a reference that did not make sense whatsoever when the video was done, but I was just like, whatever, it still makes sense. But that's why I use that word. Not for my own enjoyment, because let's be real, I don't enjoy anything about these games, and I never have, and not even to make a video. I just wanted to bask in the warm glory of being right. So obviously basking in the warm glory of being right, like this, our Satan character is being like, yes, I'm so warm. There was another clip I was going to use for this that I ended up using a little later. So I downloaded the expansion and unplugged my Ethernet cord so that day one train wreck could live on for my whole playthrough, crashing over and over. Having finished, so the game did crash a lot on me, and the base game ran worse after the expansion came out than it did when it first came out. Like really weird glitches too, like massive frame drops down to like single digits at some point. I think it crashed. I can check my FAP top here. I think I have the no. I don't want to open the FAP top right now. It might be bad. I had in my notes. I think it crashed about 11 times. Like it crashed a lot. Weirdly, it didn't crash at all in the DLC, but it crashed in the base game. And like I said, I really did unplug the Ethernet cord. I did not get a patch for this game until I was done with my first playthrough. So I don't know what it was about the base, like base Elden Ring. The lands between got wrecked from this update, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it was really annoying. It looked worse in some places too. It looked really off. Some of the shadows were really bad. I don't know if they patched that in or whatever, because they patched quite a bit of things in that I didn't realize. Light rolling being higher distance, I didn't know that until the video was out, that because there was a comment about it. That was patched in later. That wasn't in the base game. I didn't know that. I wish I had known that for the video. I probably would have commented on that, because I thought it was already in there, because I never did a light load a run when I first played it when it came out. Yeah. Oh, some of the people in chat don't know that either. That's cool. One of the things I saw in the base game for the first time replaying it now was that the sun. I didn't know the world had a sun. When I first played it, when it came out in 2022, I thought the Erdtree was the light source of this world, and it just kind of dimmed at night to make the day and night cycle, because I never saw the sun when I played it. And this time when I played it again, I was in Liurnia, and I actually saw the sun. There was a sun, and I was like, oh. It kind of changed how the world worked to me, because I thought the tree was the light source of the lands between. The DLC now, I can objectively say that so obviously the O of the Mikula ring or whatever is making the O, and objectively I should have done this again later. There's a couple of those things that I wish I had done. Soft has hit a new low, and they were already pretty far down, so this is like breaking into Ash Lake after thinking the boss design couldn't be bothered getting to the bottom of the tree. That's why it's not. I had big plans, and considering what I did in World of Warcraft for a clip, I don't know why I just could not be fucked getting to the bottom of the tree. I'm like, I'll just show myself falling. Who gives a fucking shit? Lighttown was rock bottom in the base game. How I long for that FromSoft to return now, because what we have to tolerate today is a shadow of its former self. Okay, so do I need to explain the wordplay here, or is most of it obvious? So shadow of its former self, Shadow of the Erdtree. I tried to do all of their game titles for this. I had a line about I hope the criticism pierces their armored core, and I was like, nah, that's too far, chief, and I cut that. I couldn't make that one work, and I couldn't find one for Demon Souls. Yeah, I'd say they've lost the plot, if their games had any. They've painted themselves into a corner now since deciding they live. So painted themselves, painted world, and then a world without criticism. The design is soulless and hollow, which is like just reference to the other games. In a world without criticism. The DLC's design is soulless and hollow. The series has been wrung out. So wrung out as in like the Elden Ring. And here I picked this clip here, and I also showed the guys in the last clip, the shadow guys, because they're soulless and hollow. That's why I picked those. I don't know if that makes sense. Again, moon logic. And I said the series rung out for Elden Ring, like ringing a bell, rung out. And I showed this guy because he says together. I don't know if it's like together. It's like they're ringing out that meme from the base game. That's why I had him here for some reason.
And whoever is in charge is an old king overdue to be put out to field.
So Old King is a reference to the Dark Souls 2 DLCs, and Out to Field being Kingsfield. So I managed to put those two together. That's the one I'm most happy with, actually.
But they won't. They'll stick around until all the blood is bored.
Blood is bored is the closest I could get to Bloodborne. And also the king with the field.
The series has been wrung out, and whoever is in charge is an old...
So he's in a field. That's pretty obvious.
Old king overdue to be put out to field, but they won't. They'll stick around until
blood is bored. Like he's taking the blood out of whatever the fuck this thing is.
All the blood is bored out of the fans, too afraid to speak up, and will inevitably die twice.
Die twice is obvious. I really like how soft this. I know this is a weird observation. I really like how soft this gore looks. Like if you look at how it compresses under his foot here, I don't know why. It looks kind of comfy. Like look,
once.
See it? Yeah.
Now, as the actually astute among us notice the decline and will be ignored, and a second time when you all finally catch up to us and realize that this was the moment of downfall. So this looked like a moment of Miquella's downfall, so that's why I connected it there. Again, I know a lot of these are really like, it's kind of a stretch. It's just whatever kind of little kind of moon logic thought I can get into it, and some of them work and some of them don't. And if you had only been brave enough to admit to some shortcomings, then things could have been different. But
that's Marika? Who's Marika?
Now there's only ashes left.
So these are not ashes, but at least I don't think they are, but it was close enough to ashes to me, and it was using the trailer that I was like, like maybe it fits.
Left to watch blow away.
And ashes of Ariandel, obviously.
Hey. Demon Souls. I didn't want to make this video, but I can't resist rubbing it in. I will now proceed to relentlessly complain about every single thing wrong in this DLC, which is a lot, for the next 70 minutes.
So that's probably the worst part of the DLC is that area in the northeast. I don't know why I used this clip. There was a reason why I used this clip. Maybe because... yeah, again, this only makes sense to me. This makes sense to absolutely no one. I was here for a long time just repeatedly like jump attacking this thing, thinking I could kill it. So 70 minutes, like I'm like really hammering the point home here. I think the original thought was I was going to show more of this later, and then I never did. So that was the thought that went into this clip. Sorry.
I will also provide the easily impressionable masses.
So easily impressionable masses with the correct opinion. These guys have been brainwashed by Miquella's whatever the fuck. So that's why I use this scene here.
With the correct opinion. My opinion.
I really like this. With his flaring his nostrils.
Which will from this day forward be parroted on every message board as fact about this game's quality.
So parroted, like my opinion is your opinion. So it's like my mimic tier. I've created a clone of myself that is now going to go on the message boards and do my bidding. So that's why I use the mimic tier footage here.
And in 100 other videos, all with a variant of broken.
This is just a nice shot. Sometimes it's just like, what looks nice.
Masterpiece in the title, just to annoy you specifically, and this is your fault because I warned you.
And this is a callback to when I said if you try to block me line from the first video, it's the same footage.
If you try to block...
I think that's actually from the video itself. Actually, maybe it's not. Maybe I downloaded the trailer again. I can't remember. Anyway.
Block me, you can only make me stronger. Father Geralt, forgive me.
And Father Geralt, forgive me because he's upset because I stopped working on the Witcher 3 video to make this video. So, like, forgive me for doing this. And also, it's the phase transition of the games.
This is phase 2.
Here we go. Do you get random shots like that while playing, or do you grab them later? The Geralt shot, I have almost all of that footage memorized in my head forever, probably, so I knew what one to use there. The sitting on the throne shot, I specifically went back into the game and played it and got that shot for this part. So that happens quite a bit. So that appearing is timed with the little twinge of the string, and the next one is also kind of timed, but it's not as obvious, and I don't like it. I wish I had waited a little bit longer to show the critique showing up. And Comic Sans is just a stupid joke, but it's cute. I like it. What song is this? This is the Bale OST, the Bale track. And I don't know why, but I typed this all in at the same font, and then it was stretched out, and I liked it, so I just kept it. I thought it was funnier with some of them, like it can't even fit on the screen. I don't know why. Like originally I was going to make it so they all fit, but I don't know why. But especially the Sekiro is still better part 2 at the bottom. It's just funny. Will you stream Black Myth Wukong? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so. If I'm gonna stream any other like Souls-like game right now, it'd probably be Stellar Blade for reasons. That looks more interesting to me, but maybe it's good. I don't know. Alright, so that should have gone on long enough to scare off the type of people it was making fun of. Let's begin for real. Spoilers for Elden Ring and all of the DLC, of course. 2 years ago, I made that critique video, and it was probably the best received. Okay, so that was the intro. Do we want to keep going with this, or is it kind of boring? I know some of you might find it boring, some of you might find it interesting. It's a little tedious, but like I don't know, like it's just like it's like why I pick it. I'm not gonna have this kind of thing for all of them. Some of them are just obviously examples of what it is. It's fun. Okay, yeah, we can continue. All right. Of the big ones that I've ever done. You know, the videos where I give credit to the big latest release for being great, but also don't shy away from a good chunk of what... So these clips of Fallout 4, Tears of the Kingdom, and Mario Wonder, for whatever reason, I don't know why, videos that I've previously rendered a long time ago, when I put them in Adobe Premiere fucking hates them. I don't know why. It causes like it to slow down on the playback. Sometimes it even crashes. So I have to use footage from previous videos sparingly. In fact, it got so bad with using a bunch of these and also stream videos that I actually rendered the first 6 minutes almost. We're almost there. I rendered the first 6 minutes out as its own separate video and put that in the timeline and replaced all of my separate footage there. And then I made the rest of the video after that because it just kept fucking crashing. I don't know why. And it just hated some of those video files. So yeah, and also a lot of these, it's really, I don't know why, but I will do some things for some clips, and I will sit there and do it, and I'll be like, no, it has to be this way, but I just can't be fucked setting up my Nintendo Switch to hook up to OBS and record some footage. So I think this is from when I had it still hooked up after we streamed it, and I went back in and I recorded some stuff for Liza P or something like that. I don't know. And yeah, so there's just some video files that are just sitting on my hard drive. Just like, whatever, it's fucking Zelda footage. Who gives a shit? So yeah, that's what I did here. Same with Fallout 4. I think is legitimate. Why did you use a Wonder clip for Odyssey? For that reason, I couldn't be fucked, like setting the Switch up and re-recording more Odyssey. So I'm just like, it's Mario, and maybe it'd be funny because I used the wrong games here for some of them. Like, I'm talking about Breath of the Wild, but it's actually Tears of the Kingdom. I'm talking about God of War, but it's actually Ragnarok. You know, I'm talking about Odyssey, but it's actually Mario Wonder. I just couldn't be fucked, and hopefully it passes off as a joke. I don't know. Criticism like Breath of the Wild, God of War, Mario Odyssey. Usually this type of content triggers a big backlash counterattack, even though it wasn't my intention to attack anything or anybody. Why not Skyrim? I think I've used all the footage I did with those mods downloaded, and that was on another computer, and I don't have it downloaded anymore. And there's something about the Skyrim remaster that it doesn't run very well for me. Like the audio keeps fucking up. So that's why. But yeah, I just risked using normal footage now because Nintendo says it's fine, promise. But I get it, truly. I can come across as really negative sometimes, often more than I actually am, and people love their video games. I do too, we're passionate, it's fine. The Elden Ring critique wasn't like that. It followed an inversion of the usual response. Most people today are more willing to admit the shortcomings in Breath of the Wild and Odyssey, for example, whereas they were frothingly adamant that... This is from the video, though. I think I wanted some footage here from the video for some reason, and it made it crash. I don't know why I did that. Your cadence in that first section is weird. Is that on purpose? You did something similar in the first ER video? Which one? The one that we're listening to right now? It wasn't on purpose, no. If there's any audio thing that's on purpose with narration... if there's anything unusual with the narration, it's usually not on purpose. It's just how it came out. I'm not really that great at recording and... whatchamacallit? Narrating. I'm not really that great at it. Performing. That the games were flawless at release. Meanwhile, most people agreed with my Elden Ring video when it came out
Gonna get a bunch of comments about that, but I'm sorry, it's true. They really did. It got a lot of support, but over time, some of them have returned to say they know. So this is true, and so far there haven't been that many comments about it, actually. I'm surprised. So maybe I was being a little too negative here. Longer do so. Said another way, the fan base at large seemed to agree with most of my criticism near release, and a significant portion of them have since gradually shifted conclusions to that the problems they thought were in the game aren't that big of a deal anymore, or don't exist at all and never did, and they had to play the game some more to figure it out, or are the players' faults, or maybe even my fault, not the game's. My first video, like most things that are created, has a few mistakes in it. I'm going to talk more about them and the response it has gotten toward the end of this one, but considering how infamous that critique has become in some circles, it didn't feel right to begin here without acknowledging that. The fake intro also wasn't a complete lie because I really wasn't going to play this expansion at release until the torrent. Base fellow heavy jump attacker. It's revenge for people saying that I didn't use jump attacks enough in the first video when I purposely cut it out. So this part is just examples from the previous video. It's pretty straightforward. There was nothing really fancy going on there except for like Satan Joe like reaching out to is it Melina, kind of like, you know, here's the bad opinion, I'm gonna touch you and you're gonna have it because it's my fault that people don't like the DLC. Change news exposed me to so many comments complaining about the DLC's boss design and how much From had doubled down on all of the issues I had pointed out in the base game. In fact, I haven't played a proper video game since December, I think. So there's a match cut here between the execution of or critical attack on Dancing Lion into Liza P. I feel like I do this sort of stuff too much, but I don't know if is it really noticeable when it happens. I put a lot of effort into trying to match the movement, but from clip to clip. So, like, for example, if I put a clip in a timeline and within like half a second of putting the clip in, when I played the game, I suddenly moved the camera in a different direction, I will always like move the clip up to cut that part out, you know what I mean? So it's not really jarring. It really bothers me sometimes when I can't fix that because it's just the perfect clip and I just had bad camera movement, that sort of thing. And I try to match the energy of the different clips moving together, not in a fancy haha look at the match cut kind of way, but in a I just want it to not be, I don't know what the word is. I guess jarring. I don't want it to be jarring that we've moved on to another clip and it's suddenly the character's in a different position. Like sometimes I'll go to the point of the character's run animation. I will try and make it, if it's a similar camera angle, I'll try and match the foot position from one scene to the other so it looks like the character ran between one clip and the other, that sort of thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's worth it or not. I'll see if I can point out a part of it and see. I have no idea if it's worth it. All of the issues I had pointed out in the base game. In fact, I haven't played a proper video game since December, I think. It piqued my curiosity too much to ignore, and then... So peak, jagged peak, ha ha ha, very funny. I really did want to play the initial launch version of these fights to see what all the fuss was about after that. And this is where things might get a touch awkward because I know exactly what some people are expecting from me here. Validation about those issues, biting criticism about how the fights are too hard and have strayed too far from the fundamentals of punishing but always fair, in an attempt to still provide a difficult, rewarding experience to a player. What the fuck is this? What? Oh, do people not... Oh, people haven't watched the video? This is how? You're gonna watch the video? Uh-oh. Oh, it was in chat. Okay, my bad. Base that has an incredible amount of banked mastery and improvement by now, gained from the previous games that are like this. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Souls-like imitators. All right, so I don't know if anyone caught this or if it was just a joke for me. That are like this. Like Dark when you slow it down or you pause it, this is obviously Liza P. So what I did was I went in and I chose the weapon that looked most like a Bloodborne weapon, and then I did this attack. I took the UI away so it was less obvious that it was Liza P. And then I just cut the speed down to 50%, so it was below, so it was like 30 frames per second. That's because I didn't want to set it up and get Bloodborne footage. So that's the joke there. I do it later with the ladder as well. Iceborne, Souls-like imitators, and so on. Sorry, you know what I'm talking about if you're still listening. This is a waste of time. It really pains me to do this. The FromSoft player base has become the absolute worst fan group in video games since the release of Elden Ring. Just the most incessantly obnoxious group of people that feel like they're defending an insulted family member when you say the slightest word wrong in the I love the red hands coming back out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Satan is still here. So, the intent here was like, it really pains me to do this because this is obvious. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain everything. So in case I miss something, so I apologize. I apologize for apologizing so much too. So it's supposed to set up like I'm about to get a lot of more of those Souls fans sicked on me for my opinions and blah 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 blah. But then if you watch it back again, it's the other meaning is that it really pains me to do this because I'm gonna make a bunch of these fuckers happy now because I really liked it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So. That was the intent here. It's like, oh, god damn it. It's that the most horrible thing happened. The worst guy made a point you agree with or whatever. That sort of thing. Proximity of their beloved video game. They speak like a Pokemon named Get Good. All right, was this funny? I went back and forth on this so much. I almost commissioned something from Marik about this. Marik doesn't know that actually. Using the pots and later on the trumpets as a stand-in for weird Pokemon was the visual gag I went with, and I wasn't sure if it landed or not. I think people like the Pokemon joke, but I'm not sure if they like the visuals with the pots. And then it's like it evolves. So the pot is Skillish is get good, and then it evolves crawling out of the pot into skill issue. Yeah, I didn't know if it was enough into skill issue. So I know full well how much shit I'm going to get for this in the long term, but I have enough history with these games that I feel compelled to do it anyway. I feel like I owe it in some way since this series is what I launched my channel with. I loved Shadow of the Erdtree. So here it's the boss's jaw is hanging down, like it's a jaw-dropping moment that I loved it. I knew exactly this was going to be really surprising after like getting a pretty good read on what people's opinions were, and it was for me too. It was like it was when I played it and I got past the lion and then I got to the other bosses. I was like, what the fuck? I'm having a good time. You know what I mean? It was very much like a what the shit's going on here. So that was the visual gag there, was like picking your jaw up off the floor. I think it's a big step in the right direction from vanilla Elden Ring and has been a huge relief for me to read the pin. I feel like you should know about the on-screen celebration effect people are sticking onto your stream. The redeeming bits to put emotes all over the screen and it's distracting the chat. Oh, is it? Can I turn that off? How do I turn that off? Big +2. Oh, is that what that is? No. You can't, but you can raise it. You can't. I can't turn it off. You can make it $100. Oh man. Oh man. One of the kids is going to college. How do I do it? No eating here tonight. No eating here tonight. Chat settings. Please let us join in. Okay, 1 second. Let me take it down. Check Dragon's Den for screenshots. This is what it looks like. Oh, there's joms all over the screen. Oh man, and you guys want that gone? Wow. What happened to you all? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be under the bits thing. No, it's not. You can turn off the on-screen celebration yourself in settings. Each person in chat can do it, you mean? Yeah, but then what if someone doesn't know they can do that?
Power-ups and channel points are the monocoin stuff. It's not, that's not the bit thing. Is it monetization? Bits and cheering? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see it, chat. Under the power-ups thing, I'm only seeing stuff with, Oh, it's there, I'm sorry. Alright, so power-up, message effects, gigantifying emote, on-screen celebration. Alright, so you can still have message effects and gigantifying emote in chat, but on-screen celebration, I'm not a big fan of that. So for now, we're just gonna set it to, like, as many zeros as I can put. Oh, I can't, okay. What's the highest I can make it? Apparently 1,000 bits is the highest I can make it. It cannot go any higher than that. I'm wrong. It's 10,000. 10,000 bits is the highest it can go. We're gonna do that for now, and then we will see if we want it back for future streams. But right now we're doing this, so there we go. All right, just to get rid of it for now when we continue. Anyway, all right. So where were we? Yeah, really like the game. This is just some footage of Rolana to go through. While there is undoubtedly some unfairness in some of the fights, and so obviously a reference to Gaius' bullshit charge, many problems in the exploration and the world, I had a blast overall. And oh yeah, the screen's black. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, 1 second. There you go. Well, obviously it's a link to Gaius' charge because you can't see what to do. And the world. There you go. I had a blast overall, and I was sad when it ended. Dare I say it, I had a yabba dabba do time, and I wouldn't be bothering to make this video right now if I hadn't. I think this is the best DLC FromSoft. So originally I had a shot of the dancing lion again with the feet sticking out underneath the costume in the same way that the Flintstones had to put their feet through the cars to pedal it around, and I didn't think anyone would get that joke, so I changed it to the snake. So yeah, this one I'm really happy with, and I don't think anyone called it out in the premiere, so I was surprised. Maybe it was too subtle. It is made because Sekiro. So Sekiro didn't get one, and there's the red dot that shows up right before John Sekiro pokes the snake in the eye in that shot, and he's the snake man, and that's what Abadu time. And I wouldn't be bothering to make this video right now it's too subtle. If I hadn't. I think this is the best DLC FromSoft has made because Boom. Sekiro didn't get one. Now, having made that comparison with the DLC from the other games, I must rush to point out the price difference. 40 USD is a steal for this in my opinion, but it is still so much more than the previous DLC packs and closer to a full price game. So it's a little rough to compare. The best one to put next to it is, unexpectedly, all 3 of the individual editions Dark Souls 2 got viewed as a combined package. Next would be doing the same for the Duo DLC that Dark Souls 3 received. Even when doing that, I still think Shadow of the Erdtree comes out on top. If Old Hunters or Artorias of the Abyss... So again, Liza P footage cut in half for the frame rate. I originally replayed Dark Souls 3 a little bit to get that shot of Ashes of Ariandel, the Painted World, for the video, and then I realized I was going to need Ring City boss footage as well, and I was fretting big time on realizing, like, because I didn't want to play the whole entire game again to show the bosses. And then I went upstairs to my other computer, which is now Finn's computer, really. And luckily enough, all of the footage that I collected for the first Elden Ring video was still on there, including all of my original playthroughs. I didn't delete it. I built this computer right after the Elden Ring video, so all of my video files, usually I delete them after I'm done. I just deleted all the Shadow of the Erdtree footage today. All of my original runs footage was still there, and it still is there right now, and so is my Dark Souls 3 playthrough, so I was able to save a bunch of time doing that. If were twice as big and twice as expensive and kept the quality up the whole entire time, then maybe that wouldn't be true. Yeah, sorry, I wonder if it's a new group of people that hate me now. How dare I? So does that mean the shattered masterpiece has been repaired, reforged? It crushed a rune arc. So that's playing backwards because it's coming back together, and then the rune arc crushed in the next scene. Pretty obvious.
Take down all those YouTube videos with all those titles. Am I back on the Elden Ring train? Choo choo. What about my thoughts on the base game?
And he's doing the like choo choo kind of emote while riding on this thing that's kind of supplementing a train.
Well, it's a bit complicated. I don't think it's...
So that was an accident. I accidentally hit B when I was standing there, like twice after I canceled the emote. And then it made me fall off. But then when I put it in the timeline to see, it matched up really well with "it's a bit complicated," and I was like, "Oh, that works really well." So I was like, "Okay, that's cute." So I kept that in for like a little. It's a little upsetting with the script. Yeah,
it's true that I have mixed feelings on most of these games anymore. My view has matured to being strongly positive, with some clear flaws that I know exist. And
clear flaws in this video: life gems, your life going down with every single death, the green zombie, this boss just in general, your sword is at risk. Just like, god damn.
Wish weren't there, but I still adore the games.
Love
For
Dark Souls
example,
2.
Dark Souls 1 is an amazing work of art and one of my favorite games of all time, but everything after big ONS makes me want to quit. And I have, and do, quit at that exact spot on so...
Look at this pro dodge here. Completely planned. I was Daredevil here. I knew exactly where he was. It wasn't on accident at all.
Many playthroughs. The DLC can become an alternate end path for that game since the quality is so high, and eerily I wonder if that's what's going to happen to Elden Ring for me from now on.
Matching the hands of the DLC intro, so there's a hand for Dark Souls 1 DLC, there's a hand for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, that's why I put them together. Why is Joms moving? What happened to Twitch? What's going on?
However, there are other problems that are on this level that I want to get into, but I also want to try my best to avoid the whole, oh my god, best game ever, here are 20 reasons why it sucks script style that I can fall into. And having finished the script now, and I'm recording this part much later, I feel like I kind of fell into that trap.
So fell into the trap again. That's why I reused this one. It was an accident that I got this footage, but then I thought I could use it. Did I fall into that trap again? I feel like there's a part of the video that goes on a bit too long, but overall I think it was more balanced. I think it was okay. This part here that we're about to get to, no, not this part. The Scadu world design part, I think I could cut about 5 minutes from this and it would have flowed a lot better, maybe even a little bit more. And by cut I mean like I wouldn't even have to remove the points. I think I could have condensed the points down with some better construction of my paragraphs. I think I could have done that there. I think that's the biggest flaw of the video is this part here. I feel like it could have been a bit shorter.
Again, but you know, let's let it ride and see what happens.
Let it ride.
I played the entire base game again on a fresh character for Shadow of the Erdtree. Even though it's not my favorite, I went with the double colossal sword build because the slow weapon speed was an issue I had before, and I thought it would be a good test to use that same approach in the DLC. So no summons, no magic, no ash spirits, just me, my weapons, and the boss.
So there are a bunch of match cuts here. Again, I don't know if people notice, and if they don't notice, that's almost a good thing. So when I land or hit it, it cuts to the next scene with the same position.
Good test to use that same approach in the DLC.
So yeah, the same jumping animation there, hitting the golden hippo, and then when I jump up here, the golden hippo hits me, and I time that to getting hit from Commander Gaius, so it's like the same kind of energy and motion from clip to clip.
Summons, no magic, no ash spirits, just me.
So when I jump
my
up here,
weapons, and
he gets hit, and
boss,
boom, hit. Like Commander Gaius just hit me here as well.
Those weapons had also apparently been...
This doesn't take me very long. This isn't really fussing. I just usually have the clips lined up, and then I find a way to match the energy going from clip to clip. You know what I mean? Like now and then it does take me a little bit, and sometimes I give up on it, or I can't make it work. But I try to do that sort of thing. Just so it's smoother. I don't know if it's worth it, though, in terms of the effect. Maybe.
Been buffed a few times, in particular for recovery times after swinging them since I last played, and I wanted to see how that felt. It took me about 50 hours to...
Same again there with the jump attack.
Go through all of the base game zones, side dungeons, legacy dungeons, and bosses. I tried to sort of emulate a blind first playthrough and did...
Blind first playthrough on Blind in the Blizzard.
Did most of the content again. I didn't do any grinding. In fact, I got a little impatient and ran through a couple of zones toward the end, and I was level 158 when I got to the new content. This feels about right since you can't access it without getting too near the end.
Originally, I had a quick zoom at the end of this clip going into the portal, but I thought it was too cheesy, so I cut it. But I liked how it frames the portal here to get into the DLC.
Of the game. It took me 40 hours to beat the DLC, 5 hours of which were spent just on the final boss, which means he takes the crown as the longest I've ever spent trying to beat a fight in one of these games. It also means the DLC all on its own is comparable in length to some full-release Souls-likes, and that's pretty awesome. And that's pretty awesome. Oh, I didn't do that shit. It's gonna be too hard for me to remember. About 20 to 33%, that's just off the top of my head, maybe it's a little bit more, maybe it's a little bit less, of the script is completely improvised on the spot when I'm recording it. So sometimes you'll see some repeated words, that sort of thing. Sometimes I have to cut out some things because I don't like how it sounds. But that was an improv line. It was an ad lib or improved. Probably improv is fine, but does ad lib count? I'm not sure what the technical term for or definition of ad lib would be. But yeah, that was a line I just added because I just felt like something was missing. It's just vibes usually when I'm recording it like that. I don't know if this is going to be worthwhile, but here's the path I took in the DLC as a reference, since it's so non-linear and can be approached in many different ways. That's Elden Ring for you. Hopefully it's interesting at least. And all right, so people who didn't know, oh man, Baldur's mad at this. Yeah, I need to go back and fix that. So people who didn't notice the audio cut to the new transition session last time, did you notice it this time? Because it was a lot more obvious to me this time after like listening to it earlier. Oh, Tim Line. I'll fix that later as well. No, really? Oh, okay. Some of the later ones are more obvious. If you don't think so, you can just skip to the next chapter in the timeline below. I explored the starting area a little bit, killed the first furnace golem, and it blows my mind that YouTube can generate these 80 plus character lines. Oh, YouTube didn't do that. So I paste the whole entire script into YouTube's subtitle system, and then it does it on its own, but it's not perfect with the timing. Sometimes it's off, and what I do is or the script is incomplete because I didn't add all of the improv into it. I try my best, but sometimes I miss a line, so then I have to go in and fix it. Anytime that you see more than 2 lines stacked in, that's me messing with it, and I haven't tweaked it yet. That's my fault, not YouTube. Okay, my fault, not YouTube. And then went straight into the Legacy Dungeon, Belarus. I didn't intend to stay long, but I ended up getting sucked into completing it right then. Alright, so 2 things. Not on purpose that I said Belarus instead of Ballarat. I don't know why. I was convinced it was Belarus. Golem, and then went straight into the Legacy. And the little pause after I say sucked gets me every single time. Dungeon, Belarus. I'm like, God damn it. I wish I had redid that one. I didn't intend to stay long, but I ended up getting sucked into completing it right then. I was at Scadu Fragment level 2 and killed the Dancing Lion in a little under half an hour. I found it quite difficult. Afterwards, I finished exploring the starting area, did my first side content in a jail and side dungeon, and crossed the bridge toward Castle Ensis. So this ended up being the thumbnail for the video, and it was one of the 3 that YouTube auto-generated for me, and I almost always just go with whatever YouTube spits out at me, because I figured that their algorithm knows better than me what to put on there. If they're really, really bad, usually I will make a custom one, but I just went with this one because I think it looks pretty. The only other one that was usable from the 3 they did was a picture, the close-up of Satan flaring his nostrils, and I might change it to that one and see, but to me it made the video look more like a meme video than a critique. But I don't know, maybe it'll get more attention, not sure. I decided to keep exploring, however, and went down the other roads first. I found the alternative way to Scadu Altus through the Spirit Springs, landing you in a different castle. I killed the mini-boss there and found the route to the new zone, but I felt like I had skipped too much of the earlier areas to push into this one, and I didn't want a repeat of what happened to me in base Elden Ring, so I went back to Gravesite Plain. Have you tried the feature that tests 3 different thumbs to find the best? Oh, is that a feature that I know other YouTubers did that, but I thought they were doing it manually. Oh, can I just set that to automatically go for it? Okay, I'll try that later if that's the case. This play session ended with me finding Egon on the ground, cursing some other guy named Bale. How curious. Ooh. That joke doesn't make sense, because that's from the Witcher 3 script. This was improvised. I don't know why the how curious was improvised. I do a recap of each part in the Witcher 3 game in the scripts, where I like say
here's a recap of the story of Velen. You know what I mean? And I go through like, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this, and at the end of it, I say that was my 5-minute recap of the Velen story, and to refresh your memory if it's been a while since you played it or if you've never played it before. And during the recap, when it comes to some point that I'm going to talk about later with Siri, I just say how curious as a reminder of like that's kind of important. And for some reason, when I did the recap of this one, I just slipped right back into Witcher 3 mode, and I said how curious, and then I was like, what the fuck, that doesn't make sense, and then it just ended up turning into this. And I don't know if it's funny or not, but
Although he won't give you any specifics about how long it's been. How curious. Non-linear joke, enjoy.
Non-linear joke,
Next up
enjoy.
was a spot of Civil War when I had to kill a fellow old dragon man and found my way, surprisingly through a side dungeon, at a new zone, Jagged Peak. There were a few
So those 3 clips there, moving out of the cave into Jagged Peak, I tried to match the movement energy going forward each time, so it seems more smooth. I think that works well, actually. I think the combat ones don't work as well, or they're harder to notice, but I think that one works pretty well.
Dragons to kill here, although I skipped Senesax because fuck that noise.
I have never killed this boss. Fuck this boss. I do not like this boss.
And a thrilling horseback mountain climb to Bale, who turns out to also be a dragon.
I like this clip. Also turns out to be a dragon, and he just slams down like boom. Like, I don't know why. It's funny to me. I tried to say a different term for Scadu snack or Scadu fragment every single time. I don't know if I pulled it off actually for the recap. Later in the video, after the recap, I'm just like, I don't care, I'll just call them scatter fragments now, but I tried to do a different one every single time.
I was Scooby Snack level 5 and tried for over an hour to kill him until this happened to me. Twice. This, combined with my damage feeling a bit low.
That's bugged, right? That's completely fucking unacceptable, right? Like, there's no way. Are people gonna defend that? I think it's fixed now. Is it really? Okay.
Annoyed me enough to make like I was at Tim Hortons and roll up the rim out of there. I did.
So I matched the roll there to try and match the movement. I don't think this one worked out that well. And this dumb joke is just for me.
Try some of the new Colossal Katana weapons for a bit here though, and thought they were fun too. I was now obsessed with finding the map stone just to the north of this area.
If I had beaten Bale with this change when I first played it, I had already put in my notes that I was going to make the joke that Bale is the fight that made me turn into a weeb in order to kill him. So it's sad that I didn't kill him, because that would have been pretty good.
Yeah, so I kept exploring and couldn't find it. I ended up in Cerulean and Charos, finding a sealed doorway at the bottom of a deep chasm, riding through the finger ruins down here, which were a big disappointment.
I regret that I said this too quickly, because I wish I could have showed more of how I found the chasm and more of Cerulean a little bit there. Not just like, not a big extension, but I wish I had talked for like 10 seconds more there, just to have more space. That's a little flaw in the video there.
Thumbs down from me, and then returned to Gravesite Plain to mop up some points of interest before finally heading into Castle Ensis proper.
I'm not Canadian, Joe. Can you explain the Tim Hortons joke? Oh, Tim Hortons is a coffee place in Canada. It's probably is it the most famous restaurant in Canada for outside of Canada for non-Canadians, and they very often have a promotion. I think they do it at least once a year, maybe a couple times a year, where the paper / plastic coffee cups you have, you can, after you're done drinking, you can roll up the top of the cup, and there'll be like a prize there if you win, or like you like free coffee, free donut, whatever, and it's called rolling up the rim. And like I just rolling up the rim, being like I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm rolling out. This is a dumb joke. It's not. I don't even think other Canadians are gonna find it funny. It's just for me. For some reason, I just like it. Like saying that when I'm really horny, I'm wetter than Niagara Falls in the rain. It's just a joke for me. I'm sorry. It's just like, and it's in there.
I was Scadu level 6 for Rolana, and again it was a pretty difficult boss that took just under half an hour, like the lion. Scadu Eltis was next, and I did a pretty half-assed circuit of exploration, including a detour to the ancient ruins of Ra'a via the imbued sword key teleporter before my first foray into Shadow Keep. I was Scadu 7 for Golden Hippo, and it only took a couple of attempts, probably because I had already fought one as a roaming mini-boss in the southern part of the map. If you played the game, then you know Shadowkeep is quite a large area with many sublocations. I went through the courtyard-like bit after the hippo fight and found the secret way out to the flooded subzone of Altus. I followed this mostly linear path for 2 more hippo kills and a lengthy catacombs-type dungeon that surprisingly ended with a meatier-than-usual boss named Jory. The Abyssal Woods is gated behind this fight, unless there's another way here that I didn't find, and that was an even bigger surprise.
I've seen comments being mad about you saying how long the bosses took. Well, yeah, I've been meaning to say this. I was gonna let it play for a little bit longer, but I'll say it now. I almost cut that because I was just speaking to Sarah about this the other day. Actually, I felt like it might be coming across as bragging, but I don't mean it to be like that. I just want it to be a metric to compare to Radon, but also like I don't want people thinking that I beat a lot of bosses really easily, but also that I struggled more than I did. Apparently I am just the worst player in the world at Malekith when I played the game in 2022, and I was just stuck on him for hours and hours and hours. When I look back at my footage upstairs, I killed him in 15 minutes, my first kill. It wasn't I'm stuck and I'm miserable. It's just, I just don't like the fight. You know what I mean? But I also wanted the comparison of Radon, like look how these bosses were pretty easy, you know, or sorry, these bosses were pretty reasonable compared to, well, they are easy compared to Radon because of the time difference, but like they're reasonable compared to 5 fucking hours, you know what I mean? That's the issue. So, but yeah, it can come across as like look at me, like look at the metrics, you know? They don't really maybe they're not important, but they are important to some people. It took me 5 hours to kill Margit. It took me longer to kill Margit than it took me to kill Malekith on my first playthrough. On my second playthrough, I was using Mimic Tier and the Soul Edge weapon, or whatever the fuck it was, so that was pretty easy. On my third playthrough, when I ran through again, it took me longer than both of those times. So I was more stuck on Malekith my third run than my first or second for some reason. Yeah. I was surprised that I killed him that quickly when I looked back through the footage, because to me, I was on him for longer. You know what I mean? But yeah, not my favorite fight. But I did vibe with him a little bit more when I played him again. I think there's footage of me fighting Malekith later in the video where I'm fighting with him a bit better. Anyway, let's keep going.
Went through a bit of it right then and finally got the map stone I couldn't reach before. I wanted to unveil the entire map now, so I went back to Shadowkeep and took the westward route through a dungeon wing and across a bridge to the ancient ruins of Ra'a. I ended up clearing most of this zone, looking for a way to the map pillar thing, and not.
How is the game? Okay, I don't really understand a lot about graphical fidelity. I see a lot of people complaining that FromSoft makes games that are a bit outdated in graphics, but I'll be fucking damned if I don't think they make some of those beautiful shots and vistas in all of gaming. Like Elden Ring is a good looking game, man. Like holy fuck. Like the art, is it just the art design and people are like complaining about polygon count or whatever the fuck? I don't know. Like, is it just art direction? Like it is a stunning game to me. It is so good looking. It doesn't run all that well, but you know, it's really good looking. Some people find it muddy sometimes. Yeah, I don't know.
Finding it. My skedaddle power reached double digits here, being 11 for the boss Ramana of the Bud. Dude.
So, pothead, dude, bud, weed, dude, Lamayo. Yeah, easy joke.
And this was the only main fight of the DLC that I killed on my first try. For some reason after this, I gave up on my Mapstone quest and went back to the Abyssal Woods. I reached Midra's Manse shortly thereafter and spent 40 minutes fighting Midra himself before finally winning, which is weird because I think the Lion and Rolana are way more difficult than him.
I didn't know bud meant weed. Is that not a common thing? Isn't it like past the bud or whatever? Is that a British thing? Or is it, oh, it is common, okay. All right. Maybe it's only common in some places in the world then. Okay.
I must have kept getting caught out by some of his damaging spells, I guess, or something like that.
Caught up by damaging spells, shows the ice pick hitting me instead. Nice one.
I was still tree power 11 for this boss. In between this play session and the next, one of the creaky wheels in my head finally squeaked out a thought, and I wondered if the broken seal in that weird message that appeared when I approached Shadow Keep was referring to the door in the chasm I found earlier.
Kind of sound like Kermit the Frog there, and it bothers me.
In the Cerulean Coast.
Broken
This turned out
seal?
to be correct. It was a surprise to me too, so I did that literal dungeon dive next. My Scadu amp still went to 11 for the boss here, but I began to wonder about the balancing implications of it when I absolutely melted the Putrescent Knight on my 4th attempt.
All right, so 4th or 5th, which is it? The subtitle is right. It was not 4 attempts, it was 5 attempts. I said it wrong when I recorded it, so that's a mistake. It should be 5. Should I change the subtitle to 4? I don't know. Like, it's inaccurate for what happened, but it's accurate to what I'm saying, right? And the subtitles are meant to be accurate to what I'm saying. Reload the whole video, and also the whole Witcher 3. Yeah.
I liked this boss a lot more when I fought it a second time with just a longsword and got to see its mechanics. I returned to Cerulean next to explore it more thoroughly, and then did the same for Scadu Altus right after. I did some side dungeons and found a path through a cave that led to the land at the base of Ra'a and where the trolley map stone was located. With the map finally complete, I first admired the big tree at the top of it. It looks gorgeous. And then spent half an hour bamboozled into hitting every wall around this elevated township and trying every angle to double jump over with torrents because a message nearby was telling me there had to be a way in somehow. I finally did get in, only to...
So, this is completely true. This is 100% true, okay? For no reason at all, let's take the subtitles away. This is completely true. And also, this is not a recreation. This is actually how quickly I found the hole after jumping over it. For whatever reason, just go over, turn around. What's that? Oh, that's where it is, yeah.
To immediately, and I do mean immediately, find the hole in the wall I was meant to use when I landed on the other side. I regretted not streaming my playthrough in this moment. Sorry, chat. Would have been a good clip. A quick teleport later.
Okay, so what are the hotkeys for going back again? Is it comma? J? 10 seconds?
Immediately.
Oh, I don't want to go back 10 seconds.
Immediately find the hole in the wall I was meant to use when I landed on the other side.
All right, so this is a chat log from a game. These aren't fake chat logs. It's actually a chat log. What moment is this from? Does anyone know? Anyone want to guess? Oh, someone got it. The Strange Space says Outer Wilds or Jedi Survivor. It was Jedi Survivor. What part of Jedi Survivor is this from? What do you think?
I regretted not streaming my playthrough in this moment. Sorry, chat. Would have been a good clip.
The ledge, confront, you making the jump. It was after I made that jump at the very beginning, and I instantly ate shit and died from the monster boss on the other side. That is what that's from. Is that I think it's the first time I got over there. Yeah, that's what it's from.
A quick teleport later, fully exploring Shadowkeep was finally happening, or so I thought because it had a whole other entrance and area I hadn't found yet, so I spent a ton of time trying to figure out how to get to this ladder before giving up. I even found a glitch in an invisible wall that's...
Ooh, you totally make that jump. Totally make that jump. What are you doing from? What are you doing? Earlier in the run, in this area, you have to jump on the books and tablets and shit in order to get secret loot and everything. Like, what are you doing?
It stops you from getting through here, even if you can make the jump.
I'm so surprised.
Good job there, By the time I got to Mesmer, I was Shadow Blessing 15, but was still embraced in his flame for 35 minutes.
So if you don't know the game, every time he kills you, he says, embrace in Mesmer's flame in that kind of cadence. For anyone who didn't play the game.
Difficult. This was my second favorite fight of the DLC. I wonder if everyone knows what my favorite fight is now, having just said that. Somehow I missed one of the gaping holes.
Where does the ladder go? The ladder goes to, it's Commander Gaius, isn't it? That's how you get to Commander Gaius. Shadowkeep has 2 ways to get in. Maybe it has even more than 2 ways, but you can get in a different direction through the watery part, and you can follow the ladder up, and I think you get to Commander Gaius through that.
I was in that ruined village in Altus, so I spent more time than I care to admit trying to find the way down to this area of the map before noticing this well with a ladder and thinking, Well, there must be a tunnel, and stumbling on the
Worst
way
joke.
forward nearby. I rode through this area, couldn't be bothered killing the armored leg furnace golem again, met the finger ruins guy at the church, and found this.
So that is not true. I misremembered. I looked back. I did kill that furnace golem. It's the one in Cerulean that has the armored legs that I didn't kill. Fake news. Fake news. It's so yeah, I wrote that wrong.
Second entrance into Shadow Keep, with a new Londo Ruins watery twist. There's a lot of back and forth
twice.
between areas from this point on, and this was the last major bit of exploration that happened, so I'll conclude with the final fights with bosses in quick succession. I was still Scato 15 for Commander Gaius, and killed him the first time I managed to dodge his stupid charge at the start of the fight, which was my 4th attempt, so only a few minutes were spent here. You get 5 fragments for beating Gaius, so I was DLC level 17 for Erdtree Avatar. This took me way longer at almost half an hour. I met Meteor shortly after this and got a very sloppy kill in under 10 minutes. Probably didn't deserve this.
Is this fight good? People who played the DLC? Did I miss out on a good fight here by just killing it as quickly as I could? I didn't like this fight. No, it's not good. Is this the worst fight in the DLC? Is it worse than Gaius? It's alright. Generally not good. Chat seems pretty mixed on it. Okay.
This one, but I didn't like the fight that much, so I don't care. Much to my dismay looking back, I had forgotten about Bale and Dre, and
Fucking boomer ass joke, man. Zoomers in the chat being like, who the fuck is Dre?
thought that burning Mesmer's kindling for the final stretch was all I had left. So I did that, exploring a few side areas
I don't get it. You don't know forgot about Dre? Can I look up the lyrics? Eminem, man. Nah, I'm not going to be able to rap it. Forgot about Dre. Society has forgot about Dre, yeah. For real.
Ra'a while I was there, and then cleared a near a limb, or Millie Rhine, as my brain insisted on reading this backwards for
Am I alone here? Anyone else do the Millie Ryan thing?
some reason whenever I saw it. Radon is the final boss, if you didn't know. Spoiler warning was a while ago, to be fair, which made my...
Joe, can you explain why you didn't like Gaius? I liked them. I didn't like the charge. I did dodge it once. I rolled through it, and it was really weird. I rolled right through the middle of him. I don't know if I had light roll on for that one. I think it was medium roll. And in my mind, I was still like in his whole ass fucking bore hitbox when the roll was over, and somehow I didn't take damage. It just felt awful. There's something off about that charge, IMO, and it seems like a lot of other people are having problems with it too. But maybe we just need the speedrunners to tell us which nostril to look at in order to get through it. But apart from that, he's fine. He's just kind of boring. Just a bunch of attacks. It felt like a little bit like a tree sentinel that was made a bit more complicated. I like the visuals. I like that it's a different kind of mounted enemy. And the some of the gravity moves he had were fun. They look good. But apart from that, it's just whatever. You know what I mean? Kind of a mid fight. And considering that that's probably the second worst fight of the DLC, if you split off Radon Phase 1 and Phase 2 is a different thing, because Radon Phase 2 is easily the worst part of the DLC for me, sorry. If we cut him off, Gaius being second worst fight, and it's still pretty good, that's an impressive spread of bosses, you know? I'm so out of practice streaming, I'm sorry.
choice of armor for this playthrough unintentionally very amusing to me.
Yep.
The crowd goes mild about this being a returning boss from the base game though, or at least I hope it does. Or maybe the crowd is going wild because there's nothing more Elden Ring than reusing unique event status fights from the base game, right? Everyone seemed to love that. As I said earlier, I spent 5 hours fighting this guy before seeing victory, even though I had reached Scatman 19 with a set of fragments from the last area. That's a pretty big...
Does anyone not get the Scatman joke? It just sounds like Scatoo to me. I don't know. Scatman is that song, Beep Bop Bop Bada Bo. Does anyone not know that song? Yeah, it took me 5 hours to kill him, and there was a moment during those attempts that I started to get worried that I wasn't going to be able to kill him. I was getting really like sinking into pits of despair when it came to this, for the reasons I go into the fight later on. Just learning a lot of those moves was really drawn out. Some of the projections, I'm like, I have no idea what to do, and by the time I know he's doing it, I'm already dead, or I can't even tell when he starts it. I don't know. Like, when I beat him, I didn't really feel any sense of accomplishment. I just felt kind of like, oh, thank God it's over. You know, it's like oh, and I don't remember, except for maybe Millennia, I don't really ever remember feeling like that with another boss that took me a long time to kill in any of these games. It was just kind of like, I'm so happy that I somehow managed to luck my way into killing him. And then when I looked at my footage back afterwards, I see myself dodging quite well, and I'm like, oh, I was learning and I was developing my strat here for the phase, but it didn't really feel like it at the time. You know what I mean? I was just like, oh my God, I'm so glad I managed to get it done. I don't know how much longer I would have kept trying before I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use a mimic here or something. I just, like, damn. I'm miserable. Big bump in fight duration. Even Bale was a baby in comparison after this, dying in under 10 minutes, but remember, I had over an hour of attempts from earlier in the run that taught me a lot. So yeah, so something I maybe should have spoken more about, and I hinted at with the Putrescent Knight, is how big of a difference the Scadu fragments made, for Bale especially. I think when I got there and I was Scadu level 2 or 3, I can't remember what I said earlier on, he killed me in like 2 hits or something. Like, I died really quickly, and like every single time I did damage to him, I would take off this tiny little sliver of health, you know, here, and then I come back and it's just like, oh, 1 hit, it was worth like 5 hits now, you know what I mean? It felt like so much bigger than what the damage bonus led me to believe. It just felt much better. Yeah, it's a huge difference. So he still comfortably comes in second place for attempt numbers. He's in first place for my favorite of the expansion though, and in my heart. Good job on getting that if you guessed correctly earlier. Good job. That was an improv there too. When you restart streams, can we start with Persona 3? I think we're going to start with Baldur's Gate 3, and we're going to see if that playthrough has legs, and if it doesn't, then we'll stop it. That was my run of the DLC, and happily, all the major talking points I want to go through can be found in that summary. Nice that, almost like I planned it. Because I didn't. So, almost like I planned it, because I didn't. I get, like, knocked on my ass there. Like, you know, didn't plan it. Best laid plans, blah, 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 blah. That's the joke there. The biggest problems I think FromSoft were facing when making this expansion were player progression and making an addition to... Okay, so we're into the next part now, Scattered World Design. I think this part goes on for a little bit too long. What do we think about the DLC run summary? I think that if you just played the game, it might be interesting to see someone else's path, especially when it's non-linear. These sorts of sections, I think, are good for people who are watching the video way in the future, and it gives the videos kind of like an evergreen quality. And you can also skip over it. And it only took, like 8 minutes? I think with chapters, I think it's easier to justify the inclusion of these now, especially when I say you can just skip it if you want. You know what I mean? I think that it's fine, but I do worry about people who are just like, fuck it, I'm not skipping, but also I'm watching this and I'm miserable, this is ruining the pacing. I don't know. I think it worked well okay here. Maybe I could have cut it down a little faster, a little bit more. Anyway, let's keep going. To the open world formats. DLC for Dark Souls and the like has traditionally been a few more levels with a few more bosses. More of the same structure delivered at the same rhythm from the game's foundation. I suppose they could have done the same here for Elden Ring, but it wouldn't fit as well with the open world players would be coming from. Conversely, creating a second map that would be large enough to feel like you can get lost and explore, which is an important part of open world maps in my opinion, but still not balloon in size and outrun the scope into becoming a sequel instead of a DLC. Alright, so I noticed this. I don't remember seeing this. So the shadow under the bridge gets glitched, and you can see me turn the camera because something flicked in my eyes when I was playing it. I'm like, wait, what the fuck happened over there? See? Watch. Scope into becoming a sequel instead of a DLC would be a balancing act to maintain throughout development. And as we can see with the problems present, so a balancing act, these are all suspended, balanced on this thing that moves up. So yeah, that was the logic behind that one. In the game today, it was a difficult one to perform. Let's rewind for a second, though. Oh, the answer to this problem is what we got, a mix of both. Technically, the Shadow Realm is an open-world map, but to me, it also feels like one huge open-air Souls level. The Legacy Dungeon sections are more focused wings of... Wings, I show the enemy with wings. This was on purpose, believe it or not.
This map, like dungeons within a dungeon, instead of the game's more sprawling and straightforward layout.
I wish I used a better shot of the base game than that one. Something in Limgrave would have been better, I think. Or Upper Limgrave.
It's a little more Zelda than base Elden Ring, and honestly is pretty damn close to how I envisioned the original game being. In my first video, I spoke about how I collected a handful of questions as I explored the game about unreachable locations, and wondering about them kept simmering as I made progress, like getting up to this big plateau in the...
Does everyone else's map glitch out like that when they're moving around, or is it just my copy? Hey Reddit, am I the only one that when I move the map around fast in Elden Ring, yeah, everyone else says so? Okay, yeah, that sucks. That's a weird thing that they can't get working, huh?
In the southern part of Liurnia. You can't get there until way later in the game. In fact, I actually had given up on being able to get there and thought it was just decorative in the distance, but then Elden Ring was full of surprises. The DLC goes...
So, I matched the pose on the horse there from, like, looking around in Elden Ring to the DLC. I don't know why, I really like the shot. I like the change of the...
It was just decorative in the distance, but then
of the pose.
Elden Ring was full of
just boom.
Surprises. The DLC goes ham on that idea,
with
like main content being gated behind engaging with thinking about how to get around, which routes go where, and possible bridging connections on the map, instead of it being for mostly optional content in vanilla Elden Ring. This is probably my favorite thing in the DLC. It's either that or the boss roster of way more hits than misses. That's more of an enjoyable return to From for me, though, whereas this map...
Okay, does that joke work? Because I recorded that line twice. I recorded it properly with a return to form, and then I thought it'd be funnier to do return to From, but I was worried people wouldn't get it. They thought it might be a mistake. Chat seems to think it was funny. Okay, that's good.
Design is something novel and interesting. I think it was a huge success in structure and rewarding the player with eureka moments, while also allowing the map to feel more substantial when it's quite a bit smaller than the lands between. It's a dense dungeon island versus the loosely interconnected continents. It gave me way more to think about and mentally work with instead of it acting as a hub for content. That's not to say that the base game is devoid of this. To be clear, some of the best parts have this same quality, just that it's at a higher concentration in the DLC. But then we have to speak about that content. First up, those scatu fragments. How do you give players a way to continue leveling up when the majority of them will have endgame characters hitting the soft caps on many stats, have finished their builds, and therefore see runes as mostly worthless?
Should I start with Demon Souls? Yeah, you can start with Demon Souls, yeah.
Enter a new layer of character progression. Find these items, use them at a grace site, and get stronger on top of whatever power you've came into the DLC with. Both damage and defense scale up with the same fraction.
How better do you think the dungeons were? I thought they were flat out better in every way. The side dungeons, yeah, this is something that I should have mentioned. I don't know why I didn't. I think I probably could have kept talking for another hour or two, especially when it came to more talk about the base game and how I feel about it. That is always the case. I could keep rambling forever, so I'll ramble now instead. What I really liked about the side dungeons, the catacombs especially, was that they had more fun with the imp enemies. It didn't feel like it was the same one spammed over and over and over again. They felt more mischievous and varied with their different like tricks. It wasn't just, oh, I ambush you and I attack you. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do the stupid pogo shit. I'm a cannon, I'm gonna fire something from you to the side. It felt like they had a lot more fun, almost kind of like remember in Liza P we spoke about how the puppets and the mutated monsters have different variations because they can make little tweaks based on the same basic foundation. It's like they did that with the imp enemies in the catacombs, and I really catacombs, and I really liked that. I wish I'd said that in the video. And they were more substantial in terms of like exploration side of them too. They felt like they were all the size of those ones in the base game where you had the chariots to run up and down the ramps with all the little hidden routes and everything around, except you didn't have the chariots to contend with. The ones with the ceiling that falls down with the spikes and you could jump on top of the ceiling spikes when the trap went back up and found the secrets was pretty good. I think they're fun, but I don't know if they're going to hold up on other playthroughs. I didn't do most of them with my longsword guy when I played the DLC again. I just went through and I just did the bosses and the legacy dungeons. So I don't know how they're going to hold up.
Fragments and spirit summons become...
You missed Lamentor? I did not miss Lamentor. I killed Lamentor. I remember killing him.
Stronger with revered ashes. So does Torrent apparently, but it never felt like it to me since getting comboed off the horse is the only thing that matters, and I don't think the Revered Ashes helped with that at all, but maybe I just suck. These two items are very similar to Golden Seeds and Sacred Tears for your flask in vanilla. They are similarly usually placed in ostentatious locations like they've been enshrined, but for the fragments especially, you can sometimes find them in more mundane places, or being carried by shadow dudes of no renown holding glowing pots, which is how I collected a few without even realizing. And I really don't feel like they should have done that, but more on that in a little bit. There are 50 Scadu. So I say more on that in a little bit, and I don't bring them up again. That was an improv line. And I don't know if my intent was to bring them up again improv style when I spoke about the Scadu fragments, but I left it in because I think it kind of goes without saying that when I say there weren't enough fragments in the world and they weren't placed all that well for rewarding exploration. So I think it still works, but I almost went back and cut that line out because of that. But yeah. Tree fragments to find, with the max level of the bonus being 20, so you very quickly need more than one for each level up of this. This should be an excess amount. Yeah, I agree with that too. That's a good point. You need, how many do you need for the whole thing? 50? They should have put in like 60 or 70, so you don't have to go hunting for the last ones. Like on my first playthrough, I didn't cap out the blessing. I only got to 19 because I missed I think 2 somewhere. Shadow Realm Blessing. The strength of this has already been increased in a patch, so instead of giving solid numbers that might be out of date by the time you hear this, I'll just say it's about double damage dealt and half damage received at max level compared to no bless. So putting them side by side works out so much better here, but I also wanted to show that where these numbers were coming from, so I had to show the scene where I was standing in Lands Between and opening the stat tree, and my character's Erdtree. I think it works well here. I made another character before that, and I didn't like the name, so I changed it. But I typed in, because it was Shadow the Erdtree, right? I typed in Shadow the Patchhog, but there aren't enough characters for that, so it turned out being Shadow the Patcho. But then I went with Erdtree instead. At all. There are only 25 Revered Ashes to find for a cap of 10 blessings, but at maximum, the buff it provides is comparable in power for your summons. That means there are 75 of these pickups to find. All right, so that was a change to a different recording session there. Did you notice before I pointed that out? Let's see if you can hear it now. Of 10 blessings, but at maximum, the buff it provides is comparable in power for your summons. That means there are 75 of these pickups to find in the DLC. How many lootables do you think there are in total, though? Now, obviously, I can't go through and count them all to make a comparison. Exactly, I can't. So this is also a secret reference to something I do in The Witcher 3. Spoilers. Just have to agree that it's a small fraction of the total things that you can find. There are quite a few new weapons and armor sets, but most of these will not be applicable to most builds, which means we have the first bit of returning criticism from the base game that applies to the DLC. Exploration rewards. I think this is the most disappointing aspect of the DLC, and it isn't just about items and... I hate that I repeat DLC so close to back there. I did use the Smith script weapons on one playthrough. I think it might have been my first playthrough. I put the Smith script spear in one hand to have like a throwing weapon that if you don't know what they are, you can throw them and they come back to you. I almost said a spoiler for another game. So it's like a unending throwing knife. A gag in the video also is that I think in almost every single clip I have throwing knives equipped, even though I never used them. Anyway, and I thought that weapon being an unlimited throwing thing that you can do was pretty cool, but when I tried to use it in fights, it was a little bit unwieldy to switch between your normal weapon and that one to weave in hits. But it could be just something you need to get used to. Maybe with a faster weapon it's better. I think they're a really good inclusion, and I hope that they're more easily accessible going forward. I think they're a really good idea. Character progression. The worst parts of Shadow of the Erdtree feel like the very best parts of Starfield, which is a okay, so that's one of my favorite lines of the video. I also matched the red of the flower fields with this clip here. I went through. I actually found the red flower field first for that clip, and then I wanted to. I went through Starfield and I found this. I think this is from a stream. I don't think this is from when I played Starfield on my own. I think it's from a stream. Comparison no one wants to hear. Empty locations and vacant stretches of land that commit the crime of teasing that they will be far more interesting than they end up being.
What experience led you to that belief?
Let's go in order here. Items fare the best out of these issues. Weapons and armor sets and talismans are fairly common, and even though they don't always...
You did the moving character thing there too. Yeah, the falling from the Starfield clip into falling into the Elden Ring clip. Yeah, I did. I don't know why I didn't pause to say that one.
Have universal appeal, they're still more fun to find than low-level smithing stones and the like. They have the potential for unlocking new builds for future runs or tempt you into making a change for the DLC. Outside of that, though, and where the findables bleed to character progression, is a missed opportunity for a new type of upgrade, an alternative progression path which, at an extreme end, could be like a much more in-depth and much more powerful Wondrous Physic Flask that I could ignore and then complain about my own choice for not using.
So here I'm kind of not so subtly referencing the P organ in Lies of P, but I don't know if this is too cautious of me or defensive. I don't know. I was afraid that if I compared Lies of P in a really favorable light to Shadow of the Erdtree in the video, that some of the fanboys might just start hating on Lies of P, and it's just like, and the game doesn't deserve that, man. Like, both of the games are good, you know what I mean? So I wanted to try to keep the comparisons to an absolute minimum between those ones. I didn't want to be like, oh, this other game is my darling sweetheart, and if only, you know, From would learn from them. But yeah, I think that something like that could have worked better. Maybe it was a mistake not to do that. Maybe I could have done it. I don't know. Maybe I was too precautious.
But no, seriously, a new tier of weapon upgrades would have been great here, and a new level of Crimson Flask upgrades would have worked too. Maybe there were worries about PvP balancing or that a spike in player power would ruin the end fights of the base game, but they're bad already, and I think there could have been ways to mitigate that concern.
Can you hear the smile on my voice there after I say that? Because I can.
They're bad already, and I think there could have been ways to mitigate that concern by putting limitations on the power buffs like the Scadu fragments work today. They only function in the Shadow DLC realm. It's a bit clunky, but if you're already in Clunky Town, then just kind of go crazy with it and build some more. At the very...
That's an improv, believe it or not, the Clunky Town bit. I don't know where that came from.
At the very least, there should have been a new upgrade stone that allows you to improve any weapon
this was tedious
in one
as hell.
shot from whatever level it is to level 25, or 10 if it's a somber version, as a cool new thing to find that also alleviates a lot of busy work in getting another weapon up to snuff. Some of these suggestions could have also been a part of breaking the endgame power boost of the Scadu fragments into small...
Town. It's not Monkey Town anymore, it's Skunkton. Monkton stinks lately. Oh, man. And there are like so many mice around. I don't know what the hell is going on, but the city stinks. It was cold today. It was really cold today. 1 second, chat. All right, back. I thought Canada hated rodents. Like, what do you mean? Like, specifically? You turned off CC? Oh, I'm sorry. It's back on.
Smaller chunks. Like I said, the current ultimate bonus is about double damage, and I think it would have been better if a new tier of weapon upgrades and the Scadu boost still resulted in about that level of power. To reiterate, in this imagined different progression system, you would upgrade your weapon to level 40, say, with DLC stones, and when that's capped and you found all the Scadu clumps, you would still have roughly the same power output as you do in-game today with just the blessings. Just so there's more stuff to find in the world and you get to improve your weapons some more as well as your character.
So I'm really surprised at this receiving any pushback whatsoever. I can completely understand that some of the alternatives I propose getting pushback because, like, the idea, like, whatever. It's just, again, usually when I propose something, it's just, I just want an example of what it could be. You know, there's just some potential here in some way. If it's not exactly this, something in the way. But, like, this is, like, man, this is the biggest missed opportunity of the DLC. Just like, fuck, there's just not really much to find at all. And some people say, well, it's the reward is like finding the place itself, and it's like, yeah, true, like finding the new place and like the fights in there, like, yeah, that's definitely part of it. But at the same time, it's also fun to find things. That's why the base game has like the room progression and the finding what weapon and selling on your build and some of the talismans, and also like upgrading it. Like that's a big part of it, is getting stronger as you explore more. And like the DLC really does not have that at all, and the Scadu is not enough. I do wish that you could just play this game by itself. I think it was Iron Pineapple. I saw Iron Pineapple did a video yesterday. But he didn't do it yesterday. I saw it yesterday. He did it a while ago, actually. I was surprised at how old that video was. It was already 2 months old, where he got to the DLC at level 1 and he could only use things that he can find in the DLC. And that looks like a fun time to me. Like, I would like to do that, but I don't know if I want to go through all the fucking setup of that in order to get there. I would like that kind of mode. Yeah. But like I say later, I wish it had spun off into its own full sequel completely. Like let it have another year or two of development and really flesh it out. But that's never going to happen. The DLC is not going to get DLC. Or will it? Because right now, there's just not enough of that in the DLC IMO. Personally, I would have preferred findable stat increases to unlock more build options and the like. Scadu fragment of endurance for 1 free point, Scadu fragment of dex, and so on. Maybe these even push the soft cap up so again, this is sort of comparing it to Lies of P that Lies of P dropped all the stat requirements that you need for all weapons, and I just think it works beautifully. I feel like you definitely want to have scaling on the stats, and equipment weight I think is good to have as well. But when it comes to using all the things that you can find, I feel like the series has moved past that now and just needs to let it go. And it's just about boosting your capability with it rather than unlocking the ability to use it at all. I think it would encourage a lot more experimentation, and using the larval tiers, is that what they're called, to respec is kind of clunky again. More clunky town, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here, though. You can still improve your character in the stats that you like at the same time, and there could have been a lot of these to find because there are a lot of stats, and it would always feel like a little bit of cool incremental progress when you find them. But it seems like that suggestion wasn't well received from the first video. Now it makes low-level builds interesting. Yeah, it's true. That is a good thing to have an option there. It encourages replayability. Maybe. Or at least didn't hit people as exciting enough. Who knows though, maybe people need to feel it to understand what it would do. This was one thing I feel way more strongly about, however, is that there could have been far more fragments to find, but this could be coming from a place of disappointment from my first run, something I think most players will share, which was that hoping that every lootable they found was the one thing worth finding and then being let down when it wasn't. Instead, this place is Gordon Ramsay's worst nightmare, a land where everyone knows how to cook. They could have doubled this number for the same boost in power. So I knew I wanted to do that when I was making the video, which is one of the reasons why I went through meticulously and clipped out everything that I wanted to have. I had to go through all 40 hours of my footage and, scan through. And whenever I found I picked something up, I would color it, I think, brown if it was just a normal thing. If it was like a weapon or an armor or just a smithing stone or whatever, I would color it tan if it was anything to do with Scadu or Spirit Revered Ashes. And I would color it orange if it was a cookbook. And then at the end of it, I had all the cookbooks like labeled orange, and I could just drag them in and show them like 1 second for each one, That's what I did because I wanted to have that. Wouldn't that be Gordon Ramsay's greatest dream? No, because then he'd be out of a job. Everyone knows how to cook. Yeah, you could have made the joke the other way, right? It works both ways. Read over 40 blessings instead of 20, and I think it would have worked. Honestly, I was surprised you didn't take the opportunity to replace the spells bit in the first video with the cookbook, but yeah, because someone on Reddit fucking said that they thought I was going to do it, and I was like, well, fuck you, now I can't, can I? Thank you very much, Redditor573, or whatever the fuck your name was on the subreddit. Oh, I can hear it now, in Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, it's just non-stop fucking, like, cookbooks, weapons, spells, cookbooks, fucking, I couldn't do it, could I? I had to do my own shit, yeah. First time in my life, I'm trying to be conservative here because I think they could have went full Odyssey Moons with these and had one at the end of every side dungeon as well, but hey, let's not go crazy. My last point about these fragments is that I sorely wish they had been split into 2 sets, one for attack power and another for survivability. On my second, okay, how do we feel about that? Because I feel like that could be unnecessary clutter for some people and they might be disappointed, but I think that's a good idea. I feel like it's a win-win. It's a little bit more clutter. It's more stuff to find. It's more expression. I think it's a good idea. Double the grind on replays. That is one of the bad things, yeah. But it's also the you can have the choice if you want to do it or not, right? Like maybe on your replay you only want the defense. To be honest, I really dislike games tying player progression to collectathon shit. Well, that's what I say, like, almost next, right? It's a curse problem. It's trying to fix something that's inherently broken, which is why I think the section goes on a bit too long.
Second playthrough of the DLC, I returned to my first ever Elden Ring character and switched him back to using a single longsword that I played most of the base game with at release, until making the switch to big weapons near the end when I got annoyed at the boss design. It was a really cool moment on a personal level for me to be able to switch that guy back to my favorite weapon, but we'll get to that a little later. I wanted to see exactly how many of these fragments I could get along with the new two-handed talisman at the start, and which parts of the DLC world,
spoiler, he killed me after I picked that up,
were gated behind dungeons and bosses. Turns out, not much is blocked off. In fact, I think you can set up the map to have access to all of the major bosses simultaneously, except for Radahn of course, and knock them down in any order you like. Without entering any legacy dungeons, you can get 22 fragments. If you dip in and explore, but don't kill any bosses, you can get up to 36, which is enough to have the blessing as high as level 15 before you've solid snaked it up and fought any big...
Oh no, the subtitles ruined that joke. What a thrill. So solid snaked it up and killed any big boss is a pretty good line. I like that line. What's your opinion on holding left click on the YouTube player fast forwarding? Definitely something I knew about before now. Just not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Someone wants me to clarify on Monsters University and Monsters Inc. We're doing a thing. In a later stream, we will talk more about Pixar.
Boss. And this is also with me not looking at any guides for secret routes I might have missed, so it's possibly even easier to do than I think. To be clear, and I know I should make this kind of disclaimer more often, this is not criticism. Knowing the way on a second playthrough, so you're running around robbing banks all whacked up on Scadu snacks, can be a
How many people don't know that reference? Stand forward, be judged. How many people don't know that reference? I almost cut this line so many times. Joe, you called fun-loving criminals boomer music in chat, and I aged like the Nazi at the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. How do you think I feel? 39 in 2 months, man. I'm in my last year before 40. So this is a reference to, is it called Scooby Snacks? Is a song called Scooby Snacks by the band Fun Loving Criminals. And they say running around robbing banks all whacked up on Scooby Snacks. So, again, this joke was for me, but I'm glad some other people got it too.
Fun, perhaps broken experience, but is doubtful to be your first experience with the content. So it's a choice. But as I use these fragments, I desperately wish that I could have just applied the damage reduction to make fights easier in a way that made them more forgiving to learn and not accidentally blow my damage potential to the moon and burst everything down. Turns out my weapon for this run made that okay, but with the double colossal build, that was a lot of damage toward the end. I don't see a real downside here because it provides greater player choice and agency in character progression and allows the amount of fragments to find to be literally doubled, since there would be the...
It was really important for me to show you that it made me get to level 15 on the blessing, apparently.
Offensive and defensive variants. Who knows, maybe it would have allowed the defensive side of the buff to go even higher, since boss damage can still hit real hard at the end, even with heavy armor on.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we want to talk about that now. That's something, again, like I said, I could talk about some of the problems in the base game more in depth now. I understand it more now. Like, I feel like... So, the end of Elden Ring base game has so much shit crammed together that I don't like. And if they just space it out a bit more... Like, it's not just about the Malekith into Millennia group or whatever. It's like the Godskin duo as well, you know, and the corrupted tree sentinel in front of him as well. There's a lot of kind of like at the end there. I really like the dragon fight though, and I should have praised the dragon fight more at the end. And I just wonder, like, how much better would it be if you just didn't fucking die in like 2 hits toward the end? Is that really all the difference it would have needed? Because Radon is like that too. Like, if Radon Phase 2 didn't fucking one-shot you with all these moves that are like, what the fuck is he even doing? Oh, I'm dead. Like, I wonder if that would have just, like, been like, oh, it's better. You know what I mean? Like, because now it's, like, more chance to learn. You can go through it. Just that little tweak would have been all it needs. I don't know. Anyway.
Other worry is, how do you handle this on those subsequent playthroughs? It's very straightforward to collect all these, and it's not like boring time-invested grinding since you just go and pick them up. It takes minutes, not hours. It's like the trek down to Weeping Peninsula for the Sacred Tears and getting golden seeds in the open world, really. Imagine being able to go down there in the base game and then returning to Limgrave at level 120 or something. That's kind of what these fragments can do.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to age as more people come back and replay it. Like, how are they going to feel about getting the fragments? Is it going to be like a speed run, like bum rush to get them all, and then you start playing the DLC? Like, my chore is done, now I get to have like my dessert and actually fight the bosses? Or are they going to just find them naturally as they play? Because once you know where they are, you know what they are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know how most people are going to do that.
It could turn into busy work at the start of runs or a test of willpower to keep yourself from exploring into a big bump in power, but also, is it? I don't know how to judge the balancing here, and I wonder if having more fragments all over the island would have made it easier to just go in whatever direction you like, zone by zone, and know you're getting a pretty even increase with each one. It still is a player decision ultimately, but it might be a difficult one to judge what's best. I also realize I'm kind of just describing a basic leveling system here, so I don't know. On that note, really though, this is
show the note when I say on that note, and they show you where the fragments are. Someone said, isn't that just like leveling? Not really, because like I said in the video, I think we already passed that part actually. Like, leveling takes a while, right? Like, grinding up to level 100 or whatever, that could take you hours and hours unless you know like a farming strat or like a cheese that kills enemies for you, especially early on in the game. Getting a really like a really high level somber weapon might be a good comparison, because I think if you know where to go, it's really easy to get level 7 somber weapon before you've even killed any boss, isn't it? Like, you can get that done, something like that. So maybe that's the comparison to go with. How many people do that when they play the game? Probably not a lot, so maybe it's okay. It's just so much easier to go and get the fragments.
Is a cursed problem, and I'm wasting my time talking about it because I'm trying to stay focused on changes that are easier to imagine and implement. In reality, this needed a ton more time and attention from the developers and some big exciting shakeups. And maybe this should have been a separate game mode, or maybe the fragments shouldn't have existed at all and this should have grown into a full
So the tree here is dying and it didn't get a chance to fully grow. So that's the visual here. Should have grown into a full sequel. Like, this, back to moon logic.
Sequel. Because these two problems are the minor ones in comparison to the world just having so much damn nothing in it. And I am really...
Yeah, okay, this is something I didn't speak about either, and I wish I had. Like, this, in another one of these games, this tunnel would have been like a little mini legacy dungeon, right? Like, it's weird that if you played the game, this tunnel goes on for a fucking while, and there's nothing in there. Like, this should have been like open up some gates, and you kill some shit in there and everything like that. This feels really unfinished, this part. And also, it's like the torches come alive as you're going through. It's weird.
Really curious how this happens. On the one hand, I highly doubt FromSoft was happy with a bunch of the side attractions they had in the base game, like the stupid turtle hunts, the Korok beetle puzzles, and the copy and pasted ruins. Apart from a couple of those beetles, these aren't back really, but there's nothing to replace them. Similarly, I criticized the ending of the game for reusing
loading screen, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like they could have done something there. For the shot, I went here and I killed all the enemies in this area, and then rode through so I could show what it looked like with all the enemies empty, with the location empty. This was my second attempt at it. First attempt, I rode through, and there was a fucking hand that I missed, and I had to kill the hand and then go all the way back to the beginning and start the shot again.
Enemies too much, and for the final trek in the mountains, suggested that having straight up nothing there would have been an improvement for the mood and gameplay pacing compared to...
Where's the empty corridor? I completely forgot in game. That's the way you get into the flooded part of Shadowkeep. So when you go down to the down in the crater in the village in Scataweltis, and you go up the well, and you go across the bridge, and you ride past the furnace golem with the armored legs, and then you go through the big tunnel in the building to get to the other part of Shadowkeep. Yeah, and I feel like that should have been like its own little legacy dungeon there again.
What they went with. The key part there, though, is what they went with. Unique, well-thought-out encounters with fresh enemies would have been preferable. With the DLC having so many stretches of actual nothing, I wonder if they had even more recycling at first and then took it out, or if new content just couldn't be made in time. Or I didn't understand these instructions. I need a VLR style map transition. Okay, so you start off in Scataweltis. Beep, 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 beep. Now go down the crater. Now you go up the ladder. Is the bit over now? Are we done? Third option, they couldn't get it to run well enough. This is a much more layered map with more overlapping routes and intricate pathing. It could be that it was a performance problem on consoles or even on PC. Todd knows the game isn't lacking those already, but my best... Okay, so do the frame drop show here with me running from that light, because whenever he did this ability, my frame rate would fucking tank. Even on PC. Todd knows the game isn't lacking those already, but a little bit, right? But not as much as I think the footage should be. I wonder if it was dipping... It wasn't dipping too far below 60, but it was dipping more when I was playing it. Like, it doesn't show in the recording. I'm not sure. This is pretty bad. All right, so what do we think? Do we think the DLC, first of all, if you don't agree with it, it's fine. Like, you don't have to agree with the assessment. Do we think that the DLC was lacking in stuff to find and it was a bit empty because of performance problems? Or do you think that they forgot? Sorry, do you think that they ran out of time? Like, they didn't have time to fill it? I don't think it was the performance problems, but do you think so? I think it's ran out of time. Is it as bad as on consoles as everyone says? Because the console players sound fucking miserable. Both? I think they decided on a size first and then couldn't quite fill it out. Yeah, I think that too. Yep. My best guess is that this world was so difficult and took so long to develop that they ran out of time to properly fill it with stuff to do. True. Take, for example, that the expansion still manages to have so many moments of stunning beauty that you suddenly come across as you exit a cave, or follow a turn, or emerge from a building. Let me tell you, man, when you replay all the games, or you like immerse yourself in like all the Souls games, and then Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Sekiro even, it becomes pretty apparent that this might be the reason why From makes their games. Like, it is the thing they nail constantly, is like coming out and being coming through a door and just being like, holy shit, this area, like it's like this is their like favorite thing to do. I wonder if they like doing that more than making the bosses, to be honest. From loves these scenic blasts, and so do I. So imagine how carefully the world had to be constructed through... I wanted to put the Ace Attorney blue sky there, but I couldn't find a way to make it work. Through planning and editing to allow them to happen, while also providing so much freedom in how the player gets around and explores, while also having interconnected routes going from zone to zone, or wing to wing if you subscribe to the idea that the island is more like a big dungeon than a hub world. All the while, these introductions have to be carefully and naturally hidden from the player's view, so they... originally I had, and speaking of subscribing, and then point an arrow to the subscribe button below, but I cut it because it's getting kind of obnoxious. You know what else I've noticed recently? Fucking, like, no one can make a YouTube video anymore without being like, and let me know what you think about this question in the comments below. I'm looking forward to seeing what you all think about it. It's like, fuck off. You just want to push the algorithm up. Shut the fuck up. Like, come on. It's so obnoxious. The ads are getting bad too, right? So many ads all over the place. And they're long. Because I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone. So I can't skip them, because not that I use ad block, I'm a good boy. It was just like, god damn. It got to the point where when I watched my video back and I say at the end, maybe some people commented before getting through the introduction, maybe you'll find them below, that my brain went, oh, you just want me to go down and fucking add to your comments section. I know what you're doing. And I'm like, dude, it's you. You weren't. You know your intention. You're fucking fighting with yourself. Like, they still get the perfect shot with the title card as an introduction. Cerulean and Charos is one of the most beautiful double zones that From has made. It had a really enticing, infectious aura when I arrived there, going from the whiplash of repulsion from the mammoth dragon carcass to the alluring beauty of the contrasting flower fields. I love the shot. It felt like a reprieve from the rest of the DLC's mood so far, tucked away as far from the dying tree on the skyline as possible, and made me feel like I was back at the Fountainhead Palace in Sekiro. It was serene in that way. Yet this place is, now that's what I call Elden Ring and...
All right, so this is what Marik made for the video, because I did this part, made it, showed it to Lily, and she was like, "I don't get the joke." And I was like, "What do you mean you don't get the joke?" And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Those albums that we used to have when we were kids, you know, now that's what I call music. Did you have those here?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Well, that's what that is." And she's like, "What do you mean?" So I was like, "Okay, I'll add a visual." I think it works a lot better with the visual, so it worked out. But yeah. Oh. So I asked Marik to make this because I don't know how to make visual shit like this. It would have taken me a long time to do that. Thank you, Marik.
Crammed with the base game's greatest shits with little else. Another dragon fight.
It's
another
it's set up for saying greatest shits. Come on. It's okay.
Mariner fight, another Deathbird, Demi-Human Queen, oh look a lobster, and there are the annoying hand enemies right next door. I'm not opposed to the game reusing these mini-bosses, since many players will be returning to the game just for this DLC, and might have the perspective of, oh yeah, those things, I remember those, sure I'll find another one of those. It's like everything is a remembrance boss. But when that's all there is, it becomes a problem for me. I don't know if that joke is staying, and that was really dumb.
That was improvised.
Unfortunately, this isn't the worst of it, because most of the northeastern part of the map frankly feels blatantly unfinished. The area around the church is the most forgettable part of the DLC to me, but that's only because the very last...
Alright, there was a recording change there. I think that one's more obvious than the other two that we saw before.
Zone up here was so disappointing that I can't forget it. 2 more tree sentinels, another falling star beast, and the second middle finger ruins that go nowhere. This part, in the other finger ruins to the south, genuinely made me feel like I was playing vanilla World of Warcraft again right at launch and had gotten to one of the...
So what's the character's name, chat? Oh my god. Oh, why did I do this? 6 seconds. This WoW example lasts for 6 seconds in the video. I needed 6 seconds of footage, and when I wrote this, I thought of Silithus in World of Warcraft when I first played it right at launch. And I went resubbed to World of Warcraft, resubbed to Classic WoW. I don't have a Classic WoW character. Made a Night Elf, and ran down all the way from Teldrassil or whatever the fuck it is. It took me 3 hours to get down there. And let me tell you, I died for the first time. I died in Ashenvale, okay? I got all the way to Ashenvale before I died, okay? I die in Ashenvale, and I was like, I don't know if I get to a spirit, if I will res at that graveyard, or if it'll teleport me back to the original graveyard that I spawned at. So I went all the way through the Barrens, all the way down to fucking Thousand Needles, went into the fucking graveyard, hit resurrect here, and got teleported all the way fucking back to Ashenvale, and had to be like, alright, I have to corpse run all the way down there. I don't know how many fucking times I died. Eventually, I took some of my clothes off eventually, because I didn't want to be, like, pervertedly naked by the time I got there, and it still didn't really work out. She's fucking Peter Pantsless here. Yeah, and I went all the way down there. And I shouldn't have done it. I should have been like, I'm texting Weeaboo Bill, like, complaining the whole time, because me and him used to play WoW together, and I told him the line that was what it was, and he's like, why didn't you just go to Ashara? And I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, Ashara is a late game zone that was really empty in Classic WoW and in original WoW when it came out, and that's right there. And I'm like, it's like, but in my mind it was Silithus, so I need to go to Silithus, and I didn't tell him that I was already in Thousand Needles, so I couldn't fucking go to Ashara. So like went all the way down here. However, it was good that I did it, because at this point I didn't know how I was going to show the bald bodybuilder. I had no idea how I was going to make that. I was really worried. There are certain parts when I make a video that I'm like, I have no idea how I'm going to visually show this. You know what I mean? I hope I figure it out when I get there, you know, and that was one of them. And then by playing WoW, I was like, oh, I can make a bald character named Bald, and it can be like a stupid joke. So, you know, it all worked out.
The zones that didn't have content yet. And some of the bridging path...
That's it. That's the 6 second fucking congratulations.
When on Torrent, reminded me of the downtime in Shadow of the Colossus, avoiding the obvious pun here. It was such a disappointment to find nothing in these ruins. No secret, no underground legacy dungeons, nothing of substance to match the amazing mystique and the questions the visuals of these areas conjure.
So true.
Both when seen in the distance riding around and when viewed on...
Look how interesting they look on the map, right? Everything about these. I was expecting to go into like this massive underground area below 2 of these that maybe connected a little bit. Like, I was so disappointed. So disappointed.
In the map. Nothing. Now let's couple this issue with how much of the baffling
So this is again moon logic. The couple this issue, I just hit 2 guys with my 2 swords, and then I'm gonna find 2 smithing stones. This was the perfect clip. I was so happy when I found this.
low level drops you find
So many
as
couples.
hand-placed pickups, not random enemy drops. Even the rune amounts are bad here. I would have loved this if there was a way to play just
Even
the
their good parts
DLC
are bad.
fresh with a new character from the title menu, but since that's not in the game, this is purely a negative to me. Even the justification of lesser stones being used to upgrade weapons doesn't fly, considering that you can buy them cheaply at the Round Table store. It's the clearest sign to me of all that they rushed in.
What do we think about this rapid fire? Like, I'm picking this up, I'm picking this up, I'm picking this up. I like it. I think it works well, but is it too much? I think it hammers the point home how much shit there is. I used almost all of them that I had. I think I only had 6 left over by the end.
In a panic to fill this world with things to find when they realized it was so empty and didn't have time to work on something else. Even the thing From historically does best, better than anyone, suffers. Enemy variety.
Yeah.
There is so much reuse of the
I wonder if they're running out of ideas for normal enemies. Maybe they need some more systems in the some more things to do in the combat system, like the parry or whatever, in order to make more shit. I'm really surprised at this because the boss variety was so good, and the bosses seem to be the focus. Like, man, they really dropped the ball with enemy variety.
Brave Birds and Blood Fiends in particular,
Try to match up the motion there as well.
and not much diversity within enemy palettes at each zone. It was quite a surprise to see so much of the same enemy type spammed in some locations. Even the New World boss, the Furnace Golem, was boring to me by the time I watched a second one fall over.
These suck,
I love
right?
the visuals of these, but they are pasted
That's a
too
good
much
shot.
around the map for how long they take to kill, and I don't recall anything else that was new trying to fill this field boss type of encounter. Let's pump the brakes here. That was 10 or however many minutes of constant criticism. Didn't I say this was my favorite deal?
So pump the brakes. He's pumping me full of fire. That was intentional, but I don't think it comes across actually. That's probably a bad example there, but it's fine. It looks flashy.
DLC From has made. How can I do this in almost every video?
Foreshadowing.
Well, first, I'm the special type of asshole that likes to pick at what they love to make it better. Thoughts and prayers to my children. I genuinely think good criticism is a gift to creatives, and I have benefited so much from it myself in this YouTube video work, streaming, writing, and so much more in my personal life. This isn't just dishing it out, I like to receive it too.
So dishing it out, cooking. And I think I did the writing award when I said writing with the streaming, right? I think that was it.
And because of that, I know full well that I haven't always provided good criticism to these games. There are some parts and some...
Hey, my parenting, my boy, my older boy, he beat Absolute Radiance and Path of Pain, all right? It's working. It's working. Leo's on Radiance right now too, not Absolute Radiance.
On my Dark Souls videos in the past that I don't really like anymore. I've been learning as well, and it's a really good thing when you look back at your past self and see shortcomings, because it means you've grown as a person and can see those mistakes now, whereas before you couldn't. But pushing all that aside, this isn't me trying hard to find a flaw or nitpicking the game to a bald scalp. Speaking of bald, picture a man that has been...
All right. So speaking of bald, and the guy was bald, named Bald, stupid joke. All right. So this is what I settled on for the visual example. However, this whole section, should I say this? I don't know if I should say this because it might ruin it for everyone else. I have to say it now. Fuck. During the premiere, a bunch of people in chat when this started started saying, "Oh, is this an ad?" And I fucking hear it now. The sudden segue into kind of a different topic. Oh, it sounds like I'm about to do a fucking, like, sponsored ad read. Oh, shit. I like the footage I used here, too, of him doing, like, squats and stuff with the dumbbell.
Killing it at the gym recently. Great workouts, nailing the diet side, sleeping well, the muscle like Winter, and Arnold is coming. Delectable shoulder work, impeccable...
So the wordplay here, I don't know if it lands. So delectable shoulder work, so is deltoids delectable. It's really a stretch, but that's the best I could do. Impeccable for the pecs, and make a man tri-curious for the triceps instead of the biceps. I thought that was better.
Chest progress, and arms to make another man tri-curious. But you know what he's missed week in, week out? his lower body. He has quads, calves, and hams that should be served deep-fried at
Arnold
Popeyes.
coming. You don't know the famous clip of Arnold talking about working out? Go Google Arnold coming. Actually, you know what? Googling that will probably get you to the right clip. He spoke about how when he gets a pump going, when he's lifting weights, that it feels like his muscles are having a climax, and he's like, so it's like I can't do an Arnold voice. It's like all the time, all day, I am coming and coming. It's like something like that. I don't know why he's Von Karma, but yeah, that's the joke.
Shadow of the Erdtree is that. It skipped leg day. So while I can admire and enjoy so damn much about all of the greatness in the rest of the DLC, I can't ignore a part of it that does not match up in any sense of the imagination. Just like this envisioned bodybuilder having these really tiny legs with this huge jacked upper body that you can admire big time, but, you know, look down and it's like, hey, dude.
So chicken legs, he's a chicken. Yep.
What happened? I think this is something some people don't understand about some of my past critiques on great games, and it must certainly be my fault.
I just so happened to have some of that footage on my hard drive for some reason, so I was like, oh, I can actually show part of God of War here. I don't know why that's still there. Some of my files have gotten corrupted, and I don't know what to do about that. None of the Witcher ones, happily, and I have like 2 backups of all the Witcher files, so it's fine. But some of the past stuff I have has become corrupted. There's like gaps in some of the video clips. I don't know what to do about that. Some of the past streams as well. It's kind of bad.
Incredible successes of them are the reason why the shortcomings are so glaring and sometimes unbelievable to me. It's like Shakespeare missing an opportunity for a pun, or Streamer Joe missing an opportunity to dunk on some weebs. Look, we're about to get into the boss.
I wish I had been able to match him jumping up and down with me talking there. So Shakespeare with David Cage being video game Shakespeare was the line there. And also I wanted the 28 stab wounds to be in there for Jad's
talk, which is more positive than the rest, but I do want to make...
We're about to do boss talk. We're about to go through the fog door.
2 final points about the DLC's world. The first is that, despite what I said earlier about its structure, I do think there's a lack of that Legacy Souls feel. Shadowkeep is great, but it's at least a full tier below Stormvale Castle and Lindell if you include the sewers, both of which were the highlights of my base game replay. The flooded section was a pleasant callback to...
So there, he lands on the roof in the same way that he just landed on the ledge in the last clip, something like that. I don't know if that matters or not. I don't know. I really did like the sewers on my replay. It was fun.
Dark Souls 1, but then paid out very little in interesting exploration or even being an achievement to drain. You kind of do it really fast after getting there, with yet another reused boss as the key feature instead of something new and exciting lurking in the water waiting for you.
Yeah, when I saw this, I was like, oh, what's that? That's going to be a boss we fight here. And then I looked at it a little closer and I'm like, it's just another fucking ulcerated tree spirit, isn't it? It's just another one, isn't it? And then it dipped out of the water later. I'm like, fuck, it is.
The side dungeons were less frequent and more substantial, so a big thumbs up from me, but I don't know if they'll still be enjoyable on replays. Belarus was a pleasant introduction, but more so for atmosphere than level design, which is similar to my thoughts for part 2 of this later in Millie Rhine. Bad Romance Ruins was quite cool since it was a dungeon on horseback, and that's new and novel, but...
So later on, I try and say rah rah ruins so people understand the Bad Romance Ruins joke, because I thought some people might not get it, because again, it's just for me. But Bad Romance Ruins, or rah rah Roma. I love that song.
Spend a bit too much time in the same boxy type of tunnels for my liking. And then we come to Midra's Manse, which had an amazing introduction, and then was teensy tiny. This is related to my second point.
So showing him because he's small, teensy tiny. Most of them are straightforward, but again, kind of moon logic. I keep saying moon logic over and over. I need to stop.
World is very interesting, but lacks the surprises of the base game. The unexpected regions to the north, the underground map revelation, the meteoric change after Radon, the secret Sifra connections, and how the game feels like...
I still said, it's Sifra, isn't it? Not Shifra. It's Sifra? I think I still said it wrong. This is true, right? I think this criticism lands possibly better than what we said before. It was, does it? The Abyssal Woods was a nice surprise, but then it doesn't have a payoff. Whereas the underground section in Elden Ring base game is just fucking magic, man. I don't know. I think it lands.
Like it could go on forever. And look, I get it. It's just...
Surprised you didn't mention the 3 bonfires in Midra's Manse all so close after shortcuts. I went, yeah, I'm surprised I didn't say that too. Yeah, I remember writing it in my notes, and it ended up didn't make it in the video. Yeah, that was kind of silly. I don't understand why they did that. You unlock the shortcut and the grace point at the same time. It's weird.
Just a DLC, but it's DLC of more Elden Ring, and there is nothing more that screams Elden Ring than these sections in my mind. The Finger Ruins should have been this, but they weren't, which is why the Abyssal Woods is so relevant, because it's where Shadow of the Erdtree does come close. At some point in my exploration, I vividly remember thinking that I was seeing an empty area of the map when I looked down at this. Some inaccessible pit for lore reasons, how poetically apt for how I view the story of these games, with decorative foggy treetops that some other YouTuber will speculate on for hours.
You can barely see them with the encoding. They were more clear when I was putting the video together.
So getting here was a great surprise, made even better by what I think was a purely intentional misdirect of a side catacombs being the way you access it. The atmosphere is incredible. I love the gameplay jump scare of getting dismounted like a slap out of nowhere, and the twist of Torrent not coming back after that because he's scared.
So I didn't see that line when I first got here on my first playthrough, I don't think. Or maybe it's when I came back later and tried to summon Torrent. Because after I got knocked off, I thought it was just... I went to an area that I just got dismounted from, and then I was like so busy looking around being like, oh, that's cool, that when I tried to resummon Torrent, I didn't see that message pop up. It wasn't until I came back later.
And then the disappointment cascade began. What are these tutorial messages doing in a secret endgame area in a DLC? Why is there a forced stealth section?
I can't... I'm sorry for the hyperbole. I can't believe how bad this was. It was like this again. I wish I had streamed it because it was like the Spider-Man MJ thing where like at one point I just walked into a flower and attracted them over, and I just like do right past them all. It was so bad. Oh, and is there a third one? Because to me there was only two. I feel like I skipped one over. Like it's like I can understand what they're doing with Radon. I understand that they want to make it like difficult, whatever. I can get there, you know? Like I don't agree with it, but I can get there. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this one, man. Like this is such, again, hyperbole, I'm sorry. It is such a like amateur fucking like Nintendo making their first 3D Zelda move. Like what the fuck are you doing? This was so bad. There's 6, is there really 6 of them? Really? What was wrong with the messages to you? I think they were pretty atmospheric. Made me even more spooked. It was the payoff. If I went through here and there was some like fucking like Ludwig monster from Bloodborne that I'm like, holy fuck, like it's like really difficult, like really like chasing you around, or the snake from Sekiro. If it was something more that lived up to it, then I think okay, the messages are fine. But it was just these little shits that even when you get caught, it's like okay, I guess it's a little unsettling that it's getting so in your face, but not really. Oh, and then you just get teleported back. It's like, all right, whatever. It just it's the payoff doesn't match the setup for me.
Section with enemies that don't look nearly as scary as the introduction here set up. Why is this it? There's nothing else. 2 short, not fun stealth sections in a big empty forest capped off by a small legacy mansion. Then when you're done, you still...
So the clip here, then when you're done, shows I'm walking in, then I'm walking out. I have to go back and get this one because I missed the cookbook.
Can't call Torrent to explore it properly because then you'd find out even faster that there's nothing here to see except another 2 goddamn cookbooks that you have to hoof it around on foot to find, and it's not worth it and so drawn out and so tedious, and here I go. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. The biggest missed opportunity of the DLC, in my opinion, because the Northeast Zone and Finger Ruins were so lackluster that I can't even think of what they could have been, was not intertwining the outside forest with a supernaturally huge, twisted, Frenzy Flame themed mansion castle legacy zone. And
yeah, and when I said this, again, I didn't want to draw too many comparisons to other games. I was thinking of the forest section in Bloodborne, when you go through the graveyard with all the snakes. What is it about snakes in these games, man, and the giant serpents? There was so much I could have spoke about at the end of the video when I'm talking about how it keeps reusing like imagery and stuff. What is it about snakes and serpents and shit? Like that level of like moving in between an area, I think would have been really, really good. I think it would have worked really, really well. Or at least be kind of like what's the castle called in Elden Ring base game with all the hands in it, where where the horse boss is before you get to the towers where Ronnie is. Caria Manor, thank you. Like something like that would have worked really well with certain, like if that was in the middle of the forest and there were like walls around that you couldn't get through, and then you had to go into the manor, and then you go out of the manor and you explore like a wing of the forest, and you go back into the manor, that sort of thing. If they had that sort, I feel like Caria Manor in terms of structure was better than this, and this is like a big part of the DLC. And this area was so short, man. It looks so good too.
And I can think of no better fuel than this for a different fire. The DLC,
so fuel for this different fire. This kiln is not lit. I wish we could light it, you know.
Isn't finished, probably due to time constraints. And this
the sword looks like it's gonna like bind over you when it moves over. That's why I thought constraints when I showed it. I don't know if that tracks though. Maybe.
The stealth section was a quick fix to fill up space that needed to be filled. This couldn't stay completely empty like some of the other zones. There is a boss here. There needed to be something on the lead up to it. I wish it was something more, and more as I'm writing this, I wish this had been allowed to grow into a fully priced and fully developed Elden Ring 2, or Elden Ring spin-off. This world design deserved to be finished. And honestly, it still does, but I don't see From going there.
So I did a fade to black over this fade to white. In the game, when you play it, it fades to like really bright white, and I didn't want to like flashbang the audience. So at the exact same time, I faded it to black, so it kind of gets muted out, so it doesn't hurt people's eyes. I think it works, right? It's still a little bright though.
Do you? I don't have as many negative things to say about the bosses, which is what we're finally going to speak about next. But first, if you'll forgive the indulgence, I have a feeling some people are going to skip to this section in the video timeline chapters, so give me a second to own them.
So this is meant to be like a little scary, like you skipped here and now the abyssal eye is staring at you with judgment.
Wow, so just jumping right here, huh? That's all you care about? Boss opinions or bust? Don't care about any of the context this section might draw from the rest of the video? I see boss in time.
So this is a complete accident. He is pointing exactly to where this chapter this was not intended. Complete accident that it lined up. I love that it did. But yeah, and then neuron activation, he's grabbing his head in the next one.
Timeline, I get neuron activation. Go back to the start and watch the whole thing. Do not collect 200.
So he's stopping you for collecting 200. He's like slamming you from off screen.
In a weird mood for this one. Sorry.
So weird.
It's going to get even weirder.
Like Geralt being with Triss is the weirdest thing. So yeah. Not Yennefer. So weird.
Let me try to be really
clear, because there's no fog in Liurnia for the castle shot, where sometimes there is and you can't see it.
Clear at the very start of this. I do not think that the problems that plague too many bosses in the base game have carried over or been made worse in the DLC boss fights. But I also think those problems are still present in the base game. I experienced them again fresh when replaying the game before the DLC, and after doing the DLC, I went back and fought some of them a second time, and I still think those problems are present. The DLC fights are a huge improvement. In fact, I think Shadow of the Erdtree has the best suite of bosses that From has ever made, and that might even hold true. And
this was really hard for me to accept. I had a big, long argument with myself about this. And I just couldn't deny it. As I'm thinking, and I'm like, you know, like not all of them are bangers. There's some that are kind of like, whatever. But like, there's no bed of chaos. You know what I mean? Just like I'm just sitting there, and I'm like I think maybe yeah. Like really, like if I'm gonna fight another set of bosses again in a row, I think it would be those. You know, like those are the better ones. Better than Sekiro's. Oh, I didn't include Sekiro in that. Sekiro, it doesn't seem fair because Sekiro has a different combat system. Sekiro is not included. I'm just talking about Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls. Sekiro would probably win. I didn't even think of Sekiro when I was going through that.
And putting whole previous games up against them. It gets a bit silly though because I have to break off DLC packs to do that. I think the Erdtree array is better than the spread found in Dark Souls 3, for example.
So spread because he's spreading out. Originally this was the Orm clip, and then I switched it over to the giant one later for giant guy with a sword. Yep.
But if you add Sister Frieda and Ring City's bosses to them, then that's now better than Erdtree's set, I think, if that makes sense. That's pretty high praise still, and I think it's justifiably earned. I didn't expect this to happen, and because of that, I don't quite understand the discourse around the DLC's difficulty at the moment. I wonder if the Spirit Ashes can somehow make it harder in a way, because the bosses have so many AoEs and big combos that can come out of nowhere, that if you have aggro split and you think that it's on your Spirit Summon and not you, you can just get wombo combo down to dead out of nowhere.
I really think this is true. I think that there are a large portion of the players for Elden Ring that use like spirit summons like religiously, and they don't learn the fights all that well, which is fine. They don't have to, but these DLC bosses can kill you so quickly and have such big moves that I think that a lot of them are struggling, whereas they really didn't in the base game. Maybe they're not picking enough fragments up as well. I'm not sure. I heard that some people were having problems understanding that. I don't really get it. It seemed really obvious to me that you're supposed to use those to upgrade or whatever, but I don't know. I think that it can be really frustrating to think that the boss is on the spirit summon and then suddenly you're taking damage, which is why it's frustrating when people say the game is designed around spirit summons and anything else is a challenge run. I really don't think that's true. If it is true, then FromSoft is a much worse developer than I think they are. I can't agree with that. I'm sorry. Like, it seems like they did no work whatsoever for the fights being built around you fighting it with like a partner in that way. Like a lot of the moves don't work that well. You don't know when there's aggro on you or the other guy. You know, it's not all balanced all that well. And I could keep going, but let's just just move on. You know, fairly quickly. But I definitely think that going melee only with no shield and rolling only, that is a challenge run. I don't think that is specifically the intended way to play, but I don't think the normal, quote, air quote, normal run is with spirit summons. I don't think so at all. I think the spirit summons are there as a fun thing to collect and also as a supplementation for summoning for co-op if you don't want to summon or if you don't have online or whatever. It was like not everyone can play online, not everyone has internet access that's stable and can do all this shit, so how do we help them with their co-op system? Oh, I know, let's make the spirit summons thing. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I cannot get on board with spirit summons being the intended way to play. Does it become normal if most players do it? Maybe, but it wouldn't be normal from the design space, right? Like if most people sped run the game, right? I wouldn't say it wouldn't become the intended experience from the devs, right? But it would be the normal way that the community engages. And then the next game would have to be built around that, I guess. Yeah. So maybe that's where some of the difficulty talk is coming from. Or I'm worried it might be my fault a little bit, which is another reason I'm making this video when I really shouldn't be. It's similar to how people were speaking about the end gauntlet in the base game. This is a little arrogant of me. I'm not sure. Thinking that I swayed opinion enough that some people are bitching about it when they wouldn't be because of my video is a bit arrogant. Not sure about that. I agreed wholeheartedly with the majority back then, but this time I can't see those issues. Can't see those
Bosses
issues
are,
on the
by
dark
and
room.
large, exceptionally well animated for telegraphs, have clear punish windows in addition to...
That boss is awesome, by the way. The flower is a really good boss. It's grown on me as more time has passed.
Opportunities to slip in hits in the middle of combos, and don't chain attacks forever in unclear ways. And even when they do have these big, long, spectacle explosion attacks, if you deal with them, they usually have a big punish window as a reward for getting through.
Growing on me. Yeah, let me do a react to the stream, and I'll say that was my intention there. Moon logic there was the flower was growing.
At the end without getting hit, knocked down, and having to heal. I know many Elden Ring fans are getting angry that I'm still describing the base game bosses in it.
So these are Elden Ring fans getting angry and roaring, and then it clips over to the bear roaring as well when I say bear with me.
Negative way like this, but just bear with me. We'll get to it, I promise.
Cinema.
And hopefully we can find some middle ground.
It's cheesy, but I like it.
These 11 bosses felt like the best fights in Dark Souls 3, taken up a notch or two in complexity and dynamic reactions that still felt largely fair and reactable, all with Elden Ring's far better game feel for basic movement and attacks, plus the jump as a new addition for defense and offense.
Again, this is something I could have spoke about a lot more, and probably it's a big flaw in the original video too. Although I can't remember, did I talk about it in the original video? if you haven't played Dark Souls 3 in a while, I highly recommend playing Elden Ring, or if you just played Elden Ring, the DLC, go play Dark Souls 3 for a little bit. It is really evident how much better just moving is in Elden Ring compared to Dark Souls 3. The jump from Elden Ring feels better than Dark Souls 3 in the same way Dark Souls 3 feels better than Dark Souls 1. It is Dark Souls 3 is also, I don't know if it's just aged badly or patches haven't gone all that well or something. Dark Souls 3 also looks kind of like ass to me now. Like there's a lot of aliasing and a lot of the shit. It just, I don't know, kind of like the Witcher 2 thing, it's burnt. There's just something fucking off about Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1 might be my favorite looking of the Dark Souls trilogy. I don't know if that's a bad take or not. Like, it just, like, a lot of the shit looks really good in Dark Souls 1. It's aged better. Dark Souls 3 just fucking looks weird in a lot of areas, and even a lot of the character models, especially the player. I don't know. Like, I didn't think that when it first came out, though. I thought it looked better. But now, like, I don't know. Now there's more time and they're, like, closer in my memory. I don't know. I think Dark Souls 1 looks better. Big disagree? Maybe. The shields and the reflections in Dark Souls 1 look so good. Like, fuzzy. Yeah, fuzzy. I don't know. Maybe it's, maybe I have a setting turned down on it or whatever. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, enough about how it looks. Like, it just, Elden Ring feels so much better than Dark Souls 3 does. Whenever you roll in Dark Souls 3, it feels like the animation's kind of fucking glitching out. Maybe there's a little stutter in it, so it's trying to indicate you the iframe time or whatever. It's just something's off about a lot of shit in that game. I don't remember it being quite that bad before. So maybe it's my system. I'm not sure. It's not awful. Sorry, maybe my language is being a little bit too strong right now. I really like Dark Souls 3 a lot, but just movement is really important to me, and moving in Elden Ring is a lot better. Then on top of that, the variety is here too. It's not just big armored guy with a sword, only the big armor is a bit different and a bit bigger, and sometimes the sword is a hammer or curved in another direction or has a little enemy dangling on the end of it. Artorias 3.0, 4.0, 12.0, and so on. They're visually... so two things. I was really happy when I found my Dark Souls 3 footage upstairs because I didn't want to replay the game for that. And secondly, I didn't mean for that to just be Dark Souls 3. I put those bosses in the timeline for Dark Souls 3 expecting to run out, and then I would go to Dark Souls 2. But then I just didn't run out. So I'm like, okay. That's it then. Sorry, Dark Souls 3. And thematically fantastic and lots of fun to fight against. My least favorite fights of the main ones are Commander Gaius and Matir, and I don't even think these two are bad, just kind of meh compared to the others. Maybe Matir's bad. Let's go through them one by one for some commentary, but we'll keep to at most one paragraph for each since we're already 20 minutes. Marik said he told you Redditors would get mad you called the Mesa Hammer, and I did exactly that on my stream. Did he? Oh, yeah, Marik has a DM that I haven't read yet for me. Yeah, I thought the exact same when I put that together. I was going to show Smo, but then I just had the Dark Souls 3 footage, so I'm like, yeah, that's close enough, and then I don't have to go find Smo. Yeah. Did they get mad at me? I wonder if anyone else got mad at that. It's overtime. I'm so bad at this. What do you mean your stream? You stole you React Andy? Jelly. Wow. Was it fun? How long is left on the video? It's another 20 minutes after this, isn't it? The Lion and Rolana are the only two here that make me worried that I lucked into having a good time with them. For my first few attempts at Lion, I was thinking that all the comments I read about the DLC boss designs were right. I really did. It was a difficult boss. Yep. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. When did the game come out? (21st of June). I'm seeing if I can find my text to Weeaboo Bill when I got to when I got to Dancing Lion. My weebs, you sell infinite amounts of them for a pittance at the round table shop. All right, bitching about the fragments. That's good. Nah, I can't find it. Sorry, that was a waste of time. Return to Weeaboo Bill. We played Deadlock. It was pretty good. I can say it. Lion's music is so nice. It's really good presentation, right? Yeah, I was pretty worried when I fought this for the first few times, but then yeah, like I say in the video, I don't know, it just kind of clicked with me, and I'm like, okay, I can dance back. Like I'm getting it now, and I was really worried that it was just luck until I went back and fought him a second time with the longsword, and it was still fine again.
To read, since it's one of those FromSoft classics where the attacks are also movement.
The camera's horrible. Yeah, for sure.
And so it can be hard to gauge. But it suddenly clicked with me, and I was able to intuitively feel out enough timings that I could rumble with the boss and dance back, kind of like the corrupted tree beast things in the base game. I loved the design, the music, and the elemental switches as the fight progressed.
Fight chugs on the PS5. I think I had some drops for me too on PC. I'm surprised you didn't talk about the nigh undodgeable Meteor laser, like on par with Waterfowl, but not as damaging. I don't think I saw it. Like I killed Meteor really quickly.
And I hate that the boss was casually repeated in Rah Rah Ruins, since this one felt really unique with its fancy cinematic introduction and everything. Not many bosses in the DLC get one like this, and yet this is the one that's repeated for some reason. There were camera problems on this fight though, and you should keep that in mind going forward. Rolana also feels like a dancer, and I'm concerned that I would be whining about this boss if I didn't notice a jump attack heavy made my character stay ducked under many of her counterattack swings. Some good hitboxes on this fight. This helped me play aggressively, but I could be being too hard on myself here, since I think I got a decent handle on how this boss would flow between attacks.
Honestly, I wonder if I just got so lucky with that. I don't know. The way people describe this boss, it's like millennia on crack. So I don't know. Maybe I just got lucky and I didn't see a lot of the long strings or whatever. I just don't get it. Like it seemed fine. It was really readable. You know, pretty good openings. But maybe the being able to stay dodged under some of the attacks just made me coast through. I'm not sure. And again, it's not like I only did the jumping version. I came back and beat her with the longsword too. Longsword's a pretty good weapon, don't get me wrong, but it's got a lot less damage potential than the double colossals. I really liked her.
And still have punishable openings. I wish she had a better arena though, since she's better than almost every fight in the base game and is just in this room, hanging out. Oh, and if From is going to insist on putting ultimate lol killed you, learn for next time moves on its bosses when they get to low health, I hope they consider reusing Sekiro's life system as a way to smooth out what can feel like bullshit. It's not a big issue, especially—
Oh, something else that happened on her was that I almost killed her much sooner, but I knocked her down and I went up and I hit R1 and the game just said, nah, fuck you, you're not getting the critical hit. And so I did a normal attack, and then she recovered and then just killed me. And that happened quite a bit during the DLC. I think like 5 or 6 times, which, you know, that's only 5 or 6 times. But for you to be robbed of a critical hit like that when, you know, I was in the right position, I don't know if that was anyone else's experience, but it didn't seem like that was working as well as it did in the base game. That's why Liza P is better. Liza P is unironically goated with it because it shows you not where to hit, but where to fucking stand. Like the thing is on the floor where you put your fucking character. It's fucking genius. Instead of it being like, oh, here's the spot, hope you're standing in the right angle or else fuck you. Like, yeah, Liza P is just so good about that sort of shit. Especially since the move looks so cool, but it can feel cheap. Rolana is also the boss. Oh, there was a part here that I liked about
Rina, though, since she's better than almost every fight. Going to insist on putting ultimate lol killed you.
So I say like a Sekiro life come back to life, and then when he rolls, it turns to the other character rolling off, like you came back to life in Sekiro to try it again.
For next time moves on its bosses when they get to low health, I hope they consider reusing Sekiro's life system as a way to smooth out what can feel like bullshit.
Boom, there you
it's
go.
not a big issue, especially since the move looks so cool, but it can feel cheap. Rolana is also the boss that made me wonder about frustrations when fighting in tandem with spirit summons, because when I tried out my Mimic tier here to see how the DLC bosses handled them, it almost soloed it. I started to get really worried that I wasn't going to be able to fight this boss legitimately after this, because, yeah, it came really close to killing it on its own. So I don't think the spirit summons are lacking. This whole bit was an improv. So the reason why I let this play in its totality and sped it up was to make sure it fit in the video without, you know, me having to stop and not speak for it to finish. But I also think it's important to like show the whole fight to prove that, you know, like I didn't go in and hit it in the back while the Mimic thing. Is that me being too cautious, or do you think it's good to have like objective proof? Like, look, like no, the Mimic tier actually really did solo it all on its own. I think it's important, right? Even though it's sped up, you can still hit pause and you can see the frames or whatever. I think it's a good inclusion. In power, it just might be that the boss AI doesn't really work well with them, especially when damage is tuned so highly. Maybe. I don't know. It's good, but I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, maybe asking if it's necessary is the better question or not. In this case, it doesn't really hurt, but maybe. Ramana and Midra came across as the most traditional Souls bosses of. For the summon stuff, people will adamantly refuse that they're too strong unless you show the whole thing. Yeah, do you think so? Oh, hey, Firebug, how's it going? The group. Well-telegraphed attacks with a few delays and spell-based twists on that basic read and roll foundation. Pretty standard and enjoyable. I think they would have both fit in well in Dark Souls 3, in terms of mechanics at least. My only issue with Midra was that he could sometimes follow his huge frenzy ball nuke with the laser gun barrage right away, and I couldn't see he was charging it because the flames hadn't cleared yet. Yeah, I don't like this kind of difficulty. I did like that you could see someone said in a comment that if Midra lands on uneven terrain, he skips his getting up animation from the fall and can just go right into the next attack. So that's what's happening there. I don't know if that's true, but apparently that was the issue. I'm of two minds of this. I kind of like that a lot of the arenas you fight the bosses in aren't just perfectly flat like Final Destination. It adds more character, it feels more real, it feels like the boss's lair. But at the same time, if it's causing issues, then like fuck it, you have to just flatten the whole thing, man. Like, come on. I also dislike that for Radon Phase 2, that it's more interesting to fight him further into the room, like closer to the decorative thing in the backgrounds. And also, if he jumps on you so close to the door that sometimes that can fuck the camera up if you don't run in fast enough at the beginning. I just feel like it's less interesting where you end up fighting him because how he just leaps on you at the start of the fight. Bale was like that too. In order to learn how to fight Bale, I had to often like reposition him into the middle of the room so I didn't end up getting fucked by the camera hitting into the walls on the outside. In general, I don't really know what to do about that though, unless you just make the arena walls like transparent or whatever, or even bigger. The camera really needs some fixes. I don't know if it can't be easy, but I feel like they're not really trying. So I don't know. How do Shadow of Erdtree bosses compare to Lies of P? I like the Lies of P spread better, but it is surprisingly close. I really, really enjoyed this set of bosses. If I went back in and I used the Deflecting Hearts here, and it turns out that it really adds a lot to the fights, I think maybe this would be better. But Lies of P is definitely built around the Deflecting Hearts here, and this is just a really subjective personal preference. It feels better to parry in Lies of P because, again, it's built around it. Sometimes when I get a perfect deflection with the Deflecting Hearts here, I don't know unless I look at the health bar. I tried to perfectly deflect Margit, and I wasn't sure for a long time if I was just taking like chip damage because it was a lightning effect with his little daggers or whatever. Whereas when you get a good parry in Lies of P, like you feel it, man. It's like, yeah, I'm getting it. It's good like Sekiro is. All the Sekiro is better. So yeah, I think Lies of P might edge it out a little bit, but it's surprisingly close. Path through the exploding butterflies that Ramana can carpet bomb the arena with if you want to get back in melee range faster. This was a cool test to read and respond to the situation going on. While Midra looked awesome, also, something else I didn't say in the video, it is complete horseshit to me that fucking Millennia still heals when you perfectly fucking deflect her. It's not just a block. What the shit? What?
Like I show myself like deflecting. I think I deflect like 40% of it. It wasn't very good, but I still got a fair chunk of it for the footage of waterfowl. And she healed up like, I don't know, like a third of her fucking health bar. What?
And had a disturbing introduction, I do think they could have leaned into chaos more for this one, the arena breaking apart or moving to a different floor of the mansion, or a more explosive mini phase 3 near the end. Like maybe you have to burst him down in a panic before he explodes because he's the frenzy flame, whatever. I don't know the lore, but it seems like it would fit there, right?
I love taking these little pot shots at the lore. I'm sorry if it's annoying. I just love being the pro ZD guy. I don't even know who we're fighting. Like
Putrescent Knight is
all right. So here I tinted the cave to be the same color as Medeir's cave at the very end of the clip. Did anyone notice that?
in a similar place, and also a familiar place.
Whoop.
Medeir is just around the corner, apparently. This is a very long drop as a tension-building introduction
I think it really
into a
shows
very
it off
large
that it's,
area, only
it's
for the
pretty
boss
much
to
the exact
ride
same
into
area.
view and make you squint in the distance. This is an unexpectedly small adversary that only gets bigger for a few moves, and even then, he's not really that big. It feels like a truly gigantic, monstrous Phase 2 is missing here, and considering how much the DLC does feel unfinished, I wonder if that was the intent.
This
But
move was cool.
I still like the fight a lot on my second time through. The double coordinated attack from both the knight and the horse was a highlight to learn how to properly punish.
There is a rage all caps comment in my note file for Shadow of the Erdtree about what happened here. He hits me,
Horse didn't spawn.
and then the horse spawns fucking behind it,
Behind
and
the
then
knight at least.
I probably would have gotten hit anyway, but I was so mad.
Jumping the fire was awkward, but I appreciated a slightly clearer than usual use of the jump for a fight, and its weapon was a fun nod to Orphan of Cause. Or some say Cosm. For a brief intermission, he...
Alright, speaking of intermission, I don't want that YouTuber to be mad at me about the piss break, so let's, oh shit, I just hit the microphone, sorry about that. Let's take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go pee. Everyone else should pee too. Go brush your teeth. We're back. How many of you, watch the videos with subtitles on? As a general rule, like on YouTube and everything, because I don't. I never use subtitles when I watch YouTube. Can we have a poll for that, actually, mods, if you don't mind? Oh, there's already one. Cool, thanks. Just curious, do you actually dislike From lore? Just asking because I heard some authors like Brandon Sanderson say that they really enjoy it and the way it's delivered, and I tend to agree that it's a fun way to take advantage of the video game format to tell stories. I don't dislike it. I do suspect that there isn't as deep a story there as a lot of people think, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's more... I say this word a lot lately, and it annoys me. It's more just vibes, man. And the more you vibe with it, the more you might start to like build it more in your mind. And that's fun. That's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. I like the vibes too. I get some sort of impression. I'm not blind to what's going on, although I am confused about a lot of stuff and I don't really care. But like the way the world is constructed, like in my mind, there's like a cycle to this world where a giant tree grows and eventually like becomes the big cavern that you can see in Shia for a river or whatever the fuck it is. And there's just like an endless cycle going on, and then another tree grows and another tree grows and another tree grows, and it's just trees all the way down and everything like that. That's interesting to me, and I like it, but at the same time, I seriously doubt that anything in any of these games stands up to any amount of scrutiny. Wow, I can't speak. When it comes to like making sense, like plot construction, like that sort of thing. I don't want to like be dismissive, because I know a lot of people like it and I'm happy for them, but I just don't care. But it's not I don't care, it's like, oh, that's bad, therefore I don't care about it. It's just like, it just doesn't really... I don't think there's going to be something there for me that I'm really going to enjoy, so I'm just not bothering, you know what I mean? Yeah. I do think that when it comes to environmental storytelling that some people look into, that you can't just like pick the stuff that you think makes sense and celebrate it and then ignore all the rest of it. Like, you can't say stuff to me, and I know a lot of people are going to disagree with this, and that's fine. I don't think you can say stuff like, oh, it's so great that the stairs in Anor Londo have different sets for the different sizes of the citizens that were there because there were giant citizens that need giant steps and all this other shit, and then also not talk about how there's a fucking statue in the middle of a room that could never have gotten into there, or that there's just some undead guys in Undeadburg just like training up their fucking grip gauge like in Metal Gear Solid 2 for like endless eons just in case you somehow get to walk down there at the same time to ambush you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you can just pick and choose, oh, that makes sense, therefore I'm gonna like it and talk about it. But this other shit that's just video game contrivance, like that's clearly the gameplay part. Who cares about that? You know what I mean? I'm not really a big fan. But like there have been times, like in Bloodborne, I really vibed with the story that kind of hit me when I was doing the Chalice dungeons, and how it became evident that these people tapped into some cosmic force that they didn't really understand, and then tapped it for power, you know, like the blood power or whatever, without really knowing what it was, and accidentally unleashed this horror when they were going through the labyrinths or whatever they were called, the chalices. What are they called again? What did they make? I can't remember what they're called. There was a certain name for them, wasn't it? Was it labyrinths? Like, I like that, but not enough to be like, oh, I'm now gonna study this and try and peel it back for hours at a time. It's like, whatever. Chalice, what, aren't they called something else? Didn't they have a different name in the story? No? Okay, I'm just crazy. I thought they had a different name. I know they were called the Chalice Singers, but I thought they had a slightly different name on top of that. They're called labyrinths as well. Oh, are they? Maybe that's where I'm getting it from. Yeah. Scadu is pronounced Scadu. Thanks. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, sorry. Before we keep going, are there any questions about the video that I've missed? Let's keep it on topic on Rampart, please. Hey Joe, I was wondering if you have plans for making Outer Wilds and Disco Elysium vids. One of my fave games, and I know you enjoyed them a lot. So I'd love to see you talking about them more. A video on Disco Elysium is very, very unlikely because I don't think I could do the politics justice. I would have some pretty bad takes there. So I doubt it. It's not impossible, but I don't know. Outer Wilds is... I would love to make a video on Outer Wilds at one point. But again, can't promise, but I would like to, yeah. Thoughts on the Crosscode sequel? Is it a direct sequel or is it the spiritual sequel thing that they're doing? Because I saw stuff about that. Have they made that a Crosscode sequel? I saw them post on Twitter about that a while ago, and it looked interesting. Spiritual? Yeah, okay, yeah. No mention of Lita. Why? Is it Letta or Lita? Oh, she's the Lita of the bunch. That's why she's called Lita, because she was in charge. Very funny. I thought that the expedition feel of all the NPCs in Shadow of the Erdtree works surprisingly well, but the only quest line that I found was the poison guy. I didn't do any of the others. It just didn't happen, you know, because I just missed, you know, a conversation in some back alley cave at 12 o'clock on a Tuesday morning after beating one boss, but not before I beat the boss after that. But also when I had 5 berries in my pack after eating 1 berry, you know, before I went to the race point. You know, I didn't do any of the other ones, but I didn't like the fight at the end where you're fighting in the mall, but I liked the vibes. It was actually pretty good. For that, and I summoned for it. I tried, I think, 7 times to do it, and after the fucking giant rot pot out of nowhere for the 7th time, I just said fuck it. I'm just gonna summon the NPC helpers and do it. But it was, in terms of like using those NPCs, I thought it was pretty effective, even though I didn't understand it at all. It was okay. The Lita fight is genuinely harder than the final boss for low level challenge runs, even if you summon, or are people not summoning? Joe, can you explain the missile and Siri scene at the end of Time of Contempt? It made me sick. Nope, I can't. I agree with you. The fucking yikes for me, Chief. But you know, maybe. Oh, you got me witchering again, you cunning fox. If you liked Outer Wilds, you should play Tunic. Similar knowledge base. Not only have I played Tunic, I played it on my Steam Deck. Tunic was okay. I liked a lot of the surprises and secrets and the cool things about that, but the combat was kind of Bit off topic, but how many times do you usually replay the game before, during making the video? I almost always play games twice for videos now. Sometimes it'll be 3 times. If it's a very linear story-based game, I will only go through once, but that's pretty rare nowadays. Just like videos in general. Did you find the items in the DLC that let you turn into a dragon? Just the dragon hearts? I didn't use them though. How many times did you play Lies of P? I think 4, didn't I? Once on stream, 3 on my own, I think. Just watched The Expanse recently. Would you ever consider making a video on the show? Okay, alright, that's what we're doing? Alright.
Here are some passing comments on side bosses. I didn't like any of the Phantom-like fights, and it's odd to me that they turned some Invader encounters into rooms to find instead.
Yeah, these fights kind of sucked.
Were both pretty cool.
These ones were good.
It was good to have these duels at the end of some side dungeons instead of a normal enemy with a boss health bar. It makes doing these dungeons again on a second playthrough a lot more enticing. Likewise, Monkey Enya, Blade of Curious George, was a fun surprise at the end of his.
So you can thank my children for helping with this one. We were sat at the dinner table, and I said to them, "What's funnier? Monkey Enya, Blade of Curious George, or Monkey Enya, Blade of Duuuude?" And they all said Blade of Curious George. So that is the one that we went with.
Dungeon. Jory, however, made me miserable, and as a melee build was the boss battle equivalent of trying to punch something in a dream. I do appreciate that it was a more in-depth boss at the end of that dungeon though, and maybe I was just fighting it in the wrong way, and I'll have more fun on another playthrough later. At the risk of making the same joke as every other critic and reviewer, Mesmer is simply a mesmerizing fight.
Was this a common thing? I'm guessing yes.
This is what Millennia should have.
Critics love puns. Why do critics love puns?
Been, in my opinion. He even has his own firefowl dance that is better than waterfowl in every way, including the visuals. I feel like a king every time I dodge through this and then pause for the setup to punish it. His attacks are fast and varied and can be...
Oh, I know why. It's because critics are usually bad writers that couldn't make it writing real stuff, so instead they became critics to write their shit, so the...
extended in ways that made perfect sense to me and never felt unfair. I also enjoyed that his Phase 2 was significantly easier than Phase 1 after it became comfortable. The boss has injured himself and tapped into some powerful force that, yes, looks insane and can deal a lot of damage, but that's come at the cost of Mesmer now being left open more often for big punish windows after utilizing this forbidden strength that he's clearly not used to wielding. I like that the boss had to go through that trade-off instead of just getting stronger in every conceivable way, period, and now you have to deal with it, good luck kid, and that meant the fight could front-load its difficulty.
I loved learning to do this at the start. Jump this, sneak in a hit, then roll it, sneak another hit. This was really cool. I wonder if I tried to no-hit Mesmer, if I would end up liking him more than Bale. Because right now Bale is the clear winner, but Mesmer is pretty fucking cool.
Without becoming frustrating in Phase 2. I am also stunned that these arena-wide snake moves became as readable and inherently understandable as they are after seeing them just a few times. Incredibly well done.
Unlike this change to a new recording session in 3, 2, 1.
I don't have much to say about Commander Gaius. I also don't understand what he's doing here. If it wasn't for the crappy hitbox on his charge, I would be lumping him in with Ramana and Midra as a decent standard fight. Kind of mid. On my second playthrough, I found the best way to deal with this was to get on torrent at the start right away.
Sleepy Joe. Yeah, so if I ever sound that deep of a voice, it's I just woke up or I recorded before I've done a lot of talking that day. I think like if we skipped here, you could hear that I would sound more natural, like my voice loosens up a little bit. I need to find a better way of doing this.
When you go through the fog door in order,
or only record first thing, only 10 minutes at a time, so the voice is always like that.
To outpace the charge and then try to stay as close to him as much as possible after that so he just can't do the charge again. When it comes to allowing torrent to be used in some fights like this, I wonder if they really expect it to just be a way to move faster and then hop off while the enemy boss gets to use their mount for the battle. It works better in the Elden Beast fight now.
This was all added as improv, this whole bit about the fighting on combat on horseback,
because you can close the gap between you and the boss when it just goes really far away from you, but fighting it staying on horseback the whole time just doesn't work. With fights like this though, Commander Gaius and Radon in the base game, it feels so wrong and unintended to go on foot when the theme/visuals are screaming, mounted combat time, but without a proper dodge on the horse, it can be terrible to try it against a substantial enemy. Even the tree sentinels are pretty bad when fought on horseback. And the night watch guys that you can find in the base game as well. Another mounted enemy, and it's just better to...
This is not a good clip of what I'm talking about, but I just really liked how he just jumped off the cliff, and then I'm just standing there awkwardly looking in the camera.
Use Torrent to get around and then hop off while they get to stay on their mounts. It just feels like something's missing here. Is it just me?
Record scratch. Did that just happen?
Anyway, I like the absurdity of the full airborne dive bomb on Commander Gaius, and that's about it. Likewise, I have no meaningful commentary for Metyr. The boss...
Did you summon Egon for Bale? Weeaboo Bill told me that the voice acting was really good, so I should. So I did for one attempt. I think it's in the video at one point. I think we've already passed it, so I could hear it. And I fought him a little bit with it, and I accidentally almost killed him, so I'm happy that I didn't. It was worth.
Boss is visually interesting in that grotesque way From sometimes does, but looking back, I think I was actually mad that this was all those finger ruins had led to, so I just unga-bunga'd it down. Sorry. Camera was bad here too. For Scadu Tree Avatar, this was inverted. I thought we were going to be able to get into the tree itself and climb around, and grace points were going to appear on parts of the tree on the map since it took up so much space stretching upwards. It was quite sus. It felt like the journey here was leading to that, and Avatar was the entry gate boss, but alas. Luckily, this meant I engaged with the fight properly and had a good time with this dragon that has been turned into a sunflower. Has big AoEs, smashes around, breath like thorn.
So you kill this boss 3 times. Is this the part where there's a cool transition? I bleed from one attempt to the next here, I think.
Conal attacks, and you are rewarded for hitting.
When you knock this boss down twice, and then the third time you kill it, it's dead forever. The first time you knock it down, it comes back. It's missing a little bit of its health, and then the second time you knock it down, it comes back, and it's not missing any more of its health, or it's not as noticeable. And I thought because of that I hadn't killed it properly the second time, and it was just kind of like a puzzle or something. Did anyone else worry about that, or did they just like, whatever, I'll just keep killing it until it's dead? You know. It's only when you repost it. I think I did. Didn't I? Why did I say didn't I? We didn't stream it. I think I did. I was worried that I was fighting the boss wrong, and I was gonna have to, like, every single time it came back, it should be missing more of its health until finally, it's the last time, and it's just like you only have to hit it a couple times. That's what I was expecting. And then the third time I killed it, I was like, oh, it's over. That's what I thought.
Being the head. Dragon fight. I enjoyed the twist of needing to kill it 3 times, and I think each phase is appropriately squishy to account for that. It also has some odd timings to learn that match its unusual visual design, and it's another boss I think you have to respect and play on its terms to learn to land headshots in order to enjoy it more, but you still have the opportunity to go in and hit the stem if you want, so it's not like you have to do that. I think this boss was great and could have easily ended up as a stupid gimmick fight in a darker timeline. Instead, it flourishes as a great alternative boss type from the usual archetypes.
Flourishes like a flower.
That still functions as a normal fight. It was also nice of From to have Witcher music for this boss. Really makes me feel the overwhelming sense of dread about a ridiculously overdue project weighing down on the fight, just like the dying, overbearing tree above us. Next level gameplay and ludonarrative harmony here, 10 out of 10.
It really did sound like Witcher music to me. I should have played a little bit in the video. That's a good question, actually. I think I asked Marik this because Marik got to watch the video before everyone else. Was it fine that there was no music backing it? Most of my videos usually have just the OST just playing randomly in the background, and for this one I didn't put any music. Is that preferable, or is it like, whatever? Sometimes I use the music well. I use the music in the Witcher videos purposefully, especially for the transitions. It's the same for the Witcher 3 video. There's music all throughout the Witcher 3 video. But I'm curious if going forward, if I should not bother putting music. Has more of an ASMR effect without the music, right? Can just do my own playlist, yeah. Like Cracking the Cryptic. I think it worked here. Yeah, I think so too, actually.
Which means we have 2 left to look at. Bale and Radon. Bale was my favorite, and spoiler.
Sorry, I forget some of the bits and then they just catch me off guard. Sorry.
Spoilers for a few paragraphs from now, Radon sits at the opposite end on the spectrum from him.
Pulled. Okay, let's see. I miss music. Doesn't matter either way. Oh, most people don't care. Okay. Since most people don't care, and most people are saying miss music, maybe it should have the music in. Okay.
Bale is the best dragon boss that From has ever done, and takes Missing Leg Day to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Presentation-wise, this is like fighting a rock opera in a thunderstorm. It's undiluted awesome. The visuals don't have to carry here, though, because mechanically the boss is also...
I like that line, but maybe it's a little bit too much. I don't know. I wonder how I'll feel about that a year from now.
Exciting and engaging. Bale is aggressive enough to not feel like an animatronic theme park attraction that you get to hit between his movements, but also not so relentless.
When anyone there for the premiere and they see like people who notice the F versus people who didn't notice the F, and everyone's saying F in chat at the same time, and there's people like, why are you all saying F? What's the F for? And then someone was like, oh, I see. He's spelling something out in the video because there was an S now. What is he spelling? Maybe he's spelling FromSoft. And people were like, what the fuck is +2? Why is everyone doing +2?
That it feels like he never stops attacking. Although there are some strings in Phase 2 that can go on for a bit if he decides to chain certain attacks back to back. It's never as bad as Midir, who had a habit of doing frontal rampages off screen, sometimes in close succession, or even one after the other, and you just had to watch, which I think I remember complaining about in my Ring City review. I still like that fight, but Bale takes the new Dragon Crown and shows a big improvement on From's part. Best boss of the DLC. This is an easy S tier, but keep the presence of camera issues simmering in...
I should have showed some like huge cleavage when I said Dragon Crown. Mistake.
In the back of your mind for a while longer. Now, you can clearly tell from my footage that I did not completely master these fights, though I did come close to no-hit killing Bale and would have tried longer for that if it wasn't for two moves that I think are too frustrating to deal with right now, the sudden fire breath turns and the quick roar, the former of which I am convinced is bugged.
So yeah, that's the damage frame. I don't think so. Also, the quick roar he does, maybe it's a nostril telegraph. I don't know. I don't know what the tell is for him doing the roar. I show it a little later in this clip, or the next clip. I have no fucking idea.
But we'll see how it goes. I very rarely beat a boss hitless on my first or second playthroughs, which is what I base these critique videos on, because I don't think it's a good representation to do a big video on this when you've played the game for 1,000 hours or so.
But I was hitless on this attempt until right then. Finn was watching me do this, and I got so fucking salty. So, like, that was the first time I got hit on this attempt. Fucking hell. And then I got tilted, and I got hit again right after it. I don't know what the tell is for this attack.
But an important milestone to me when it comes to learning fights is looking back at my time with them and thinking that I could beat them hitless or fully master them if I put in a bit more time to refine my gameplay. This is usually how I feel after beating a harder boss, oddly enough, since I have to learn more over many attempts so I can respond to almost everything in order to get a kill. Meanwhile, the easier bosses can just be burst down sometimes or fall over just after a couple of attempts.
He does 2 steps and then roars. But what if you're like so close? If you're so close to him, I guess you don't get to see it then. So you keep his nose on the screen all the time. Okay, move back a bit.
Even with some careless attacking. Said another way, when I look over my footage and see my mistakes, when I got hit or missed an opening, I can say to myself, damn, I got greedy there, or I mistimed that, I know I can do better, by responding earlier, or using a faster attack on a punish window that I thought was longer, or using a charged attack when I realized the window can be made bigger if I sidestep instead of dodge, and so on. This is the process that I go through. This is why much of my praise of these bosses was samey. This is how Souls combat works to me, and these bosses are variations on that in the same way that an FPS can be boiled down to run, aim, and shoot. Your options are fairly limited, and the gameplay is the learning process of figuring out how...
I say something like that, almost word for word in the Witcher 3 video. Maybe I'll have to go back in and change that. Oh, no, it's fine.
To dodge, weave, and punish in the midst of the amazing, spectacular assaults that the bosses throw at you. One of the reasons why combat can still be so satisfying in these games is because of how grounded it is. We're a far cry from how mundane...
So another moon logic, grounded, and like the landscape here has been ground to ash. So grounded, it's grounded up. Again, it makes sense to me. I'm sorry if it's stupid. But it makes sense to me somehow.
Grounded it is. We're a far cry from how mundane the player moveset was in Dark Souls 1, of course, but that core feeling of being a normal guy with normal moves who still somehow wins against all odds lives on in Elden Ring. We can supernaturally enhance our stats through souls and runes, but our real superpower...
Well, ground to dust, sorry. Like, it's all in the Ring City, like, all the world is kind of like grinding together, right? It's like it's meant to be entropic. That was my read on it anyway.
Is perseverance in the face of a much more powerful foe, and the ability, and some might say humility, to take accountability for your mistakes over many attempts and learn from them. Sorry, I didn't mean to become a poet there. I tried to give that up after high school.
I really did.
Speaking of accountability, this is tied to the biggest mistake I think I made in my first video on Elden Ring. I can look at my attempts for some of those bosses and have no idea what I'm doing wrong, even for some moves after I've killed them. And that specifically is the issue I have with...
So a move I still don't understand that I didn't put in the video because I didn't want to have to explain very drawn out and tediously like I'm about to right now on stream, is that I can kill Margit at the very beginning of the game without leveling up or doing anything. Now I understand the fight a lot more. However, despite that, it's not that I can't kill him. I just don't understand this one move and all this other shit and so many qualifiers. The quick double swipe yellow dagger he does after some move follow-ups, I have no fucking idea how to dodge that. Just still after all this time, I have no fucking idea how you're supposed to roll through that. So yeah, and that's like the first one. Everything else is fine, but I don't know why I made that noise, but yeah, that one I don't fucking know.
With those bosses, I didn't speak enough about this learning process being the thing that was too hard. I also didn't qualify that statement enough, and more importantly, I didn't give enough respect to speedrunners and challenge players. Honestly, I didn't think they'd care and know my critique doesn't apply to them and their approach to fights. I said this single line:
I know there is a way to do these fights hitless if you're patient enough.
Oh, bad and mic. I thought that was all that was necessary. Not so, not by a long shot, and I'm sorry about that. That was wrong of me. Let's circle this back and connect this point to the final fight with Radahn. I really liked phase 1 of this fight. I've heard this cross/attack combo is nigh undodgeable, and my experience was definitely in line.
I saw some guy on Twitter link a video of if you are fat rolling and you fat roll that move, for some reason fat roll keeps you down so long that you dodge all of it. So when I recorded this, I improv the line where I said, and I don't think having to put fat armor on and being able to roll under it and stay down is a valid way of dodging this move, and then oh my god, are people really gonna make that argument? Holy shit, fuck it, let's just move on. I had this whole thing that I did, and then I ended up cutting it because I didn't want to get into it, and I think that was a really good decision, but fucking hell. I think I dodged it once or twice. I think I did too, but I think it was only because we were on uneven terrain and it made me stay down after the roll or something. Yeah.
And with that, but he didn't do it that frequently on me, and I'm guessing it's bugged and hopefully will be patched later. He was a step up in aggression and damage from the rest of the DLC and had a few moves that were tricky to figure out, but didn't take too long to get down. Then phase 2 happens and we're snapped right back to the worst parts of the base game boss design. It turns out FromSoft also has a great amount of respect for challenge runners, specifically the one...
When I put that clip in the timeline, it happened that the fade to black just matched up with that, and I was really happy with it. Another happy accident. The blindfold, okay.
Ones that play with a blindfold on, because everyone gets to live that experience with Radahn phase 2.
Another happy accident here was pushing forward. I wasn't expecting to see her eyes, and I caught it when I say eye when the eye shows up.
The issue here, much like the blindfold cloth, is threefold. I earnestly, sincerely, hand on my heart, have so much trouble seeing what he's doing for most of this phase. The melee swing after effect light pillar vomit is so obtrusive that it was more of a learning process to play around it not getting in my eyes by keeping it off the screen with movement than it was not getting hit by it with my character in the game.
There's a cut there.
After that, we have some of the most confused the screen with movement than it was not getting hit by it with my character in the game. After that, we have some of the most confusing attacks I have ever seen a boss do in a video game. Both for how it looks with these projection clones appearing like the light show has become possessed, and for what the expected response is from the player in order to avoid it. Remember, this is in addition to the pillar flashbangs. Lastly, these attacks do a tremendous amount of damage, and Radahn isn't exactly a quick pushover in phase 1. And so we have, in my opinion, the perfect recipe to make it frustrating to learn. A perplexing mix of poor visibility and experimental moves that require an equal amount of experimenting for responding to them, with the risk of instant death if you don't get it right, and then a fair amount of time to get back to...
When I killed him, because of how I stunned him, I think, he didn't do that move on my kill attempt. It just felt so lucky. I really like phase 1, man. Except for that cross slash. Like, I can really... I was about to say the V word again. I can really fuck with phase 1, man. I really like it. If they just... Like, how could you... If you took away the light pillar or made it a different color... No, the damage is still high too. Is it the light pillar? Is the worst part the light pillar, or is it the projections? Like when he started doing the projections, I just kind of I don't know what to do. Like what the fuck do you want from me, game? Like seriously, what the fuck do you want? And that was really annoying. Yeah, you can learn to play around the projections. Sorry, you can learn to play around the light pillars. The hair is bad too. I didn't talk about the hair.
Phase 2 to see it, where you might encounter completely different moves instead for many attempts before you get to practice the original one you were having trouble with. Viewed this way, Radahn has one of the longest runbacks in the projections don't deal damage. The projections deal damage, don't they? I'm pretty sure that weren't they damaging me earlier? It's a little damage, but it's still damage, isn't it? Series history before you can potentially make progress on learning him, and that specifically is the part I don't like. I also think his arena nuke is about half a second too fast to have a fair shot of getting out of. So this really pissed me off. This is the kill attempt actually. So sometimes I don't know if my controller needs to be replaced. Sometimes from pressing just L1 once in the air, my character would land and then just immediately just like, yeah, I'm attacking again when my feet hit the ground. Fuck you. And because of that, he attacked again, and I didn't get to get my riposte through this or critical hit through with immunity through the nuke, and that was really fucking annoying. Out of it in time if you're attacking in melee range. Now this still isn't quite as bad as the worst parts in the base game,
it's only a little bit
unless
damage,
that
though.
triple combo being undodgeable is on purpose. I did eventually, over 5 goddamn hours, learn enough to kill Radahn solo, but I also feel like it was a pretty lucky attempt. One of his attacks didn't hit me because of the lumpy terrain we were on, and it was enough to let me get in a cheeky hit that led to a stagger, and then a kill. Kinda clutch, actually. It was a cool moment. Even so, I think I learned enough of it that I had a workable but suboptimal...
Okay, so question for you, chat. Did I kill him here? And because he was in the hug animation... Was the game like, you know how you can't kill Millennia sometimes if you knock her down at the end, which is still in the game, by the way. Like, still, you hit her with a riposte, she's not dead. You can hit her again after that, she still won't die. Did the game just like, nah, fuck you, like, because I hit him as he grabs me.
Optimal response for...
Yeah, double colossal hit. I think that was a kill, right?
For most of the moves. Finally, after all those hours. And I also enjoyed that, like Bale, Phase 2 is a progression on the boss's moveset from Phase 1.
Like, I have to hit him again here to kill him, so he does still die, but I wonder if that should have been a kill, and it was like, nah, you have to get hugged.
Instead of a complete replacement. For Bale, it feels awesome, like you made the dragon angry, and you forced him to take you seriously, and you've earned his attention, and therefore his full power sets. And for...
You know what, sometimes, don't the weapon swings come out, are different size for different weapons, obviously. I wonder if only one of my swords hit him. That's possible. It's possible. I guess it doesn't matter.
Radahn, it's cool how Miquella is complementing Radahn's attacks now instead of entirely taking them over. Weird that there are 2 Miquellas in the game though, huh? Millennia had a Miquella, and so does Radahn.
What's with the, like, 3 arms?
What lazy writing. Meanwhile, if we rewind...
The black and white with the film gray.
To that Millennia fight.
Live Millennia reaction.
I still don't know, 2 years later, what the intended response is supposed to be to her doing waterfowl if you're in melee range to avoid all damage. Which means I'm in good company and right in line with all the FromSoft devs because they don't know either.
So I make the health bar go bigger here so you can see it. Let's see. How much was this heal? How much do I parry? Like 40% of it?
Waterfowl if you're...
Here we go.
You're in melee range to avoid all damage. which means I'm in good company and right in line with all the FromSoft devs because they don't know either.
Fucking
Consort
hell.
Radon was not this bad. Nothing in the DLC was this bad, but that doesn't mean it was all good either. It's a slightly lesser version of the same issue I said in the first video. It's too hard in a way that's not fun. But am I making the same mistake again by saying too hard, regardless of context? It makes the From fanboy Pokemon start saying their names after all.
So this one is saying, get good, skill issue, skill issue, skill issue, and yapping, 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 you yapping.
The reason I feel so compelled to word it this way is because I hate a specific kind of Reddit post.
So this is a fast travel post, and Witcher 3 is Reddit's favorite game, so this is the Reddit post. Moon Logic.
Well, I hate all Reddit posts really, but this one more than others.
Milady for Milady, that they say it on Reddit all the time. Not Moon Logic, this one makes perfect sense.
Hey Reddit, SoulsVet225 here. If you can't...
So this one, I went on Elden Ring subreddit, and I found a post just randomly, and I went in and I inspected Element or whatever, and I edited, like, I changed that to whining, I changed the title, I changed the name here, and I did all this, and then I took a screenshot of it, and then I did each line is individually blurred so I could unblur it line by line, and Adobe Premiere did not like it. I could never preview this in the timeline. I just had to hope it rendered properly, and it did, so it worked out.
Can't tell by my username, I'm a veteran of this series. I even played Demon Souls before Dark Souls came out, unlike you posers who only got into this series with Dark Souls 3. Anyway, the Bale fight sucks, and I say this, again, as a Souls vet. I've beaten Dark Souls 1 at level 1 with an unupgraded club and a banana up my ass. I beat every boss in Dark Souls 3 on my first try. I haven't had any trouble on any of these bosses in years, and somehow, I still love each new release. Anyway, I can't kill Bale, and it's not even that he's too hard or anything, it's that he's too tedious. He's not fun. He's actually pretty easy. It's just so boring that I can't bring myself to kill him, because I'm so bored I get greedy, and then I die, but it's not that it's too hard, it's just so tedious that I play too risky, and yeah, he needs a nerf to bring down the tedium so I can kill him without getting so bored that I die of boredom. It's not too hard though. I'm a Souls vet. Top comments on this post. I agree, and I beat the game's fist.
So I changed the names too, so... I forgot about this one. Blade of Pickle Rick.
Only with 2 bananas. Get good.
And then it's SoulsVet226.
Skill issue. Curse you.
And then there's Egon Musk. So KG4U2000. I can't remember what boss this was bitching about, but it was bitching about a boss. So sorry for KJ4U2000. But that is I didn't change it. That is a real Reddit comment, a real Reddit account, and he gets to be in the video because it fit with the thing here. So that's just there. So good luck.
To Bale, I don't want to be this person. My complaint is tied to tedium. I like the combat in these games, but not enough to do the amount of practice required to learn some of the base game fights. They're not too hard for me to kill, because I know I could just use spirit summons, or co-op, or go for magic, or put on talismans that are based around the weaknesses, or anything like that. They're just not fun to learn in the way that I like to play. And my goal isn't really to kill the boss, it's to have a fun and interesting time while fighting them. But that doesn't mean they're not too hard, and I want to own that.
Was that rolling clip edited or looped? I legit cannot tell. It wasn't edited, it wasn't looped. That is legit the fight. I went on the pillar, and I expected him to stop, and he just fucking kept doing it the whole entire time. That is just a real fight in the game today. Yeah. And also when I kill him later in the video, and I just have to run around for, I don't know, is it 6 seconds? Before the other one spawns again. Just like, I don't understand.
Challenge runners collectively did enough labbing hours on these fights to cure cancer, and then come out with reports and guides on all the intricacies present in them. No, this move actually does have a telegraph. If you look at the boss's left nostril a quarter of a second before the attack comes out, you clearly see an upward twitch, and
got to link the nostril thing to AI Somnium as well. I was happy about that.
And that's your cue to roll. If it's the right nostril though, then you need to do a jumping attack, and then you get a punish. So make sure you keep the boss's nose on the screen at all times. Or, during this frenzy of 15 attacks in a row, there are 2 player-shaped holes under these swings that you can balance.
I could have picked a better clip for that, I think. He's attacking a little slowly there, so it doesn't match with the frenzy, but I wanted the ballerina pose on Margit for the next one, so I went with it.
Ballerina pose through, and another that you have to hit the left stick on to do a duck in order to get some free hits in if your weapon swing is sub 1 second. Charge heavy afterward for a free stagger. And yeah, I'm exaggerating, you know, just a little bit for fun, but only because I think this kind of thing is awesome. Kudos. Sincerely, I get to have only little fragments of this kind of feeling when I discover new ways to punish fights on attempts in replays years later. But that's my central point here. I discover them. I want to do this myself, on my own.
Is this one of the moves that's flagged for ground damage instead of the hitbox thing? Because I feel like I jumped super late there and it still didn't do damage to me. I wonder.
Terms with my own process without guides or dozens of hours of my time on just one fight, and that was my central criticism that I didn't make clear enough in the base video. Some of the fights are too hard, sometimes for different reasons, for me to be able to do that.
So here, this is the last boss of the base game, pushing something into the ground during the phase transition, and then we clip over to the last boss in the DLC doing the same thing
without Google.
Boom.
2 examples of how I got into this myself and really had a good time in the DLC can be found with Radahn and Bale. Elden Ring Ganondorf can sometimes follow up this jumping attack with another jumping attack, and there was no discernible reason that I could figure out for why he would do this only sometimes. But it didn't matter because it was timed so well that I could do a jump and not have to commit to my attack until I was sure he wasn't going to do the follow-up. And if he did, I could just land, roll, and jump again this time with the attack queued. It was one of my favorite things to learn in the DLC and added to that flow state idea of the player reacting to the boss's reaction of what you're doing. I could anticipate this behavior and hold the attack until the very last second and get my damage in no matter what. Bale, on the other hand, shows how much...
One thing I don't like about the jumping attacks out of rolls, though, you can see me fucking it up a couple times in the video, I think, at least twice, is that you can't buffer unless you know you're going to be still facing the boss. You can't, like, buffer, dodge, jump, attack. You have to dodge and do not jump at all. You have to wait like a frame or so after the dodge is over for your character to refocus where the camera is locked on, then jump and then attack, or else your character will jump in the direction they're facing at the end of the roll, and then you will whiff your whole entire attack. I don't know if it's good or not. On the one hand, it kind of adds a little bit of like thought into making sure that you're queuing the attacks properly, but I don't know if that's something that, with the way you can cue attacks and motions in this game, is a good thing, right? I'm not sure. I mean, the game gives you a lot of tools to fight the bosses, and you don't use any of them. It doesn't make sense for you to use Google to beat a boss. I think that particular criticism is weak. So I could talk about this a lot, and if I have to, or I'll probably leave this until the next video on the series. I think that this is something that is definitely missing from the discourse that I've provided on these games. Is, I touched on it in Eliza P video, is that I almost made like a perverted comment. If you play these games a lot, you typically start off with something easier and then you move into something that's more difficult. It's like a progression from, like, typically, especially if you played it from the beginning, you go with like shields, maybe some magic, and then you move over. At some point you drop the magic, at some point you drop the shield, you know, that sort of thing. And there's a progression. It is very, very difficult for players like me to ever go backwards on that timeline, right? So, and I think a lot of people who are new to the series don't understand that, right? Like, getting this is where no, I'm not gonna say it. It's going back to shields. It's not just about like, oh, it's too easy for me. It's boring. It really is boring. Okay. It doesn't get you off anymore, chat. You need something more. There you go. I said it in a nicer way. Again, that's really the key point. It's definitely not about, oh, that's too easy, that's beneath me. It's that it's just fucking boring. Like, if I use a shield in these games in the way that I use a shield in Dark Souls 1 when I first played, it's just like, fucking hell. Like, it's I'd rather play something else, right? And I think when people look at it, it's like, well, why aren't you using the summons? Why aren't you using magic? Why aren't you using shields? Why aren't you using guard counters? And it's like, well, again, I know I keep repeating myself because it's the only way to say it, especially when I don't have a script to follow here. My weakness. It's not about like elitism or anything like that. It's just not fun to us anymore. Yeah. How about blocking with your sword? You take damage from that. Or parrying. Parrying is a really good one. So parrying, when you first play Dark Souls, parrying is difficult to pull off. It's high risk, it's high reward. But you'll see a lot of people who've played these games a lot. They don't parry anymore because, again, it's so boring. It's the same when it comes to it's not just about shields and magic. It's circle strafe and backstabbing as well. You can circle strafe and backstab until the cows come home in Dark Souls 1 and you can just destroy everything. And again, it's boring. So when you play these games over and over and over again, you whittle the options down to what's fun and challenging, instead of it being like, oh, well, I'm going to keep my shield up, constantly circle around until I get a backstab, and if the enemy does attack me in the front, I'm just going to parry, and it's just it just becomes not fun, you know what I mean? I understand, but then you should criticize that it isn't fun to play as intended. Do you know how it's intended to be played? Because I don't. And I actually don't think From knows either, to be honest. And if you like the games a lot, I think this is a monkey paw situation. Because if I'm judging the game by all the options available, the game is dog shit. Like, the game is so boring if I'm using all the tools available to me. Like, I would rather play something else. The expression you have with finding your own difficulty and using these options in a good way is one of the best things that the series does, and it's been there since the very beginning with Dark Souls 1. And I did go into that in the first video when I played the game with spirit summons and magic and the I can't remember the name, the Soul Edge, the moon whatever, right? Moonveil, thank you. If they put it in the game, they intended it to be used. No. So when you play Super Mario 3D World, when you get to a new level, do you immediately suicide yourself 10 times so you can get the golden Lakitu suit or whatever, Tanuki suit, because they put it in the game, therefore they intended to use it? Because that's the easiest way to beat the level, right? Clearly not. So, like, just because something is in the game doesn't mean it's something you have to do. Like, it's a choice. Things are only in the game so Miyazaki can beat it. Oh, is Miyazaki bad? I must live in a complete different life because I don't see a game becoming too easy as something bad as and enjoyable. Yeah, we want different things. I like a challenge and I want to have fun. Again, I think I say a little bit in the it might be in the next minute or so. My goal is not really to beat the boss. My goal is to have a fun and interesting time with the boss, right? Miyazaki's gone on record saying he sucks at the games and not to play like him. Lol. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think using everything, if you're having fun using everything in the game, I think that's great. Like, you go for it. Like, sincerely have a great time. I hope you enjoy it. I think as you play the games more, most people, maybe even you if you play the game a lot more, you're going to start whittling things off of all the things that you use. Maybe you already have and you haven't even noticed. Like, are you always using the right spirit summon for each boss? Are you upgrading it every single time and changing it to a different one that exploits the boss's weaknesses? Are you reinfusing your weapon for the best one and changing your whole entire build to larva tail tier or whatever? Are you putting the right talismans on? You putting the right armor on if this one needs a fast roll or a slow roll or doesn't need to roll at all? Like what kind of shield for the elemental? Like it goes on and 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 on. Like are you eating all your fucking turtlenecks for the endurance buff or whatever the fuck it is, or I can't remember if it's a defensive or endurance, whatever. Like if you're not doing like all of that, then you're already in that phase where you are willing some stuff off and you're trying to calibrate your own fun, and that's a good thing. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Is it boiled crab? By the way, I found playing with the flex to be really cool. Balance around it seems to be well designed. Sadly, it works only on bosses in a way how it is implemented. Yeah, I hope that they make it more accessible in whatever they make next. It kind of, I know this is going to be a Joe original problem or just a me thing, but it also rubs me the wrong way to walk into the boss room and the first thing you do is take out your drugs to have some borrowed power in order to fight the boss who didn't need to do that. I hope I'm not completely alone with that. It just feels kind of bad, like I played The Witcher enough, thank you. I don't need to do it in Elden Ring as well. It just rubs me the wrong way. Like whereas if it was a talisman, I'd be completely fine with it. I don't know why. I completely concede that is me being too particular. You know what I mean? But I just not a big fan of that. Anyway, let's keep going. Much better the DLC fights can handle changes in a boss's behavior based on the player's positioning. It makes perfect sense that if you're closer than usual to the dragon's head while he's breathing fire, that he would cancel it into another attack, instead of stupidly continuing the fire while you just wail at his eyes. Just like exhaling fire at the ground below his torso would be a perfectly reasonable response if you're trying to stay under his claws for free damage. These make sense to me in a way that some responses and extensions in the base game did not, and they're also timed better for proactive play in my opinion. I understand more now what people were saying about... Yeah, I really, really need to get better at that. Fuck. About these bosses being awesome if you put more time into learning them in this way, because the DLC provided enough of that experience with challenging encounters that were far more approachable and fun to learn, undoubtedly with a ton of refinement in punish windows and movement for me to get into when I try them again later on more playthroughs. The fights I didn't like in the base game... Subtitles said wail at his eyes instead of whale. I think it's meant to be a joke on like Bale being like this Moby Dick figure. Wait, hold on, isn't that right? I'll look it up afterwards. Let's keep going. Didn't allow this for me. So while I am sure I would have enjoyed fighting them in this way if I put all that time in, would that enjoyment have been enough to justify the time investments? I didn't think so back then, and I still don't now. It's like crushing a pineapple with your bare hands. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Relatedly, some people might be confused why I say I can appreciate this stuff while not wanting to do it myself. Something doesn't make sense here, right? Well, for me, it's like being awestruck at some of the techniques used in Celeste speedruns or the Mario 64 speed. Had source me trying my best because I wanted to minimize other people's footage, and I think in the Mario 64 it's Puncation. I hope I'm saying his name right. Runs as an example. The Hazy Maze Cave Red Coin Star in particular is an amazing clockwork-like procedure. It's almost surgical that some runners can do flawlessly. The amount... I probably could have cut this. Sometimes I think I get it in my head that it's a good thing to reference other games in this way, and maybe it is. Maybe I'm being too harsh on myself right now. I do it in the Witcher video a lot too, the Witcher 3 video, but I don't know, maybe it goes on for a little bit too long. Oh, people in chat seem to like it, okay. The amount of work that went into fine-tuning that and then practicing it to perform it live each run is astonishing. I love seeing it every time, but I have no desire to do that myself or put the time in to learn, and I doubt I would enjoy a game built around demanding that. While the Elden Ring bosses I have issue with aren't close to that, of course, they are still too unintuitive and too unfun for me to commit to learning fully. Especially when placed next to the Shadow of the Erdtree set, because here's a group of bosses that do it better in every way for me. That does not mean I don't understand why other people may like the fights in the base game still. But So it was an accident that the butt lined up with killing him here, and when it happened in the timeline, I let the clip play. I was pretty happy with it. I think I do okay against Malekith here. I still don't really like the fight all that much. It was more fun this time than the others, but this is my 5th or 6th time killing him, and it took that long for me to finally like click with it a little bit. Like, I don't know. This is hard to talk about. Let's just keep going. That said, I also have to clap back a bit here because I'm not convinced the playstyle challenge runners found. I really like this fight. I saw a comment saying that how can he like the DLC fights when he doesn't like Malekith and Godfrey? I really like Godfrey. I like this fight a lot. Also, when he says clap, when I say clap, he also kind of claps his hands together. That's why I did this clip here. He's not really clapping though, but yeah, whatever. I also have to clap back a bit here because I'm not convinced the playstyle challenge runners found for these bosses is actually intended. This is probably the best fight of the last boss rush. Yeah, again, sorry to repeat myself, but it's like after you get through Lindell, it is damage spikes hard. Commander Nile is shit because of the summons he has. It's really annoying. Nile himself is pretty good. Like he has some good spectacle to him. He does a lot of damage, and that can be a bit much, but if it wasn't for the summons, I think I would like Nile a lot more. So that's like a bad boss to me because I fucking hate having to kill those summons at the beginning every single time. And then after that we have Fire Giant, which is awful. My mouth just farted. That's great. Fire Giant, which is awful. And then after we get through Fire Giant, we go to fight Godskin Duo. Then we have to fight Beast Clergyman, which I also don't like. Then Malekith, which we just spoke about. Then we go back to the Ashen Capital or whatever to fight, like, what's his name? The All-Knowing? I didn't really like that fight either. Like, that was just kind of annoying. Then we go into Godfrey, good fight. Then it's Radagon, which I think I like a little bit more now that I understand the jump a bit better, but I still don't understand what makes Radagon teleport. But when I killed Radagon on these playthroughs, I never like really had any trouble with that because I just had so much damage, so I don't know about that. And then Elden Beast is really bad. Then we go to Millennia at the end of all that too, who, you know, I think Millennia is a pretty good fight except for Waterfowl, but I'm also not a fan of the whatchamacallit. There's a move in phase 2 that she gets where she summons a bunch of like spectral clones. I'm not really a fan of that move, but maybe that's still a problem with Waterfowl because she's, again, it's the Radon problems that she's pretty hard to learn. So it's pretty sparse that you'll even see that move, or sparse you'll even see that move, sorry. And so then that makes it kind of difficult to get a good handle on. So the end of Elden Ring to me is just a bunch of like shit all stacked in a row, and even some of the like the lesser encounters or non-boss encounters get kind of meh around there too. Every single playthrough I've ever done of Elden Ring, I have forgotten about the shit show that is that little Shadow Realm town that you have to go through to ring those fucking bells or light those fires before you can get into the Erdtree. Fuck, I hate that part. It's such a bad part, you know what I mean? And then there's like no more enemy variety once you get to the Erdtree as well, which is a real shame because I love that zone. I love the idea of them building this huge brace around the tree that's dying, and that's where the rot is spilling out of, and you're going through the decay. That was fucking awesome. Like, I really like that. I wish it had some unique enemies, but yeah. I wonder if you spread that out a little bit more, if I wouldn't have felt such despair at the end of my Elden Ring run. I played through again recently, and you can do the lamps in multiple tries. Was it always like that? I think it was, yeah. I think it always was. Games is usually a step up in difficulty and complexity, not down.
And since you can burst the base game fights much easier, I can't stop myself from thinking that some of the moves they have are just overtuned or poorly animated, like Radahn's cross slash here in the DLC, and Millennia's waterfowl in the base game, and some crafty players found ways to play around them. It is not reasonable to me to conclude that this is the intended way of beating things when it's not communicated at all, while the game tutorializes way more obvious stuff like the weak points on these DLC enemies and the stealth section, and again, that the DLC bosses do not explore this design any deeper as the intended method of learning them.
I was really worried about this, and it seems like most people have responded to it well, although time will see if that holds up. I try to be really careful about making it clear that it's still valid and fun. I'm not saying, you know, it's what you're doing is bad or, you know, should be dismissed or anything like that. It's just I have a lot of trouble accepting that this is what From expected us all to do for these fights, you know? I could be wrong, but especially with the DLC that's coming now, I really have trouble seeing it. And then we get into the torrent thing, and the Great Runes just boggles my mind.
This constant dance where there are no openings and you just have to hit them between their combos. That isn't in the DLC, really. They're back to way more reasonable openings. I think it more likely that the base game was just rushed in places and imbalanced with the back end of bosses. I wonder if they weren't all stacked together in a tight clump at the end, with Fire Giant also being pretty bad in his own special way that I wouldn't have found as much to complain about. Remember, and I really hope this doesn't come across as gloating because I don't intend it to be such, we now have torrents in the Elden Beast fight when some fans just spent the last 2 years swearing up and down that it was for sure a part of the legendary vision of the game that we just didn't understand. It's beyond reproach, and so on. Either they legitimately forgot and had to wait for 2 years to slip the change in with the DLC so it doesn't become the focus of too many conversations, which absolutely worked if that was the intent, or they couldn't get arguably the most important boss fight in the game, it's the climax, working properly until now, and just shipped it as is and left it for 2 years. Either way, it's a huge WTF.
So the third option, which I don't say in the video because it's just inconceivable to me, but it is worth bringing it up as a counterpoint. The third option is that they decided to change the fight. I really don't think so, Chief. I can't see that. I can't see them coming back and being like, you know what? Let's completely just like change how that fight works just for the lulz. It just doesn't track with me at all. Why not? Because everyone seemed to feel like, well, not everyone, because some people argued against it, but like who knows where they're coming from. It felt really obvious to a lot of people that torrent should have been there. It fit the fight with the flow of the fight with getting back in range of the boss. It would also, like I said in the first video, it links back to the torrent choosing you at the beginning. It would, you know, it really feels like a good thematic fit there. And the fact that it turns out that it's now in the fight. Like what's the saying? Like it passes the smell test. Like everyone thought it was supposed to be in there, and now it is. You know what I mean? Like it fits a lot better than From independently deciding, hey, you know what? Let's just add torrent in there, even though we never wanted it there at all. Let's just throw it in. It just doesn't pass with me. Sorry. But could be wrong. This is a part, like, it links to the criticism part that we speak about at the end of the video. Like I want to take what people say with charitability, but at the same time, I know firsthand that everything will be defended to the death no matter what. From said torrent not being there was a bug in their patch notes. It's clearly an excuse. Well, was it under the bug fixes? Torrent is now available to be spawned? Because that would be a slam dunk. Well, it wouldn't be a complete slam dunk. It wouldn't be completely certain. But it would lend more... it would lean more toward that it should have been there the whole time. Credence, yeah, sorry. I'm getting a bit tired. It's been a while. Can you dodge? I don't know what the move is called. The one that you needed Bloodhound Step for when the game first launched. Can you dodge that with the new light roll? Elden Stars, yeah. Is that dodgeable with the new light roll or no? Because they dodged it. No, orb, yeah. Can you dodge the orb with the new light roll or still no? It's dodgeable 20. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I'm asking. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry. We're almost at the end.
Similarly, the Great Runes are still objectively bugged to this day and do not grant any buff or benefit whatsoever without having a rune arc activated. Or, far worse, they were never supposed to, and they just can't be bothered.
So, I feel like I should have lingered on this a little bit longer because I saw some comments saying like, well, like, what do you mean? They're not supposed to give you any effect. So, Great Rune menu, I believe this is the exact same thing as it was in the base game. With the Great Rune menu, you can equip Great Runes that have had their power restored. You can use a rune arc to give even greater benefits to your equipped Great Runes. This is just unambiguously like, hey, they're supposed to give you some benefit when they're on, and then you use a Great Rune to get even more. I don't understand why this hasn't been changed. It is such an easy fix as well.
Fixing a single sentence in a tutorial. How much more in the base game is not working properly in this way, or just needs some tweaks, and From just isn't doing it. If they can't find the time or willpower to update a sentence, how must they feel about really complex issues like boss timings or telegraphs or animations that maybe aren't working properly? It's hard to take.
Could be a translating issue. Even then, it's still not fixed. Like I don't think that's a good defense for this long. If it was like a month afterwards, like, okay, yeah, whatever. But like this long, like come on. Even with that, it should have been fixed by now.
Take this seriously, even though I swear to God I really try, when some people take these talking points and run with them so far that they'll defend Waterfowl Blade when, again, it doesn't even have a developer-intended way of dealing with it when up close. And I will die on this hill. I will be enshrined on this hill. You can make a whole Mausoleum Legacy dungeon with my triggered spirit as the boss on this hill. To reiterate, it is very difficult to have a conversation about any possible troublesome.
So originally I was going to try and show my character getting killed on a hill somewhere, just so it's just matched the visual. But then when I got here, I decided I would just rather let it play into me doing the 360 trick around her for Waterfowl. I just thought it worked better. But maybe I was just being lazy at that point because toward the end of the video, I was starting to be like, I just want to get it done. Let's get it done.
Moves in the game when the argument is because you can Xbox 360 around her at the start of Waterfowl or throw a Frostpot that it is technically avoidable, therefore skill issue, therefore get good, therefore stop yapping.
Does the attack have to have a way to avoid it perfectly? That is an interesting question. I think with the way that these games work, that the answer should be yes. However, if I was to do a phase 3 video or Elden Ring 4 years later or whatever at some point in the future, I would definitely spend some time exploring the idea that base game Elden Ring FromSoft was experimenting with the idea of putting in unavoidable damage to see if the player base would tolerate it, how they would handle it, and if they could use it a way to like wear the player down and use the flasks as like a resource of attrition rather than just a mistake meter. Because there are a lot of fights and moves in the base game Elden Ring that are very difficult to avoid unless you like really know all the positioning tricks that are there, that sort of thing. And in some cases, they're just outright unavoidable damage. You know what I mean? Like, there are not a lot of sources that are outright unavoidable damage, but there are some of them there. So I would be curious in investigating that to see if that's the case. And it seems like if it is true, they fucking abandoned that in the DLC for the most part. I don't know. I think that there is room for this kind of combat to have unavoidable damage, but I think it needs to be communicated more to players that have been here for like the whole series, you know, coming from Dark Souls 1, that you shouldn't treat these kind of moves as like failure. Because to me, whenever I take damage in these games, the little fucking goblin in my head goes, "What did you do wrong? What did you do wrong? What did you do wrong?" Like you must have done something wrong there. So I need some sort of like probably even just a direct player message on the ground or in the patch notes or something. Like I need something to tell me, like in an unavoidable tutorial thing, there is going to be unavoidable damage in this game, you know? So, you know, just get used to that, right? Waterfowl did a lot of damage to me as well, in that because of how it worked, in the back of my head, I was bracing in the DLC to find another move like it as well. And it's like, and sometimes when I got up against a move, I'm like, I have no idea how to dodge this. This little goblin in my head would be like, maybe there isn't Joe. Maybe it's just Waterfowl all over again. And thankfully, that wasn't really the case, right? Maybe arguably in some cases here and there, but not really. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying no completely, but it's an interesting conversation.
It is the inquisitive players that deserve the respect here for finding a way to out-bullshit this bullshit. Not from making an attack that 99.99% of the player base will never learn how to deal with on their own, so the game comes across as more difficult than it actually is. And it seems like From understands this too, because the DLC is almost entirely devoid of this method of difficulty. To cool down from this, I want to be clear in saying that I'm not proposing the way some people have found to
like, I don't know, sometimes I wonder if the way we play these games isn't really right. And now we're just coming to something of a breaking point. But I don't know, the DLC brought that back a lot for me, so I don't think so. But I was feeling that a lot more with just base game Elden Ring, for sure. So like how with Moog, unless you're hyper bursting him down, you'll always take some damage with the phase shift. Yeah, even if you find the flask thing, which I actually did find when I first played, luckily enough, you're gonna take a little bit of chip damage there. But if you don't find it, and why would you ever think to, if you got there without finding that, why would it even occur to you, oh, there must be a wondrous physic flask tier that's gonna make me immune to this damage, better go find it? Like, no, you're just gonna sit there and just pop 3 flasks to heal through it, right? I think it's an interesting twist on that fight, and it makes me wonder what their idea was for the rest of it as well. It's definitely possible that they were experimenting with, hey, maybe we can put some unavoidable damage in. Like, maybe even some of Margit's moves are meant to be trying to communicate that to the player, but they're just not full on it with enough, or not clear with it enough. And also they don't really do all that much damage, so which makes it more likely, right? Like some of the little dagger swipes or whatever that he can do that I still don't know how to dodge. But maybe I'm just bad. Sorry, I'm wilting right now. I'm getting really tired. Sorry, I feel like I'm not being that coherent.
Engage with these bosses isn't legitimate or not fun. It's just maybe not intended, and those are two different things. From someone who is just starting to dabble in no-hit runs,
like I've seen it argued that Malekith isn't even supposed to be fought without the parry dagger that I didn't even know existed until I saw that argument. Apparently, when he glows, you can use an item to parry him, and yeah, it's or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, I don't know. I've never fought him with that. It's not very good though. Oh, it's not? I thought it was like you get a free hit if you do it. I think what From wanted with Soul series is to create a big world that you can approach however you want, and then fans just kind of latch onto one particular way of playing the game and assume that's the intended design. Elden Ring feels like the biggest piece of evidence towards that. It could be the case, yeah. But they did cater toward that playstyle in Dark Souls 2, 3, and Bloodborne. And in Elden Ring, for the most part, I think. Anyway, let's keep going.
All the way up to Ongbal, hope I pronounced that correctly, schooling every boss in the game in multiple ways to the point that you start
this guy's
feeling
fucking
sorry
amazing
for them. Mad respect, deep respect. I hope that the DLC fights aren't too easy for you after all the base game ones, because I want you to have a great time with the game too. But that doesn't mean that the base game bosses weren't too far for most players to learn, which seems to be the case since most people agreed with my original critique for quite a while after it came out, and it wasn't until they played the game many more times or looked up guides to learn the fights that they came back and said, you know what, I kind of like the boss design now. I think this new DLC set of bosses is in a great place between base game Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. Most players aren't going to have to resort to looking up guides and can learn the fights themselves. It might take a while because they're hard, but they can still do it. This is a wonderful happy medium.
Did you know the lion is actually 2 people in a costume? I thought it was 3. Is it only 2? Okay. That's kind of cool.
Except for Radon Phase 2. I don't think I'll ever bother fighting him again.
Yeah, I still think that, because this video came out so long ago, so why would I change my mind? Yeah, I don't know if I ever want to put myself through that again. Maybe if I hear they do some changes to him or something. Like, I did not have a good time. And I think this might be the... did I feel that way about Millennia? Kind of. I still, again, like I said like a few minutes ago, apart from Waterfowl and that Spectre move, I really like Millennia's moveset. It's pretty good to engage with. Like, I like it a lot, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Here are some more mistakes in the original video before we wrap this up. There could be a couple more, but these are the ones I'm sure of. I was way too hard on Moog. I think I was getting fatigued with the game's length by then, or annoyed by the unavoidable damage transition, or I was just playing it too much for the video. That can happen sometimes. He's a pretty good fight. Sorry. I should have researched iframes on the jump. I assumed that some attacks were flagged to not deal damage if the player was in...
So I use this as an example here as an attack that I didn't realize you could jump over. So this is original footage from when I played the game in 2022 with this character. That I would just run through this because I had no fucking idea what to do this because it didn't look jumpable to me.
The air, not that the jump would remove the player's lower hitbox as an alternative iframe type move. Apparently there are also some attacks flagged for...
Same with this. I don't fully understand why jumping here works.
Ground damage, so they do exist as well. Maybe. The game apparently does not have input reading. The bosses are just capable of responding to the first frame or first few frames of some animations, like using your flask. I don't really understand why this matters though, because the end result is still the same when it comes to gameplay. I can hit a button and the boss responds so fast that it feels like I was in control of them for a moment,
3 times
but
in a row
it's not
here.
Input reading. Maybe
like, no,
input
you're
reading
not
is
healing.
Such a malign
Fuck
term
you.
in some groups that it really pissed some people off to hear it said like that. If that's the case, then I am sorry. I know it's annoying for terminology to be misused as well.
Why heal in neutral? I don't know if that was because I wanted an example of the input reading for the video, or if I was just spamming heal to see, because sometimes she doesn't always heal like the attack you for that. Nice Zuli hat reference. Thanks. I'm glad someone got it.
To close out the video, I have 2 topics left that I want to discuss. The first is to state plainly that I am now excited for another game in the series again. The DLC showed me enough progression on boss design that I'm no longer disinterested or disheartened.
So I used this clip here because in the original video, when I said I wasn't interested anymore, I showed the burning capital, and this seemed like the counterpart shot to that from the DLC compared to that one.
By where the series seems to be going, and it's like a shadow hanging over the base game now instead of the other way around.
Man, that tree looks gorgeous.
But I do have a couple stipulations on that, and I still think...
So a couple of points here, like he's raising 2 hands, like I have 2 points, and also I showed the structure in the background after the Radon fight when I said there was 2 things left to talk about, and it looks like 2 pillars. More moon logic, or is it Mars logic now? We're past the moon because we've gone so far.
As good as these fights were, that there's something far better that could be made with all of Elden Ring's parts. By now, some of you are probably wondering why I haven't brought up the deflecting hard tier yet. It's a wondrous physic flask buff thing that grants you a temporary Sekiro-type perfect guard for about the duration of a boss battle. I haven't tried this extensively yet because I wasn't sure if the fights would be balanced around it, and I knew I'd end up making some video about them or talk about them at some point, and I wanted the base experience and not this modified one. Either way, it makes me quite hopeful about some more options coming in the next game. I wish that it had been a foundational power added to the player character throughout the DLC, so I would know for sure fights were fairly built around it. Maybe some system of replacing body parts, like a second set of armor, so you could have a Mesmer type. I really wish I had put footage of Godric cutting off his arm in his phase transition here for like replacing body parts, the grafted thing, because it kind of thematically fits as well. I wish I had used that there. Type I that shows you the boss's stagger bar, another I for telegraph symbols for whether an attack can be jumped over or has to be perfectly blocked or parried. Your legs could give you a double jump and a stomp on an enemy head after jumping over some attacks to deal high. Why are you Scarlet Rot against that boss? Because I just ran through the Erdtree right into the boss fight, and I still had Scarlet Rot from being hit on the way there. Stagger damage. And what if your left arm got replaced and you got a grapple line for quick world navigation? Or, so the joke there, I feel like most people got it, but some people seemed a little confused in the premiere. So the joke there is that I'm just saying, what if the game was Sekiro? That's it. I'm not actually saying, like, I wish all this shit was in the game. I'm just saying, what if it was Sekiro? That's it. The game still doesn't use some of its systems enough. The depth is set of armor, so you could have a Mesmer type I that shows you the boss's stagger bar, another I for telegraph symbols for whether an attack can be jumped over or has to be perfectly blocked or while, but I don't think we should have to. Imagine how miserable Sekiro would be if the perilous warnings were stripped away. How much tedious, protracted learning about what attacks can be jumped, demand a perfect parry, Makiri countered, or have to be dodged or ran away from. That's what Elden Ring is right now. Or for an example that's in the game. So, two things I could have clarified there and expanded on that I decided not to because I didn't want the runtime to go even longer. It doesn't have to be a perilous system. It could also just be that the animations are more clear about what you can, like, dodge and jump over and all that sort of thing. Like if they did that work in, or if they said if they did something like they almost did this in the DLC actually, it's like all fire-based attacks, no matter what they are or what they look like, you can jump over fire-based attacks. You know what I mean? That's it. Like that would be a good alternative as well. And there was another point I wanted to make as well just now. Shit. Oh, and it was that some people think that the perilous warnings in Sekiro are kind of like Simon Says, but there is still some amount of animation reading, and the system works really, really well. It's not like when I first played, I thought there were different symbols for the different responses, and maybe they are slightly different, but I don't think so. I think it's the same. It's the same symbol each time, right? Or at least I can't notice a difference with them. So you just need. It's just basically a notification. Hey, this requires a special response, and then after that, you need to still make a judgment call and decide what the special response is. Right? So I think that that's a really good system. So it doesn't always have to be it doesn't always have to be like, hey, we're gonna flash the jump symbol so you can jump this one. It's like, I think that would be bad. I don't think that every single jumpable attack in the game should have a jump flag on it in order to let you know to jump, because then it is going to turn into Simon Says. That is definitely not what I want from the suggestion. Hopefully that's clear, but if it's not, then maybe I should have added that. Game already, imagine how much unnecessary tedium would be added if the glowing critical hit points were removed from bosses after knocking them down, and you had to play a guessing game of find the weak point over several attempts and several knockdowns before learning where you have to stand. Or with some fights concluding with insecure dejection that they simply don't have one and you can't do it no matter how hard you try, and it may have taken a considerable amount of your time to learn that, and you always second guess yourself every single time you knock them down because maybe you just haven't found it yet. So this is exactly my experience with knocking down the tree sentinel at the beginning of the game. I'm always, even today, if I went back in and played it again right now and I knocked him down, I would still be like, maybe this is the time I'm going to find out where the critical hit point is, because there's no way in this game where staggers and knockdowns are so important that the first fucking real boss that they would put in wouldn't have a punish window for the critical hit, right? Like every single fucking time I'm like, I'm going to find it this time, and I never have. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Instead, by providing information about attacks and states like this to the player, they can be used far more frequently and demand many different reactions from you and drastically enhance the flow state of combat.
Why can't the critical hit position just be anywhere? Like it is in Sekiro? Just it's fucking great game. Just so good.
It's one of the reasons why Sekiro is so good.
Time to
And
replay
while
it.
Elden Ring doesn't and shouldn't be exactly like that, it could take many of those systems and use them in its own way. I appreciate that some amount of work went into encouraging me to use jump more, particularly with fire-based attacks, as a defensive option for these fights. But there's no way in hell I'm going to spend so much time meticulously testing boss moves for jump openings. As I said above, it's not worth it to me.
Yeah, again, I don't know if this is bad of me or not, or lazy. Just the thought of going in, and maybe I'm just being too particular or scientific about it, but the thought of going in and being like, okay, time to find out if I can jump over X, Y, and Z moves. So every time the boss does it, all right, time to jump. Oh, did I avoid damage? No. Well, is it because I mistimed it? Is it because I jumped in the wrong direction? Is it because, I was in the wrong spot? Maybe I was a little too behind the boss. Maybe if I like do a little roll first, or if I jump back a little bit, like that sounds like hell to me. I don't really want to do that. However, I will say that when I have naturally found a way to jump over a fight, a boss move, I always like it, right? So the potential is definitely there, and that's why it's so tragic to me, because when it happens naturally, or it's animated well, that it's clear that, hey, you can jump over this, I'm like, hell yeah, here we go. But yeah, when it requires a ton of experimentation and it's not really intuitive, I'm not going to put the time in. Sorry. But I could be just being lazy there.
But I still know the potential is there for a second telegraphed defensive response because Lies of P is so fantastic. So why isn't From doing it when they will add this weird band-aid-like deflecting buff? Well, hold on, let me make sure I've got the pin out of this hand grenade. It may surprise some of you to know that the opening of this video is not a joke to some people. Okay, so this part is the only reason why this the Satan part went on for so long. If I wasn't going to bring it back, I would have cut it down quite a bit, actually. I like the wordplay of when I did all the titles of the game, but if it wasn't for the way I could call this back and actually make a point out of it, this would have been way too fucking indulgent IMO. So I'm glad that I brought it back like this. When we get a little bit into it, I'll explain why I called it the grenade. I can guarantee that there are some fanboys that clicked, listened to that opening.
So his hands touch, the animation ends right when I get to the top of the elevator. Complete accident. I didn't even notice this until I saw it in Adobe Premiere timeline.
And went wide-eyed while saying, wow, so he just admits it. Maybe they even commented before getting through the opening. Maybe you can find them below. People think that way about me.
Yeah, find them below. Go comment on my video. Yeah, give me more algorithm points. Yeah, go comment down below.
And anyone else that criticizes.
So these are the fanboys stabbing the critic.
Is Daddy FromSoft, because that's how extreme the discourse has gotten around these games. Some people really do think I want to have my perspective ingrained on the masses and infects all conversations as an objective take.
This one's obvious, right?
Even though I've never done that and have gone out of my way so many times to explicitly state otherwise. So anyway, let me do it for the first time then. If you ever...
Okay, so the reason why I called it the grenade, and I had the visual of it blowing up in my face, is because I fully expected, and maybe it still happened, but so far the response to this video has been way better than I thought it was going to be. I fully expected me like throwing the gauntlet down here against the toxicity was going to blow up in my face. That's why I called it the grenade, and also because I'm cooking. So maybe it's not going to age very well because of that, the bit. People seem to like the imagery of the grenade anyway, but going in, I was really, really nervous about this whole bit, and I almost cut it so many times, or at least I almost softened it. Like I say the meanest thing I've ever said in a video in about a minute from now, and it felt right, but at the same time, I try not to be that inflammatory. I'm not trying to say it as an insult. I really am trying to go to bat for the series here, but like, man, I was expecting this to go a lot differently than it did.
Ever find yourself interacting with a FromSoft fan who just dismisses criticism and conversation with "get good"?
So these are supposed to be the Pokemon dancing, the repeated imagery throughout the video.
Skill issue, yapping, etc. Then I want this proposal to be the default mindset going forward. You need to ignore them and remind yourself that you are dealing with either 1, a kid. Kids are allowed to be dumb. They get a pass. Just ignore them. They'll grow up, hopefully. 2, a troll. Get good never used to be that serious. It still isn't to some people. We all do a little trolling. Ignore them. 3, a loser. Someone who actually, literally, no exaggeration, is a full-grown ass adult and thinks that their biggest accomplishment in life is beating a Dark Soul and sees nothing wrong with that. Ignore them. I am breaking my keyboard to quickly type a follow-up. So mother fingers smashing the keyboard, that's what it's supposed to be. I really like a Dark Soul. It's like it's like Lucille in Arrested Development. Go see a Star War. Any discussion happens at all, you are not talking to this kind of person. So don't ignore them, well, based on this advice at least. I do not want to be seen as trying to dismiss criticism because the exact... So here, she's saying, wipe away the letters, like wipe away the criticism. That's why I use this clip here. Opposite is my whole point here. People who disagree with my takes and put work into rebuttals and defense of a game they like... This is kind of meant to represent, like, I can't believe he's saying that, but it's kind of a stretch. I don't know. It made sense to me at the time, but I don't know. Awesome shit. Keep on it. Really, people who like what I don't like obviously deserve to have their argument out there, and vice versa. That should go without saying, and I could very well be wrong about where I want a game to go, and most people would prefer otherwise. But these toxic assholes that have latched onto this series probably... So, I don't... Is it Saint Trina? Is it Saint Trina, or is it linked to Saint Trina, or is it Trina? Is toxic, so that's why I use it here. So kind of an accident that I came across this clip when I was putting the end of the video together, but I think it works quite well. Probably because it's the first time in their life that something held them accountable, so now they view a game dev as a surrogate parent. Oh man, it's so fucking harsh, but I'm sorry, it's true to me. It's so true to me. Holy shit, it's so mean. Need to stop being a dominant voice in all of these conversations. I love FromSoft. They are probably my favorite developer. Do you know who else I used to love? Bethesda. Do you know what the climate of gaming discussions was like about Bethesda around the time Skyrim came out in 2011? Very much like what we have about FromSoft today. If you're a bit younger than my average demographic, it may absolutely shock you to learn that people were scared to criticize Bethesda when Fallout 4 came out. That game was when things finally started to turn for them. But yeah, Bethesda, the clown dev of the industry today, people were scared to criticize them back then. So let me add one qualifier to this part because I wanted to add it, but I didn't want to ruin the flow of this as it went. I don't think Starfield is a terrible game. I don't think it's a great game, but I don't think it's a terrible game. I don't think Bethesda makes terrible games. However, for the status that Bethesda has and what they're capable of doing and how good they should be, there's a huge difference. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like an average game from Bethesda isn't good enough, right? It should be way better. And a lot of the bad things that are in their games are such repeated problems that I think, and this whole toxic positivity mutation is definitely why everyone just clowns on them all the time. But I felt bad like listening to this back again because I felt like I was like you know, they're complete trash. They're not. They should just be way better than they actually are, if that makes sense. So you know, I wish I could have found a way to qualify that a little bit in the video, but it would have ruined the flow of this part. Journalists had negative feedback, and man, the fear and backlash they weathered. That doesn't mean people didn't have problems with Bethesda's games before this, it's just that when it was voiced, it was often swiftly extinguished by the fanatics that didn't realize they were doing more harm than good with their toxic positivity. Elden Ring, as I view it, is FromSoft Skyrim. So this is meant to kind of look like the underground in Elden Ring a little bit, but most of the footage I'm using here is just leftover footage I had from these games from doing recording sessions for different ones. I had to do a bunch of recording sessions for the Witcher 3 video for Skyrim, so this is where some of it came from. Congratulations, Todd, you got another one out there. Not because it's open world, but because it feels to me that their player base at large is finally starting to get tired of the same problems being in the games that have been there from the start. Or maybe it's the huge influx of a new audience since Elden Ring was a staggering and truly deserved mainstream success. And I'm not talking about...
So influx of materials coming through the pipe. I know, again, it doesn't really make sense, but whatever. I was just like going through footage at this point at the very end, and then a big group of people, huge audience. It fills some hole at least.
But much more subjective things like boss design here when it comes to these problems. I'm talking about performance issues, especially on consoles, technical limitations, unfinished sections, a camera that is sometimes worse than it was in games they themselves released years ago, online guides being a requirement for basic boring quest content, and the beginning of memes ridiculing how they keep reusing the same themes and imagery. Miyazaki, forgive me. Not to mention even the lore people seem to be disappointed in the DLC's ending because there was nothing there, and they're usually the champions of seeing so much when there's nothing. I love the Bale fight.
I don't really feel like that's a fair condemnation on my part because I'm not into the lore, but maybe I'm put too many assumptions there. I do see that sentiment being passed around a lot, but maybe it's not going to hold up. So maybe that's like the weakest part of that whole tirade that I just went on. But even me, who doesn't really buy into it a lot, like Elden Ring could really just be a prequel to all of the Dark Souls as far as I'm concerned. There is so much repetition in mood and world construction and all that shit. Like if we sat here and like, or if I did research on it for a video, I could probably feel so much with that shit. It didn't bother me in the base game, but it's kind of bothering me now. FromSoft is one story. Yeah, like the big thing, maybe the difference is that we played Armored Core 6 in the interim, and even that was just the same shit, man. Like even that, the big robot fucking thing. Like I don't know. Are the rest of them like that? Nice headshot, Bale.
But how is the boss designed to actively get so close to me that the camera unavoidably clips inside his body? It's like it's a part of the fight, and I have to hope I'm not getting attacked while I fix it. Why are giant enemies still impossible to see one up close when Sekiro already used a simple fix for this? Do you know how much better Dancing Lion looks when the camera is pulled back a bit, and how much more fun it is to engage with his moves with that perspective? Why are gank fights still horrible for off-screen telegraphs when rings...
I love the rot pot coming out of nowhere. It's just as soon as you turn your back on that fucker in that fight, here comes the rock pot. It's just every single time, man. Like, someone's saying that's why Bloodborne is the GOAT. Yeah, but just wait for Bloodborne 2, where you go into the underground and then you break into a pit and you fall down and you see that the whole entire surface world is being suspended on the backs of like giant pillar trees all in the distance. Don't worry, it's gonna happen.
City already had a solution. Or a better question, why are gank fights? Why are bosses so poorly tested that Bale can become... Zuko, Bender of Fire, and make this happen? This is a...
Did I say his name right, chat?
Move he does about a third of the time at the start of every attempt as you walk through the fog door. Either this wasn't tested nearly enough, or this is actually intentional, and we can look forward to seeing more of it, in which case I rescind my interest in any subsequent Elden Ring games.
Someone in the comments said that if you run for the fire breath at the beginning, it can't get you, and scrolling is the problem. This was not my experience. I did try to run sideways away from it on some attempts, and it would still catch up to me and get me sometimes. It was pretty inconsistent for this being an issue. So yeah, I don't know. But again, I didn't patch the game, so maybe the patches have already fixed it.
FromSoft is amazingly talented, and they make fantastic games, but they clearly have a few blocks here and there. And the reason why I think they struggle to consistently fix things and improve, particularly on small stuff that should be the easier tweaks to make, is the same reason why Bethesda insulated themselves from all criticism, and
So in that clip he says, when he's crying, reading the reviews, and then the next thing he says is, and then ignoring the reviews when the money is being thrown up in the air. I think I play the clip with sound in the Fallout 4 video. Yeah.
We ended up with Starfields. I know firsthand as a creative person, although I'm far from any of the subjects we're discussing, to be clear, how difficult it can be to sift through feedback for the stuff that's coming from a pure place.
So here, this is a funny clip, but it's also, the game is giving me feedback that is wrong. That's the whole link here to what's being said.
Even if you disagree with it, or it's not even applicable, at least it's honest and you can see something in it. Imagine going from feeling like everyone loves what you produce and having such a loyal, fervent fan base that you see defenses of all your design decisions in every discussion online. Guess things can't be so bad, huh? It's all acceptable. Look at the discussion. It's there. Look. And then within one game, you see that twist on its head. The dam breaks, and now it's a flood embittered by years of being silenced by fanboys that may turn around and join in with this new wave.
They're all turning around after you hit the guy. Pretty straightforward.
Because when the tide turns on this,
there's a tide on the beach, yep.
It can often be more fun to troll and go along with it.
And again, the return of the get good skill issue Pokemon that kill me here.
And there was never much critical thinking going on there to begin with. Just yelling at people to shut up. Or get good in this case.
Get good.
I said earlier that I didn't want to come across as gloating about the torrent change to Elden Beast, and it's mostly for this reason. From should be celebrated and encouraged for fixing their games post-release, and not somehow feel like they're betraying their fans who are scrambling like angry wasps in every conversation to...
So, I don't know if this is a bug for them to do this. I've never seen a grouping of enemies in a FromSoft game like this. I don't know what happened here. But anyway, this is like angry wasps, these like a swarm of insects here with them crawling along, but also, you know, keyboard warriors typing their defense, you know, in the chat for their beloved game. That's the link here. I think it works really well.
To defend everything they're doing. Even some of the things From themselves may think are lackluster or know are broken and look awkwardly at the defensive at best or become confused and doubtful about their own decisions at worst. This shouldn't be seen as a gotcha, aha, see there are some big mistakes in your game, I knew it, and it's...
Okay, lore people, is this a placeholder enemy that they forgot to put the real one in?
Instead a casual,
what the fuck is this? There's like 3 of them in this area, isn't there? What is this?
Of course there would be some...
Like, to me, this reeks of, oh, put that enemy in and then we'll update it with the proper one when it's done. Oh, lol, we forgot. There's a lore reason why there's something called a greater Potenate, whatever. That's a naked guy with a gigantic Capra Demon machete. Is there really? Okay. Can I see it? No. Okay. A great lore reason, completely localized into this village at this time of year.
Errors in a game this huge. Fix it and then fix more, please. Don't...
Alright, so the funny clip here, I think some people actually noticed, was the weird fucking face that the boar makes because the camera's too close to him.
Feel bad or ashamed or... or anything like that. It should not have taken 6 games and a movie for a new item tab to be added. Do you want FromSoft to end up with a Starfield of their own? That may be unthinkable to you, but if we rewound time and spoke to the biggest Skyrim enjoyers of late 2011, Starfield launching in 2023 with some of the exact same problems that were in Oblivion would have been just as inconceivable, because that's where we are now. Some issues are starting to pile up, and if they are continually...
Alright, so the shot of the feet is just a really good shot that I wanted to include because I thought it was funny, and this was my last chance to use it because I hadn't found a good reason to use it earlier in the run, so I just did it here. And I was walking home today from a place, and I realized that I could have used this clip for when I said you could have replaced your legs to get a double jump, and I have been angry for the whole day since realizing that. So yeah, but I still made it in, so there we go.
Press for long enough, it'll be the same explosive release we saw after Fallout 4. Toxic positivity.
So the toxic positivity transmuted to toxic negativity here is because when Mikola's spell breaks, these guys go from loving each other, you know, kumbaya bullshit, to, you know, hating each other. We must slaughter the non-believers, that sort of thing.
It transmuted to toxic negativity at the same potency and with the devs just as confused.
This is just a miserable shot, I think. I just like the shot.
Used. I don't think I'm capable of swaying any fanboy's mind.
This is the meeting of the fanboys listening to their messiah there. This is what this is supposed to be.
And on their attitude toward criticism on FromSoft, or anything, but I do think I have a tiny chance. This is me like walking a tightrope bridge, like, because I have a tiny chance of getting across and making the point. Again, I'm not saying these are like banger examples, but like there is a thought process behind most of the clips here. Of making it so enough people dismiss them from. Yeah, I know. It just at the time. Okay, you have to understand. Okay, normally when I'm putting these clips together, I just doing it nonstop for like fucking sometimes 16 hours in a row. Okay, like just like it's like, oh, what's gonna make sense here? Oh, I know. Like it gets kind of insane, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, from the conversation, and stop being afraid of the skill issue choir that shows up. The skill issue choir is back. I thought about repeating the joke of the words coming out of their horns again, but I thought it was a bit like I already done it once. I didn't think it was good to do it again. Every time the discussion on these games dips toward neutral, and then some of my favorite games can be. How do you even remember the reason for each clip? Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this now, because I am very soon going to forget. So I thought it would be maybe interesting to go through it and give the reasoning behind them while I still remember now. Because it's a lot, yeah. Come even better. And one of my favorite game devs won't end up releasing an embarrassment. We need to let FromSoft get good. That's all. Thanks for watching. And that would be the fog door that their FromSoft would go into in order to fight whatever demons they have in order to get good. Yeah. Did you all enjoy my Premiere Chat acting when I said, oh no, I uploaded the wrong video file? All of this was improv at the end. I didn't script this. Okay, so this is the current release candidate. Just make sure that you remove this part and any other changes that you want to make from the rest of the video before you send it back. And if I get the green light, then I'll put it on the channel and it'll be uploaded as soon as possible. As per our email and our discussions that we had, I went back and I added more negativity. I'm surprised you said that, but I added more negativity as you wanted to make the positivity seem more believable and genuine. So I did that. I don't know if I went too far on it, but if I did, let me know and I can scale it back a little bit. I doubt you'll want it to go even higher. We'll see. Yeah, I think that's about it. Please let Miyazaki-san know that I miss my children very much and I love them and I look forward to seeing them again after this is resolved. Thank you. Should I have said thank you, Mr. President, at the end? I wanted it to come across as like, in a weird way, I wanted it to come across as kind of believable. You know, like in my mind, I wanted there to be, even after the joke lands, I wanted there to be like this little nugget of someone being like, wait, what? Like, and I feel like if I had the Mr. President at the end, like it would have been like absolutely clear. Okay, it's a joke. You know what I mean? Like maybe I should have done it. I don't know. Think it should have been Phone Joe or done with the MGS codec call sound. It should be clear by the end. Yeah, you say that, but there's a Reddit on the, I think it's the Shitty Dark Souls subreddit. They liked the video, and there was a comment that someone said, you know, I was 5 minutes in before I realized that he was definitely doing a bit, and someone replied to him as like, dude fucking said that YouTube sends him daily helicopters full of fucking money, and bro wasn't sure if it was a bit or not. Oh man. Better without it. Oh, people seem to like it without it. Okay. What does Miyazaki-san make you want to make the video more negative? What is the lore? Because it makes it more believable. You know, it was too glowing. I went too far in the other direction. Yeah. Anyway, so that was the commentary of the video. A couple of expanded points. I answered some questions, but not too many. If anyone has any more, I can try and do it now.
I explained most of the footage that I used there. I don't know if that adds anything to the video or detracts anything from the video, but maybe it's interesting at least. I can do this for the releases that come out from now on. If this was, I'll put it on YouTube and see if people on YouTube like it as well, and we'll see. Because I try and put this amount of effort in most of the clips. This is one of the reasons why it's a problem. Actually, this is not a good trait of mine. A problem that I have with making I can't make the content very quickly is because I have this fixation on like how can I make it match up. What is the line there? And one of the reasons I think it's really not a good thing, because when I explained earlier in the stream that I will go through all of my footage for videos of this length. If I have hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage, then I don't go through them all, but I did for the Witcher 3 one. I will go through the footage and I will just like go through and clip out every single thing that I think is going to be relevant or a good starting point. So like when I went through my playthrough, and when I got to a new boss, I would just clip that out and I'd be like, okay, I can jump to that quickly and I know where that is. And so the end of it, when I've done that, I have about, I don't know, like 500, maybe a little bit less, depending on how long the video is, clips in a row at the very end of my Adobe Premiere timeline file, and they're color coded. Some of them have notes, so I know where to put them. I'm like, oh, that would be a perfect example for that part. And then once I have that, I can just pick and choose from that, and it also helps me not duplicate some of the clips as well, because once I take it out of the timeline at the end, I know I've used it and I won't use it again. Although sometimes I do repeat some if they're perfect, or if it's some boss footage that overlaps. But like, this is why I say it's not good, because after I've done that, I'm so used to sometimes having to spend a long time finding the perfect clip that when I go to my palette that I've made and I have it and it's right there, my brain goes, no, that was too easy. Spend some more time trying to find a better one. And it's like, but brain, we already went through the fucking whole entire fucking playthrough and specifically chose these ones for all the shit. It's like, yeah, it's still too easy. Find something else. Like I really don't like that. So I need to ease off on that a little bit, but it's like when the video is done too. It's like, quick, get it uploaded before you second guess the whole thing. It's interesting that you try to constantly justify every clip you use. Very functionalist utilitarian in that regard, though, like you said, it can't be easy doing that over and over again for this long form video content. It's enjoyable in a way, for sure, and I'm happy with the result, but sometimes, like a lot of the ones I pointed out here, sometimes it only makes sense to me, but maybe other people are, can perceive it as well. I don't know. What made you decide to ultimately make the Shadow of the Erdtree video amidst the wait for your Witcher video? Actual question, not trying to guilt you or imply you don't have the right to make any content you want. I explained a little bit in the video that I felt bad and I felt partially responsible, which is, I think, arrogant of me, and I shouldn't, for some of the poor reception that the DLC was getting. Some of the flack I was also getting for the base Elden Ring video had been bothering me for a while, and I felt like I could address it there. And two other reasons that I just don't want to get into. Sorry, you're just gonna have to accept that, unfortunately. One day I will explain it. Do you think it matters if the clip has better quality if previous does the job? Sorry, it scrolled up. Like, they both illustrate the point. What is the improvement in your opinion? It's not always improvement, it just makes more sense to me. I feel better about it. It's an emotional thing. Have you read any good books lately? I have not, no. I haven't really read any books lately. I haven't played many games. I've been listening to more music. I haven't really watched any TV. I did watch a couple movies. Not just with the kids for movie night. I watched a couple movies on my own on my phone. I watched what's the guy from Better Call Saul? He has the action movie that's like John Wick. Nobody. I think it's not Mr. Nobody's Jared Leto. That movie's really good. I watched it a long time ago. Nobody. That was pretty good. Well, not my favorite movie. It was pretty good. And I watched Bullet Train with Brad Pitt in it. Bullet Train was really fucking good. I really enjoyed Bullet Train. I feel like I watched another movie as well. Maybe that was it. Maybe I watched two movies. Did you finish Yumi Neko? It's not 2028 yet. How much time does this process add? Would you estimate? Does it double the time to create a video or more? For the video editing part, okay, so if all I had to do was just dump footage into the timeline of the game I was discussing and not match it at all, I could make videos fucking like 10 times faster than I do. Like it's just so much easier to just like here's just general footage of running around, just listen to it. It's like an audio book or whatever. But at that point, like, it's not really a video anymore, you know what I mean? It's just a podcast on fucking YouTube. Well, maybe podcast isn't the right word. I like doing it. Hire an editor. I don't think an editor could do this, or if they could, I think it would be prohibitively expensive. Because I know where all the examples are. They would have to like watch all of my footage. I think some channels definitely can use an editor, and they can definitely hire someone and can help out a lot. And if I was to add different parts that didn't have this structure, I could definitely use an editor in that way as well, for sure. But the way that I make it and the process we just went through, I can't see that happening. You know what I mean? Imagine the notes that you get. Exactly. So if I went through all the footage and I made all the notes, at that point I've made the video, right? Have you ever faced any issues with burnout? Period in my life? I mean, probably. I think I might have had a mini burnout phase when we first moved to Moncton. With the God of War video, that was delayed quite heavily. I think I was going through some shit there with stress and work, with trying to balance that with the moving. That was a really, really, really stressful time. So maybe there. I don't know if that counts or not, though. Did you play another Crab's Treasure? I'm not really into SpongeBob games, no, sorry. How would you even share 300 hours of footage? They would have to live nearby or something. Yeah, that's another point too. Like, how would I get the footage over to them? I wonder if it would be possible if I had an editor, if I had like a partner person that was there whenever I was playing the game, and I could explain the process. I wonder if I could double production if I just like said, okay, this one is, you're taking care of that one, and I'm going to do this one at the same time. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. It would be expensive though, right? Make a clone, but then I'd just be busy all the time doing things to my clone. In all serious, these type of streams are really fun. I hope you think about doing more for future videos. Was it a good time? I thought it'd be kind of boring. I hope you all enjoyed it. Maybe it was just novelty, I'm not sure. Is there a game you really want to play? Stellar Blade, for reasons. I don't know. I want to play more Deadlock. I enjoyed Deadlock when I played it recently. 9 Souls. People say I like 9 Souls, but I haven't really seen anything about it, so I'm not excited for that. Is 9 Souls the new Oberdin? If there's ever a Witcher 4, would you make a video? Can you permanently ban this chatter for 5 minutes, please? Doom Eternal DLC. Oh, should we stream Doom Eternal DLC? I think we're going to have to replay the base game, though. That could be boring. Are you going to play Persona 3 Reload? Not only will I play it, I'll stream it. Nine Souls is Hollow Knight plus Sekiro. Oh man, it's raining at Niagara Falls right now. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a Rabbi Ribby spiritual successor to Heavy. I heard it's pretty good, yeah. Holy, did someone did it? Someone did what? Yes, by the end of the stream. Someone redeemed the expensive celebration. Yes, by the end. Oh, what the fuck? Really? How come I can't see it? Oh yeah, how could it ever fucking show up in OBS? Okay. Who was the insane person? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Was this just bought monocoins? It was Avarice. Avarice, did you... Hold on. All right, well, thank you for that. And thank you to anyone else who subbed or gave bits during this. This was up on the screen earlier for like over an hour, so Kusuro got pretty owned. So is any kind of announcement for our next stream, or are you going to go back to the Witcher 3 caves for now? I'm probably going to go back into the Witcher 3 caves for now, but we'll see how it goes. Like, the situation has just gotten so ridiculous that I kind of just don't care anymore. It's been a very... It's been a very difficult year. It's also been a very unusual year. I feel like I've changed a lot this year. I've changed a lot physically this year too. I don't know how much weight I've lost, but it's in the last year and a half, I'm gonna guess it's like I lost at least 40 pounds, but I also gained a bunch of weight at the same time. Like I lost bad weight, gained good weight. So I don't exactly know how to judge that. We also all got COVID. So I think I can safely say there was a day at the end of, I think it was April, that was easily the worst night of my life. I legitimately thought I was going to die. So I'm laying in bed and I like just could not fall asleep. I thought I was gonna die, and like all of us got it, all 6 of us, even the kids, and like Mila and Leo did not handle it well. They were like vomiting even. It was a really bad time. Has weight loss helped with your sleep and narcolepsy issues? Not really. I need to go see a doctor still, but like Moncton doctors are you know, its own thing. I am 99.99999 repeating percent, of course, think I have a gluten intolerance. But I've also done some research on it, and apparently gluten intolerance has never been confirmed in any scientific study. Celiac has, so maybe I have celiac disease. I'm not sure. I have to go get a test done for it. But I've done a lot of experimenting with food in the past year or so, and getting off the gluten has dramatically changed my life. Like it's been a huge deal, not just for sleep, but also just general kind of like puffiness and inflammation. Like I've been a very uncomfortable person for most of my life, and I thought it was just like maybe like narcolepsy or whatever, but now I think it might have just been just like a lifelong gluten allergy, and I didn't even realize it. Like temperature regulation. Like I said this a bunch of streams that I just drink water constantly. Like I have constant thirst, that sort of thing. Getting off the gluten, I don't have that anymore. Like I used to drink like fucking like 4 to 6 fucking liters of water every single day. Like I would just have just water constantly in front of me, just all the time drinking water. And now I don't need to do that anymore. You know, like there's just things like that. It's been a massive deal. It's also been a huge pain in the fucking ass that you know, I can't eat gluten because a lot of my favorite foods have gluten. Like gluten's really tasty. It's not a moral thing for me. But yeah, it's been a really big deal. Have you tried experimenting with dairy? Yes, and I don't think I'm lactose intolerant. I tried that. Although I stayed on the almond milk because I like almond milk more than regular milk. I have that in my tea. I also gave up coffee, but I wasn't really drinking a lot of coffee, so I don't think that really helped a lot. And I'm still off soda. I just drink Coke Zero now. I know that is just different soda, but it's a lot healthier for you than regular soda. Have you played God of War Ragnarok Valhalla yet? I haven't, no. Should I? I thought it was pretty good. From what people said. Has some story bit. I've become a bit insufferable, chat. This will bother a lot of you, okay? I'm sorry. I've become more insufferable because I have gone through a lot of physical changes, discovered a bunch about myself, okay? I have become a gym bro. I'm sorry. I've become a gym bro. I go to the gym a lot. I'm there all the time. It's my favorite part of the day. No, I know. It's fucking insufferable, right? If you want to... Avarice, here's, you know... Let me give the value back, okay? Avarice. For the Gym Bro arc clip montage that, you know, that's gonna happen like 2 years from now, because, you know, who knows what the fuck is gonna happen with streams. You can do a flashback here after I say the Gym Bro arc, and you can flash back to the first Umi Neko stream where I said something like, "Oh God, my legs hurt." You know, that was because that was the day after the first or second time I went to the gym. So there you go. That is why my legs were killing me. What's a Moncton gym like? It's actually really nice. It's a nice place. Your first like DOMs are insane. Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's one of the best decisions you can make, man. What makes you start working out? Well, it was either needed some sort of escape thing. So it was either have an affair, find a bar, get addicted to alcohol or meth, and I rolled a d20 on it, and I just went to the gym. So yeah, it worked out. I go a lot, chat. I'm there a lot. Oh man. When are you getting a Peloton? I don't need one. Who needs to do cardio? Any strange people at the gym? I think I'm the strangest person that goes to the gym. What's your game of the year so far? Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't think I played any other game that came out. Tren, I'm not on Tren. The only thing I'm taking is creatine. I'm taking the creatine. What is the bench? Really low. I'm not good at the bench. I'm still a beginner. Favorite exercise? The chest fly. I really like the chest fly. I go by myself, so I'm a little afraid of going too heavy on the barbell. So I'm like escalating really slowly because I don't want to fucking die. And I also don't want to have to do the roll of shame. So I haven't had to do that yet, and I'm happy about that, but it means I'm going pretty light on all of the barbell stuff. The roll of what? So the roll of shame is when you go too heavy on the bench press that you can't lift it all the way up to rack it. So you have to like put it down on your chest and stomach and then roll it down over your whole entire torso and body and off your legs so it rolls off of the bench so you don't die. But if it rolls up onto your neck, you're screwed. That's the roll of shame. You do have to push to failure to get really good gains. Befriend someone, ask them to help you. Oh, we're gonna fight! That's not true. That's not true. You need cardio to build stamina, Joe. I'll work on the cardio a bit more. I walk to the gym and walk back, so I get a lot of steps in doing that. So I think I'm okay. My stamina's pretty good. How far is the walk? It's about 30 minutes. I try and get it in around 10 to 12,000 steps a day, and going to the gym and back is usually enough of that. It usually comes in around 9,000 or so steps. But lately, between sets, I've been walking around the gym to get even more steps. Cardio is arguably more important for weight loss. I'm not trying to lose weight right now. It's been a good side effect, but it's not the goal at the moment. Is that where the skipping leg day joke from Shadow the Erdtree video came from? Probably kinda, but I did the gym comparison in the original Elden Ring video, and I wasn't going to the gym back then, so it just seemed like a good follow up from that one. What's the goal at the moment with the gym? Just to gain strength. I'm pretty weak. Would you try bouldering? I think I speak to him enough already, so no. Does it look more like you're exactly? Yes. Need the dad strength. I will say this, and then I'll go. If anyone is a little on the older side, you know what? This is just general good advice for anyone. If you are still young and you haven't really had like a gym phase, it is easier to do it when you're young, and you'll be able to gain faster. You know, like I'm 38, almost 39, so I'm getting into this super fucking late, and I feel like an idiot. Going into so late. But if you're young, it'll be easier, and you'll recover from injury faster if you do get injured. So it is a very good thing to do, and it's much easier to maintain things than it is to build it up. So building shit up right now when it's easier because you're younger is going to pay off later on. Is 28 young? Genuine question. 28 is pretty young in this context. Yeah, I would say so. But if you're older, I went to the gym and completely fucked my shit up by doing even just light ones. I did almost every single machine the first time I went in there, and the next day I could not straighten my arms out all the way. It hurt so bad, and all my muscles in my arms were so bad that I went to the grocery store on purpose so I could have heavy bags to carry home, because that was the only way I could straighten my arms out all the way after it. Then, well, the first time I did leg day and I did deadlifts, I had so much trouble getting down the stairs that, you know, I was like hyping myself up to have to go up to pee to come back down again. Okay, so it's really gonna like mess you up a bit, okay, the first time you go. However, about 6 to 8 weeks after doing that, first of all, it didn't hurt that much after those sessions, but 6 to 8 weeks after that, I was outside and I was walking around with the dogs, and I sincerely felt like I say sincere and genuine too much lately, but it's like I can't emphasize enough how true this feeling was. I felt like I was 21 again, and that was fucking wild, man. Like just being able to move around and how I felt standing and on my feet and everything, and just how easy it was to just walk around. Like I felt like literally 20 years younger, and I still do. Like it is such an amazing feeling. So if you are on the older side like I am, and you're having a little bit of trouble just kind of like walking around and stuff, you know, like, or just like I was never really having trouble walking, is like could still get around, but like if it was like I'm getting to the age now where getting out of the chair is kind of like, do I really want to, like it's kind of how, like anything like that, if that's starting to set in, like it is fucking amazing how good you can still feel, right? Like it's pretty good. You're not old. 30 is not old. Well, it's old in this context. Like once you get around 40, the amount of like it gets a lot harder to put on muscle. So that's why I'm saying old. I'm not old, you know, period, or in general, or anything like that. Was it hard to resist referencing Outer Wilds in the new vid? No, not really. It didn't really occur to me. Was there a good comparison I could have made, maybe? do you feel about Monster Hunter? The boss monsters of the DLC reminded me a lot of the time playing Monster Hunter. I like Monster Hunter. It was a bad stream, but I played it on my own. It was a pretty good time on my own. And then I played it with Sareth and Wuggy for a little bit as well, and that was fun. Definitely not my favorite game, but I still do like it. I think you've answered this already, but do you plans on making a review on Sekiro, or is it not a priority? It's not a priority, no. I don't really have any intent to do that, but maybe. How do you feel about the Echoes of the Eye DLC? You can go watch the stream if you want. I streamed it. I really liked it. It annoys me to this day that some people think I played that game wrong. I'm surprised you liked the how do I get there parts of the DLC. I felt like it made the world way too confusing, especially with massive areas being gated behind a random road and a side dungeon without any other entrances. I can see where you're coming from, but I still liked it. Maybe they could have made it more organic or had more routes around, but I like the surprises. If there were bigger surprises like in the base game, then maybe I would be saying differently, but I still liked it. Is bicycling still something you're not planning on doing? What? When have we spoke about cycling? Still play Evolve? I'm done with Evolve. I think I did everything in Evolve. I got back into it for a bit, and I did True Path, I did Spire, I did Equilibrium. I got all that. I think I'm done. They put a new whatchamacallit in, a new scenario, and I'm not doing that. Yeah. Evolve is done until they add a bunch of stuff, which I did Witch Hunter, yeah. Excited for the Factorio DLC? Yes, I am, yeah. I think that's going to be fun. I'm hoping that I'm going to have time to finish Space Exploration mod before it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Is Black Myth Wukong on your playlist? No, but is it good? Do you think I would like it? What do you feel about unlocking camera for giant enemies? I feel like it makes most of the fights fine. I do not think you have talked about this whenever you mention giant enemies in your videos. I was one of the first people to say that you need to unlock the camera for multi-fights in Dark Souls 2, and I still stand by that, but I also really heavily criticized how they communicated that to the player base, and I'm still unsure if that really is what you're supposed to do or not, but it does make the game better. I don't think unlocking the camera for the giant enemies is a good fix, especially with how they're designed to get a lot closer to you as well. I think there's just panning the camera back and having smarter points where you can focus the camera would be a lot better there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to guess it's going to depend on your build as well. How do you feel about Shadow of the Erdtree's effect on armor? For me, it feels like the amount of damage mitigation you get from the scattered tree fragments just makes heavy armor kind of pointless. I'd like to know your thoughts on it. I didn't test it. If you does it boost the armor value you get, or is it just flat damage reduction? Because because no, it wouldn't, would it? No, does it? Because the more damage your weapon has, the more the bonus is. So is it the more armor you have, the bigger the bonus is, or is it flat? How's your game production going? It's paused for the moment. Have you played Risk of Rain 2? I have not, no. Did I miss the Pixar talk yet? You missed some Pixar talk earlier, yes. Are you playing Phantom Liberty DLC? I don't know what that is. Isn't Phantom Liberty... Oh, Phantom Liberty is the Cyberpunk thing. Shit, I thought it was the Metal Gear Solid. Didn't you ask this earlier? I'm sorry. Holy shit, no, I haven't played it, no. I'd like to, but I haven't played it. Can you talk quieter? I have to go to bed. But if I talk quieter, you won't be able to hear me, you weeb. Think you will like Pop Lost Crown, Joe? One of the best Metroidvanias ever made. Pop Lost Crown. Never heard of it. Do you believe in ghosts or do you deny the truth? Oh, Prince of Persia Lost Crown. Oh, is that the one I said I got for Finn for his birthday? I played it a little bit. It seemed interesting. I liked it. Thoughts on enemy scaling to your level in games? I hate that Bethesda has completely contaminated that idea forever and ever and ever, Gay Ben. I think that it could work. I don't think we've really seen a good use of it yet, but I think it could work with the right circumstances. Will Silksong release before the Witcher 3 vid? I hope not. Going to try the new Zelda game coming out next month? No! You wanna know why? Because it looks like it's the same fucking engine and performance as Link's Awakening. I popped the Link's Awakening remake in my Switch, sat down for my 4 a.m. poop, and it turns out the shit was already there. Because, oh my god, the frame rate is so bad that I didn't even get out of the fucking first town. I just turned the game off and said, fuck it, I'm just gonna try Metroid Dread instead. Seriously, that is... I don't know if I'm being fucking, like, you know, pearl clutching or whatever here, but, like, it was unplayable to me. Is it better docked? I played the original Link's Awakening on the Game Boy, and I really liked that game, so I wanted to play it again. I was like, oh my god, it was so bad. This was on the OLED, right? Yeah, it was on the OLED. Does the OLED run worse? Worse and worse? Did you know you can kill the dudes in the cell section before Midra? You didn't mention it all, if I remember correctly. I did know that, but I didn't do it myself. I saw someone else do it at some point. I can't remember if it was on Reddit or on, like, my Twitter timeline or a YouTube short or whatever. I don't know. Did you see that Control and Alan Wake 2 are getting film and TV adaptations? I did not. That sounds interesting. Why didn't you display Umineko on the screen for 2 seconds when saying you haven't played any real games? Because there's already enough weeb shit in the video as it was, and dangerously close to, like, my YouTube audience thinking I'm a scaly because of how all the dragon references. I was really feeling it at the end. I was like, oh shit, like, I hope this isn't too much. You are? I'm not. Do you know that Sifu is better than Sekiro? Wow. Wow. Skill issue. What class do you play in regular CRPGs? Like Baldur's Gate and stuff. When I played Baldur's Gate 2, I exclusively played a Kenzai because I like the idea of being a warrior without armor. When I played actual Dungeons and Dragons with a group, I was a paladin. I don't know if I would play that kind of thing again with a paladin, or if I would try something different. Do you believe in gots? I do not believe in gots or ghosts. Best video game antagonist? John Irenicus. I don't know. Thoughts on the AA Investigations collection? We'll probably stream it. Favorite Baldur's Gate 2 companion? I'm gonna say her name wrong. Is it Viconia or Viconia? I liked her. She was good. You know who I don't like anymore? I don't like Minsk. When I was a teenager, like early teen, Minsk was just like the funniest meme shit ever. Now it's like, shut the fuck up, Minsk. No one gives a fuck about your giant miniature space hamster fucking stand ready. Who gives it? I'm just completely over it. Minsk and Boo stand ready. Oh, shut the fuck up. Has Reddit ruined him? I don't know. He is kind of Reddit. But, Did you watch the Direct and did anything pique your interest? I did not watch the Direct, no. Do you have any plans to stream TGA this year? Has it become too ad infested over the years for it to be worth watching? Oh, we'll stream that for sure if we're streaming at that point. Yeah. Stop streaming so I can go to the gym. You're going to go to the gym and just do treadmill cardio. Just walk around the block. What are you doing? No, we're just going to continue on. I already went today. Why didn't you go already? Oh. Oh, good stretch. All right, I think we should end. Will you play the new Life is Strange? Talk to Anu. I didn't go because I was working and you were streaming. Will Gravity Rush over there? Minsk as the capital of Belarus? No, Minsk as in with a C, being the character in Baldur's Gate 2, who I assume comes back in Baldur's Gate 3 for some fan service, right? Thoughts on Treasures games? 90s and 2000s dev. They're my favorite dev. I don't know them, sorry. Alright, anyway. That's it for me. See you later, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the commentary of the video. I think I'll split up the talking with chat into something else or put it at the end, maybe? I'm not sure. Thoughts on Hawk Toi? I support it. Everything's better when you're Hawk Toi. Anyway, see you later. Have a good one. Have you listened to Chapel Rowan? Of course I've listened to Chapel Rowan. Of course. And let me tell you, every single fucking time she says, "Excuse me, can you play a song with a fucking beat?" I think of chat telling me, "Every song has a fucking beat, Joe." And I say, "Well, what the fuck, Chapel? If this song has a beat, it has a beat. So why the fuck are you asking for one? You